Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to welcome you during the second day of the sixth edition of the International Congress, The City, Water and the Quality of Life. We are very glad that you are here with us today. I'll have the pleasure to host this second day of the Congress, and I'm very happy that I'm able to be with you today. David Kutryn. I would like to remind that the organizers of the Congress are the city of Wrocław, Open Economy Summit, and the co-organizers is MPW and K in Wrocław, as well as the Convention Bureau in Wrocław and the Technical University, and the partner of the event is ING Bank Śląski. Welcome to all the guests to the conference centers in the Technical University, and the numerous guests who've joined us online. We are about to start a plenary session, and this plenary session starts with the inspiration. This inspiration session will answer the question on how to interpret the Water City Index 2024. The moderator of the session is going to be the Dr. Engineer Klara Chlam from the Polish Waters, and during the session we also have Mr. Marcin Śmielewski, the senior specialist on water economy, and then Dariusz Żukawa from the Meteorology and Water Management Institute, and Mr. Roman Szewczuk from Czerniewiecki University of Yuri Jutkowicz. So the inspirational session will give us a chance to find out how to interpret the results of the Water City 2024. This is going to be a very nutshell session, a quick question and answer exchange to wake up in the morning swiftly and start handing out awards, which is very interesting to us. The water, the city, and the quality of life. The title of the conference tells us that the water is in the middle of the attention, and there is no life without water, there is no city and no activity. We would like to show through the water index how cities cope with water, how they are inspired by water. Some are lucky to have a lot of water or too much water, some don't have any water at all, no river. So it is very hard to put in numbers and to assess objectively. But for a while we try to harness those numbers and gain data both from the cities and from the waterworks companies, as well from various publicly available databases. All those circumstances influence the growth of our water index. In the beginning we just had numbers and ranks, but now we are enriching it with new values and data our colleagues will tell you about. Because the index is a joint work of a group of people. I'm from the Polish Waters Economy Chamber, but we also have the representatives of the Krakow Technical University, and we also support each other with specialists, experts from many different areas. My first question is to Marcin Śmielewski from Arcadis. You are responsible for gathering the data. According to the Inspire directive, the access to the data is quite broad, to the public data, but it is not that obvious that this data is available on servers, and they have to be very often ordered. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the question. Data and information were mentioned on numerous occasions during this Congress, so with this question we are also talking about the same topic. So yes, this data is widely available, the data we use in our index. We tried to make it most available both for us and to fulfill the quality standards. So we've been mostly getting data from the local statistical office data. This is data is updated on a yearly basis. An obstacle to us can be that the data for the last year get published only after July or August. This data is very credible, although we need to verify them somehow. So we need to run them through statistical procedures to check whether they do not diverge from others in any point. Another source of data we're taking advantage of, which is very close to me as a geographer, are spatial data. And I'm thinking about the database of topographical objects. We can get them from the geoportal. The up-to-date state of the data is quite different because they are updated in a different time scale. This looks a bit different here. This data is also being standardized through different procedures. We perform a checkup of the quality because there may be mistakes in this data. We check it, comparing it to previous years to avoid too big differences. Another source of data are the maps of flood threat. This data is also publicly available. And in here we can use information the Polish water is made available on the Polish servers on dana.gov.pl. This data can be downloaded and we are checking what is there in the endangered zones. The city cannot always influence those objects in this zone, but they may influence the data. Now, another big source of data is the survey data. This is quite tough data source. From one year to another, we ponder how to create the survey to be easy to be filled in by institutions or city councils or waterworks, on the other hand, to make this data useful in order to make a differentiation between natural circumstances and what the city does to them in order to assess how far is the city taking advantage of natural circumstances. And not just simply using the fact that the city has the coastal line. We're more interested about what the city can do about it. So as you can see, we have a lot of data, we need to order it. We have the methodology for that, but we try to make it as good as possible. The next question is to the next speaker from the National University. It's about resistance. We've mentioned resistance on multiple occasions yesterday according to the directive on the resistance. We need to try to adapt and absorb and recreate resources based on this directive. So it means that we need to get prepared for the crisis and the directive. And we describe the city Czerników, which is a special city that is a very special one on the waterway to Kiev. Why did this appear in this index? Thanks for the question. Thanks to the organizers for the invitation, and also for my colleague who was not able to participate today. And now I'd like to answer broadly. Why Czerników? I've been searching for a case that could be useful from different angles, especially now when this information appears in Ukraine with delay or does not appear at all. If we're talking about areas where there are military activities, it's been updated for a while, and Czerników has also been a city that has experienced the attacks during the first days and it's been cut off from the whole of Ukraine, and it's been fighting for its survival. And the water aspect was at the same time really important, because those who stayed in the city simply needed this water to stay alive in the first place. And when you talk about resilience, this is an interesting topic, because it is very hard to test in practice, because it is very hard to artificially recreate these conditions, and when the military activities or catastrophes kick in, then it's a bit too late for testing. We need it to simply function. That is why it is very good to look at it from different angles. And Chernihiv is a good example, because on one hand it's an autonomous city in terms of water resources, because the water is not using the river flowing through the city, but from drilled wells, and we have implemented the system a long time ago, and city is autonomous through that, especially when it's cut off from water resources, or when it cannot use the river because of the water poisoning. This simply helps to the city to survive. And the resilience case here is that this water decentralization is very important. So on one hand, the city can act autonomously, and on the other hand, it can use the collective resilience. This decentralization can be of different types. For example, we can mention the national management or regional management, and on the other hand, for example, Krynica, when the city has a well or wells the city can use for its purposes in emergency cases, or when it has a water buffer reservoir prepared before, and when we don't have water in some neighborhoods, the water can be divided and distributed, because everybody wants water, and sometimes people get into panic, and then the strongest win, and the purpose is not for the strongest to win, but to have equal distribution of water. It is important to organize the water transportation system, especially it's important for cities with blockhouses, or when we have city parts where there are a lot of private houses, but the water problem remains, so this waterworks also deliver water there. Another case is what you've mentioned. Chernihiv is a very poor city, and it's the capital of the region at the river that is used in 60% for delivering water to Kiev. So if Chernihiv is not using it, then Kiev is very dependent on the water quality. And last case is the case from August, when the water was very poisoned, and the poison was originated from the area of Russia, and it was not just about fishing, but just simply about getting water to drink. So the threat was growing, and Chernihiv is creating a collective resilience network. On one hand, it's been an indicative city, measuring data, taking samples, and monitoring the level of poisoning, and monitoring the deaths of fish because of very little oxygen content in water. So Chernihiv has organized the oxidation of water flowing to Kiev, so that the biome of the river would not die on the way to Kyiv and onward, but to keep it alive, to be able to renew it and strengthen the whole ecosystem and to make it survive, because these effects affect not just people but also nature, and it is very hard to assess and renew. So on one hand the city is autonomous, and on the other hand it's also a help for Kyiv to organize a collective resilience and for other risks that may appear. Sometimes once the risk reaches the capital, it's very hard to deal with it. Now I encourage you to read the case study of Czernichów. In this year edition we also have other very interesting case studies, also a water index from Australia, so I encourage you to read it. Last question to you, Professor. This year we decided to enrich our publication with the water footprint of the city, so this is the first approach to it. Why? The concept of the water footprint appears at the verge of previous and this century. The researchers and those interested in the relations between human activity and water, the sources that are restricted, one has tried to find an indicator measuring the influence of the appetites of man and its habits on the environment, and whether the resources are enough. We know that the distribution on the globe is not just, but it's rather random. This is what happened historically.
We keep complaining that in Europe we are a country that has very limited water resources as compared to other European countries. But apart from the fact that we have these resources limited, we try to collect a bit more water, or just figure out how to respond when from drought we have too much water, just like it happened in September this year. Still, these are not aspects that are of interest when it comes to measuring our resources and threats resulting from our lifestyle and habits. This is why we came up with an indicator that could show us how our activity affects depletion of water resources. So there are three areas that are differentiated, three aspects responsible for using and depleting water resources. On the one hand, it's the water footprint, the green water footprint, which tells us how much water falling with rain to a given area of, say, a city, is transferred to the environment through transpiration of green areas. So we are saying that the annual rainfall on the city, some of this water does not flow to reservoirs, but on the one hand is evaporated by plants, on the other it's used by plants to create biomass. Another aspect is the blue water footprint, which tells us how our habits and appetites inhabitants use the water resources we have at our disposal. And on the one hand, direct water consumption by inhabitants is an aspect. On the other hand, by all institutions which make the city survive, operate, such as schools, hospitals, offices, etc., or public institutions. And the third aspect is how much water, rainwater, the city transpires, evaporates on built-up areas. So areas which are tightened, which are tight, which provide no opportunity to collect water and which could be then reused in necessary circumstances. This water is just given up to the atmosphere. And the third aspect is related to contamination and environmental pollution and pollution of water we use in the city. So this manifests in the grey water footprint. Grey water footprint is the amount of pure water that needs to be used, taken from the environment to clean up the polluted water, dilute to be able to further transfer it to clean water reservoir. So there are some equivalent aspects. Each aspect describes something else. The first says the green, asks about the green areas in the city. Whereby having rich green resources is not enough, because it's also important how it is distributed all over the town or the city. Of course, it's very favorable for the city to have this kind of green lungs, but it's important that the greenery should be equally distributed, that the city center shouldn't be a concrete deserts, and the inhabitants need to travel to suburban parks. The second thing is that the blue water footprint tells us how our appetites, our habits and our ways of operation in our households affect the irreversible consumption of water, usage of water, how our everyday habits pollutes water, how building up city areas affects the loss of water resources. And the last grey aspect, and in each of these aspects we can run certain actions, and cities do rationalize them and zone both the blue and green. They manage the blue and green areas, thus making the city better prepared and well adaptable to climate changes. Let's leave Simon the last part. Unfortunately, our time has passed, so we need. I'm really sorry that I had to interrupt you. But we need to move on according to our agenda. So I really encourage you to read our study. It's no longer just a Water City Index. It's a study that is richer and richer and tells us very well, describes us very well what happens to water in the cities. So I really encourage you to read it. Thank you very much. And I was waiting for the gong to happen. Thank you very much.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za tę
Thank you very
sesję.
much for this session. Great inspiration, Dr. Clara Ram. Thank you very much for moderating the session.
Teraz będziemy mieli,
Now,
szanowni państwo, 10-minutowy
we have a 10-minute
ślad wodny miast w
voice
Polsce.
about
W jakim kierunku
water
podążamy,
footprint
a w
of
jakim
cities
powinniśmy
in
podążać.
Poland, what way
Na te
we're
pytania odpowie
moving
pan inżynier
and
Szymon
where we
Marczak,
should be
młodszy
going. We'll
specjalista
hear
do
from
spraw
that from Mr.
geoinformatyki i
Szymon
reprezentacji
Marczak,
karskiej.
the youngest
Serdecznie
specialist to water management from Arcadis.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Welcome everyone.
Dziękuję za tak piękne wprowadzenie.
Thank you for this beautiful introduction from Professor Cikało
moich tutaj planów prezentacyjnych
and telling about my plans to present you the water footprint of Polish
w
cities.
jak największym uproszczonym
I'll
skrócie.
try to make it as simple and brief as possible.
Pierwszego slajdu. Czym jest ślad wodny?
So what
Ślad
is
wodny to przede wszystkim
cities
ilość
water
zwróconej
footprint?
wody
That's
na terenie
the
danego
amount
obszaru.
of water we lose in different
Mając na myśli
areas
zwróconą
of the
wodę, mamy
city.
wodę, która została
By lost
pobrana
water, I understand water that was taken from the
na
catchment
obszarze miasta,
that is within the city,
nie wraca, zostaje
and then this
zwrócona.
water is not returned. It doesn't come back to the river. This is the loss of water that the water footprint tells us about. In our project that we run together with Professor Cikało, we focus first of all on analyzing cities
pełnych lat, pełnych okresu
in
ostatnich 3
full
lat.
years, full 3 years from 2021 to 2023.
I dla każdych z nich właśnie
And
zostały
for each
przeanalizowane różne
city,
procesy,
we examine different
dane,
processes
czynniki
and
wpływające
data
na,
and factors that
gospodarowanie
influence
wodami w
water
danym
management in
I
cities.
zostały tam policzone trzy rodzaje śladu wodnego.
3 types of water
które
footprints
właśnie za chwilę postaram się Państwu
that I
w wielkim skrócie.
very briefly present to you in a moment.
Przede wszystkim ślad zielony.
So first of all, this green water footprint
Ta część sumy opadów
is the portion of the annual volume of rainwater that has fallen with the rain and then is evaporated from both soil, surface and plants. Another definition you could say is the amount of water that is not flowing back to water. So all water that evaporates to the atmosphere from which it came to us.
I tutaj właśnie największymi czynnikami wpływającymi
And here the largest factors affecting this water footprint in the city is
roczna suma opadów.
the annual amount of the annual volume of rainwater. It can be very, very different depending whether we have a dry year or a wet year.
Tutaj podkreślenie jest to,
It's
że
also worth to highlight that there is a big role that is played by green areas, as Professor mentioned,
występują właśnie w mieście, gdyż one właśnie
because green areas in the city
klasyfikują ilość właśnie tą wielkość tego śladu wodnego.
contribute to the amount of this particular water
Kolejnym tutaj
footprint.
śladem jest ślad niebieski.
Another footprint is the blue footprint. That's the amount of water consumed by the city plus rainwater evaporating from sealed surfaces in the city. And here the largest factors is water consumption in the city for municipal use, for services, communal services, municipal services, and exactly evaporating from sealed surfaces. That's why it's so important in the city to manage also the coverage of the surface of the city, because if water evaporates from sealed surfaces, it's irreversibly lost. And the last is the gray footprint. It's the amount of clean water to dilute the load of pollutant discharged by the city. Just to so that they do not exceed applicable water quality standards, so that they don't affect the environment in the given area. This is the list of the cities for which we calculated water footprint. These are all capital cities of regions, including the regions where we have two two capitals, apart from two cities. We failed to calculate for us Poznań and Kielce because we didn't have all data related to the load of pollution generated over the year. And the main data that we used came from the local data bank for 2021-2023.
Przed Państwem prezentują się pierwsze wyniki.
And here you can see first results related to water footprint. We can see that the leader when it comes for green footprint is first of all Zielona Góra.
Wynika to z tego, że
And this is because Zielona Góra has a large number of green areas. So we are not talking about agricultural, rural areas. It's just forest, parks, squares within the city. This big green water footprint may result from the fact that Zielona Góra has merged into its boundaries several villages, which, as its typical characteristic, they have lots of green areas, which greatly contribute to the evapotranspiration processes within the city. It's worth to highlight as well that cities such as Katowice or Szczecin, when you look at all other cities and taking an average of all the results, are also they also stand out with a lot of green areas that also are subject to evapotranspirational processes. Before I move on to blue footprint, you have a simplified scheme for water management in the cities. For blue and gray water footprint, we can see that in our calculations we skipped the entire water that was supplied to the industry. It's because industry manages water on its own way, and there is a huge water supply for them. So this is why it could distort the results when you compare it, for example, to water which is delivered to consumers directly in a city. Because of data shortages, we couldn't quote the amount of water transported to neighboring towns or the management of rainwater. This is why this factor wasn't that well examined here. So, the blue footprint. Here, for Gdańsk, we calculated two blue water footprints. That's because of new regulations related to the area of Gdańsk, because the newest act calculates Gdańsk together with the Baltic Sea, which really matters when we try to calculate data for Gdańsk. You can see the differences of Gdańsk calculated with water and without the surface of water. We see that Opole has quite high values for blue footprint. And blue footprint is calculated per capita because it's the most reliable and versatile factor, as it takes account all inhabitants of cities. Next result is the grey footprint without Poznań and Kielce. We see that Opole has this tendency, a growing tendency when it comes to the amount of pollutions generated by inhabitants within the city. We see that the cities which manage best, which require the least water to dilute all pollutions, are Szczecin and recently Lublin, where the improvement is quite significant when compared to 2021.
Ostatnim slajdem, który
And the last slide that I'd like to present to you is the percentage
widzimy tutaj, iż
distribution of water footprint in the cities. We see that the cities that have lots of green areas
wysokie zielone
and
ślady wodne,
high green water footprints such as Szczecin or Zielona Góra are clearly stand out in this chart.
ponad 80%.
For Zielona Góra, it's over 80% covered with green area. What is noteworthy
Ilość śladów dla tych
is the amount of footprints for individual biggest cities. Wrocław, Krakow, Poznań, Łódź, where you can see that the highest amount of footprints is the grey footprint, resulting from pollutions produced in the cities and the amount of water required to dilute the pollution. This tendency for green footprint seems to be dropping for cities which has a smaller number of inhabitants and which are, well, smaller agglomerations, smaller cities.
Z mojej strony to by było na tyle. Dziękuję
That's all from me, so thank you very much for your attention.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo serdecznie
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this
za te pierwsze,
first
można powiedzieć, akordy naszej sesji plenarnej,
tunes
która
during our
wciąż trwa,
plenary
którą
session
rozpoczęliśmy.
that we have just started. That's the second day of our
Teraz,
international congress. And
bardzo
now
miły, myślę, bardzo dostojny moment, bo
we have a
przechodzimy
very
do
nice moment
wręczenia
because we are
statuetek
moving
wyróżnionym
on
miastom
to
w ramach
handing
Water City
in
Index
the statuettes, the awards
2024.
for the Water City Index 2024 award gala.
To, o czym rozmawiamy.
So
Już
Water City
od
Index
dobrych
2024 is what have been discussing for the last 30 minutes, and I think that
wcześniej nie miał okazji zapoznać się
those of you who haven't heard about this initiative before has a broader knowledge about what it deals about and how this index is somehow processed and how
to analizowane. Dlatego też
it's analyzed. So now, ladies and gentlemen,
rokrocznie będziemy nagradzać
annually, now we are going to award best of the best when it comes to city in individual categories.
Ale pragnę zaprosić na
So now I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Clara Ram from the
reprezentującego firmę Arkadis, którzy będą
Chamber of Polish Waterworks
miast
and
laureatów w naszych kategoriach. I, szanowni państwo, rozpoczynamy od kategorii
and the man who is going to help him, and we are starting from middle-sized cities.
Tradycyjnie będziemy stopniować
Traditionally, we'll be ramping up the pressure gradually. We'll start from the laureates from the last place on the podium, and then we go up the rank in each category. Now let's find out who was third among middle-sized cities.
Miejsce trzecie, Żywiec. Nagrodźmy oklaskami.
Give them applause.
Ja myślę, że te oklaski będą tutaj i echo od nich będzie nieść się właśnie aż w Beskidy Polskie do Żywca. Niestety nikt z przedstawicieli miasta nie mógł dzisiaj z nami razem obecny, dlatego też ta statuetka zostanie przekazana w najbliższym możliwym terminie. A my
handed over
tymczasem przejdziemy do
as soon as
miejsca
possible.
drugiego.
Now we go to second position, the runner-up.
Panie i panowie, miejsce drugie.
Second
Augustów.
place.
O
Augustów.
odebranie nagrody.
We'd like to ask
O odebranie nagrody uprzejmie proszę burmistrza
the mayor
Augustowa, pana
of Augustów,
Mirosława
Mr.
Karolczuka.
Mirosław Karolczuk.
Gratulujemy bardzo
Congratulations.
serdecznie. Jeszcze chwilę dla foto
One more
reporterów,
minute for
żeby uwiecznić ten moment.
the journalist.
Duże gratulacje dla Augustowa, ale poznajmy.
Congratulations for Augustów. Let's find out who's the laureate in this category. First position.
Szanowni Państwo, miejsce
Ladies and
pierwsze
gentlemen, the
Mrągowo.
first place goes to Mrągowo.
Laureat wśród miast średniej wielkości.
The winner among
Podobnie jak w
middle-sized
przypadku
cities,
Żywca.
as
Niestety,
in case of
żaden z
Żywiec.
przedstawicieli
Unfortunately,
z uwagi na
nobody
swoje
from the
liczne
representatives,
obowiązki
because
nie był
of
w
our
stanie
numerous
pojawić się
obligations, was
dzisiaj
not able
tutaj
to
w Centrum Kongresowym
be here
Politechniki
today in the conference
Wrocławskiej,
center
dlatego też
of
nagroda
the
zostanie
Technical
przekazana
University, so the
w
prize will be
najbliższym możliwym terminie.
handed over as soon as
Natomiast my
possible.
możemy teraz
And
przejść
we
do
can
kategorii
go
numer
over
2
to
podczas
category
dzisiejszego
number 2
wręczenia
during
nagród. Będzie
this
to,
award
szanowni
ceremony.
państwo, będą to, szanowni państwo,
And
miasta
these are going to be
powiatu.
the provincial cities.
I tutaj najniższy
Now,
stopień
the
podróż
lowest
wędruje do
grade, the third position goes to
Gorzowa Wielkopolskiego.
Gorzów Wielkopolski.
Nagrodę odbierze wiceprezydent Gorzowa
And the
Wielkopolskiego,
award
pan
will
Jacek
be received by the
Szymankiewicz.
deputy mayor of Gorzów Wielkopolski, Mr. Jacek Szymankiewicz.
Panie prezydencie, proszę jeszcze o pozostanie.
Dear
przez
Mayor,
chwilę
please
na
stay
scenie, bowiem mamy
on the
komplet
stage for a while
laureatów
because
obecnych
we
tutaj
have
razem
all
z nami
the
w tej
laureates
kategorii.
in
Później
this
będziemy
category.
jeszcze chcieli uwiecznić te chwile dekoracji. w
Then we
momencie,
definitely
gdy
like to
wszyscy w tej
also
kategorii odbiorą swoje statuetki pamiątkowe.
take a picture
Szanowni
of all of
państwo,
you once you
można
receive all
powiedzieć
the
srebrny
statuettes.
medal, miejsce drugie.
The silver medal, the second place.
Miejsce drugie wędruje do Gdyni.
It goes to Gdynia.
Bardzo proszę prezesa zarządu Przedsiębiorstwa Wodociągów i
I'd like to
Kanalizacji
ask the
Spółka ZOO w
president
Gdyni,
of
pana
the board,
Walerego
Mr.
Tankiewicza,
Valery
o odbiór
Tankiewicz
nagrody.
of the Water Racing Gdynia to receive the award.
Gdynia jako ta niezwykle istotna
Gdynia is a
składowa
very important
trójmiejskiej aglomeracji
part
na
of the
miejscu
Free City
drugim.
on the second position.
Także pana prezesa będę prosił o pozostanie,
And I would also like the
a my tymczasem
President to stay
dowiedzmy
with
się,
us
które
and
miasto
let's
było
now find
to
out
absolutnie
which
najlepsze
city
wśród
was
tych
the best
naprawach
among
powiatu.
those district towns.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies
pozostajemy
and
w
gentlemen,
północnej
we'll
Polsce.
staying in the
Miejsce
north
pierwsze wędruje do
of
Słupska
Poland, the first
i
place
tutaj
goes to
odbierze
Słupsk.
odbiorą nagrody
And the
takie
award
postaci jak pan
will
Andrzej
be
Wójtowicz, prezes
received
Wodociągu
by
Słupsk, pani
Andrzej
Katarzyna Guzewska, dyrektor Wydziału Gospodarki Komunalnej i Ochrony
Wójtowicz,
Środowiska Urzędu Miejskiego.
The president
A
of
także
Water
pani
Racing
Alina
Słupsk, Katarzyna
Szpanowska-Karaś,
Guzewicz, the
zastępca
director
dyrektora
of
Zarządu
the
Infrastruktury
Department of
Miejskiej.
the Communal Economy
Słupski tercet
and
już
Environmental
odbiera
Protection of the City
nagrodę
Council in
z rąk
Słupsk and
pani
Alina
dr Klary Ram, a także
Szpanowska-Karaś,
pana
the Deputy
Krzysztofa Kuczka.
Director of the Board of the Infrastructure of the City of Słupsk.
Serdecznie gratulujemy
Congratulations,
miejsca pierwszego.
the first place.
Jako
Słupsk
simply the best wśród miast.
is simply the best
Naprawa
among
powiatu.
the district towns.
I za chwilę poprosimy o zbiorczą
And now we're
fotografię
asked
wszystkich
for joint
nagrodzonych w tej
Photo
oto
of all
kategorii.
awarded in this category.
Wzajemne gratulacje,
Now,
oczywiście
congratulations.
zasłużone. Ja tylko przypomnę, miejsce
Well
trzecie Gorzów
deserved.
Wielkopolski, miejsce drugie Gdynia,
Third,
miejsce
Gorzów
pierwsze
Wielkopolski, the second,
Słupsk.
Gdynia, the first, Słupsk.
wszyscy w tej kategorii
Everybody in this
na
category
szczęście mieli sposobność
had
do
the
tego, żeby
chance
odebrać
to
nagrody
receive
osobiście.
the award in
Przedstawiciele
person.
miast
And the
laureatów, bardzo się
representative of
cieszymy, że są
the
Państwo.
laureate cities
Dziękujemy
are
za
among us.
waszą
We're very
obecność,
happy
bardzo
you're
ją
here.
doceniamy
We really appreciate your presence.
i życzymy rzecz jasna
And of
utrzymania
course we wish you
tej dobrej
to
formy w Water City Index, także w roku
stay
25.
fit.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Also this year after the award as you did in 2022.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
za nami
gentlemen,
miasta średniej wielkości, za
we
nami
had the
także miasta na
middle-sized
prawach
cities
powiatu.
and district
Czas
cities.
poznać
It is time
najlepszych z
to
najlepszych, jeśli
get to
chodzi
know
o
what are the best
metropolii.
cities in the category of metropolis.
Wśród metropolii miejsce trzecie
Among metropolis, the third place
wędruje do
goes to
Bydgoszcz.
Bydgoszcz.
Nagrodę odbierze zastępca prezydenta
And
miasta
the
Bydgoszczy,
award
pan
will be
Mirosław
received by the
Kozłowicz.
Deputy Mayor of Bydgoszcz, Mr. Mirosław Kozłowicz.
Województwo kujawsko-pomorskie,
And
Bydgoszcz.
the Kujawsko-Pomorskie Voivodeship.
Na miejscu trzecim
Third
pana prezydenta, także wzorem poprzedniej kategorii, poproszę o pozostanie.
place, I would like to ask the Deputy
Tymczasem my
Mayor to
przechodzimy
stay on the
do
stage.
miejsca
We're going
drugiego,
over
szanowni
to
państwo.
the
Dowiedzmy się,
second
które miasto,
place.
która
Let's
metropolia
find
je
out
zajęła.
which metropolis has been awarded with the second place.
Na miejscu drugim Łódź.
And
Centralna
this is Łódź,
Polska.
Central Poland.
Nagrodę
And the award
odbierze
will
pani
be received
Anna
by Anna
Wierzbicka, dyrektor
Wierzbicka,
Wydziału
the
Kształtowania
director
Środowiska z
of
Urzędu Miasta Łodzi.
the environmental shaping from the City Council of Łódź.
Miejsce trzecie dla Bydgoszczy, miejsce drugie dla
Third place
Łodzi.
for Bydgoszcz,
Serdeczne
second place for Łódź.
gratulacje.
Congratulations.
No i czas, drodzy
And it
państwo,
is time
poznać
to
miasto, które wygrało kategorię
find out
dla
who was the winner
metropolii.
in the
Dowiedzmy się, która polska
category of
metropolia
metropolis.
okazała się tą najlepszą. Szanowni Państwo, miejsce
Ladies
pierwsze,
and gentlemen, the
miasto
first place
100 mostów
is the city of 100
nagroda za
bridges.
miejsce pierwsze wędruje dla
And the
Wrocławia,
first
a
place
odbierze
goes
ją
to Wrocław, and
wiceprezydent
it's
tego
going to
miasta, pan
be
Michał
received by
Młyńczak.
the deputy mayor of the city, Mr. Michał Młyńczak.
Stolica Dolnego Śląska.
The capital of Lower Silesia.
Niezwykle interesujące z
A
hydrologicznego
tremendously
punktu widzenia
interesting
miasto
place,
jest
hydrologically
najciekawszych
one
pod
of
tym względem i
the
nie tylko
most
pod tym
interesting
względem w
ones
Europie. Także
from this point of
mamy
view
tutaj
in
wśród
Europe.
metropolii
So
miejsce
among
pierwsze dla
metropolis
Wrocławia, miejsce
we have
drugie dla Łodzi.
the
Najniższy stopień podium
third place,
wędruje
second place
do
for Łódź,
Bydgoszcz.
third place for Bydgoszcz, first.
Gratulujemy i
Wrocław.
także życzymy oczywiście
Congratulations, and we
tych
wish you
znakomitych wyników
to repeat
w
those
roku
great
kolejnym.
results
Na pewno
next year.
wszyscy wyróżnieni we wszystkich
And all
kategoriach
those
mogą
awarded in
stanowić
all categories
inspirację
can
dla
be
wszystkich
used as
miast
inspiration
w
for
naszym
all
kraju nad
cities
Wisłą.
in our
Gratulujemy, dziękujemy serdecznie.
country located at Vistula River.
I drodzy Państwo,
Now,
mamy
ladies and gentlemen, we
jeszcze
have
nagrodę,
one more
będzie to jedna nagroda
award
w kategorii ślad
in the
wodny.
category the
Jeszcze raz
water
ponownie zaproszę
mark
panią
or
doktor
water
Klarę
footprint.
Rama, także pana Krzysztofa
And I would like
Kutka, który będzie
to ask Mr.
tutaj,
Krzysztof Kutek and
którzy będą wspomagać.
his colleague
Chyba, że zaszła jakaś
who
zmiana
is
na żywo,
going to
oczywiście, to proszę bardzo. Jeśli mamy
help
tutaj
us unless
zmiany,
there
to
is there are
serdecznie
any
zapraszam pana
changes.
profesora Andrzeja
Otherwise,
Tukała z
I'd like
Instytutu
to ask
Meteorologii i
Mr. Andrzej
Gospodarki
Tukała
Wodnej, a
from
także
the
pana
Institute
inżyniera
of the
Szymona Marczaka.
Meteorology
Rozumiem, że
Institute
tutaj
and
dzielimy
Mr.
się
Szymon
sceną
Marczak.
i czasem antenowym
And
eksponowaniem
we are sharing the
swojej
stage here
twarzy,
with
także
you.
wśród innych przedstawicieli, znakomitych
sometimes
naszych
also
panelistów i
good
gości. Także
for
tutaj
others to show their
jeszcze raz
faces
przypomnę,
to
nagroda
our
w kategorii
extinguished
ślad
guests.
wodny.
The next category is the water footprint.
I ta nagroda wędruje
This award goes to
do województwa lubelskiego, mianowicie do Lublina.
To Lublin.
Nagrodę odbierze pani Marta Smal-Hudzik, dyrektor Wydziału Ochrony Środowiska Urzędu Miasta Lublina.
The director of the Environmental Protection Department of the City of Lublin.
Serdecznie gratulujemy.
Congratulations.
Ślad wodny. Tutaj mamy w tej kategorii jedną nagrodę, jedno wyróżnienie.
One prize in this category,
z całą pewnością zasługuje na naszą uwagę i na gratulacje. Jeszcze raz proszę nagrośmy wielkimi oklaskami. Prosimy panią dyrektor o pozostanie na scenie, bowiem teraz chciałbym zaprosić wszystkich laureatów. Jeszcze raz do grupowego zdjęcia, jeśli chodzi o wszystkie kategorie. Bardzo proszę jeszcze raz państwa o wystąpienie. Umieścimy to na fotografiach wszystkich laureatów. Teraz już można powiedzieć bez podziału na, posługując się terminologią bokserską, kategorie wagowe. Tak, mamy tutaj zarówno miasta średniej wielkości, miasta na prawach powiatu, metropolię, no i ta jedna nagroda, ślad wodny. Wszystkich laureatów zapraszamy bardzo serdecznie.
Here among them the water footprint category.
No to skoro to wszystko dotyczy wody,
Now,
to ja
since it's all about water,
sobie,
I can imagine
gorąca prośba do państwa, żeby
a warm
teraz
request to you
burza braw zalała
to flood them with
laureatów
applause
z uwagi na te wyróżnienia.
thanks to those awards.
Serdecznie dziękujemy.
So,
Cóż można rzec w takiej chwili? Jeszcze raz naprawdę z całego serca gratulujemy.
Again, from the bottom of our hearts.
Szanowni Państwo, teraz
Ladies and gentlemen, ahead of us
ale
discussion,
absolutnie
but an absolutely special and interesting one
czwartego
on
wodnego okrągłego stołu.
program document of the fourth roundtable, and this is about water in agriculture, opportunities and threats. Professor Elżbieta Nachlik will present this document, the Vice Chairperson of the Congress Program of the Council, and the moderator will be conducted by Professor Tomasz Okruszko, who's also a Deputy Chairman of the Congress Program Council and also a Dean of the Agricultural School in Warsaw, and we also see the representatives of the cities who won the Water Index in 2024 award. So I'd like to give the floor to Elżbieta Nachlik, who is going to present this document and so bring us into the mood of this presentation.
Bardzo prosimy.
The discussion on the policy paper of the fourth Water Roundtable, Water in Agricultural Opportunities and Threats.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure to present this document shortly. I strongly encourage you to read the whole document. It's available in the foyer, and so you can get accustomed with the whole document. I'll give you the main recommendations and conclusions that are relevant to all of us, not just for agriculture but also for the cities that were just awarded, but also for other urbanized areas in other cities. Important issues that were mentioned during the fourth roundtable were the assessment of the real water use in agriculture, the water sources for irrigation and agricultural production, and the impact of agriculture on the water, quality of water and its ecosystems, and the determinants in the future in meeting future agricultural water. The context was the increased risk of drought. We all feel it very strongly in that protection of the aquatic ecosystems, including the European Green Deal strategy and the food production under national development conditions. These were four basic pillars of this discussion. In terms of scope of the debate participants, we divided the debate into three sessions. The first was on water resources, the second on agriculture and water quality in the context of water quality protection and threats, and the third on trends and challenges set ahead of the water economy in agriculture. During the first session, I had a chance to moderate it. We see the participants. I won't read them out, but in all three sessions, the participants represented all the communities dealing with water, from administration on the national level down to NGOs. So we had a full range of experts speaking about those issues. The second session was moderated by Mr. Tomasz Okruszko, and the third by Professors Anna Januch-Szostak and Zbigniew Kundzewicz. So we had the full set of experts here. These sessions were consecutive, and we were able to observe all the participants of the roundtable. It was both available for the participants here locally as well as online. I start with the first session on the water resources. The context was related to drought and the drought threat. I allowed myself to talk about the main topic of the session, to comment its results. On the slide we have the information on drought in 2013, 2022, and we have the longest period marked red. On the right side we have the distribution of areas, agricultural areas in catchment areas. As you can see, in most cases those areas are the same, they overlap. So the threat of drought and the need for water is extremely important. How would we comment what we have established during the talks, and what are the key recommendations resulting from them? Well, first of all, we're going back to the issue of lack of information, so insufficient data on the needs of agriculture, and it's about the intake values of the irrigation from surface and underwater resources, and the use of water for animal husbandry. There are discrepancies in the data on the water balance, so these problems are very hard to comment, because since we do not have full data, we cannot estimate them appropriately.
The next thing is uncertainty in estimating water needs of agriculture, resulting from discrepancies in resources balancing data and the amount of intake water, which changed in subsequent years. The second reason was the dependence of water intake for irrigation on changing meteorological and soil conditions. That's pretty obvious for us, because these change with time and in different time periods as well. That's why these intakes are different. It is necessary to increase the use of water for irrigation in agricultural crops, also in connection with the expansion of sources for its acquisition, because both surface waters and rainwaters are not enough, because of extending drought moments during vegetation. So the key recommendations are about urgent verification of the systems for controlling water consumption in agriculture and assessment of the estimated needs in this area. And these, first of all, concern methodological and procedural standardization of the consumption control and needs assessment system. The second matter is about institutional cooperation in the field of integration data from various sources. In different industries, the data is divided also from the central statistical office. So there is a certain scope of data that can be indirectly used to estimate these needs. The second thing is to develop the effective monitoring of surface and groundwater abstraction, taking also into account the deficiencies, current gaps in this area. So this monitoring and data processing be relevantly adapted. The third thing is to expand the sources to increase intakes for agricultural irrigation, first of all from groundwater. So this is being tested in Poland. Can we use underground groundwaters more extensively, taking into account what has been mentioned, that we have very scarce water resources, but we have quite a lot of groundwater, especially in the areas where agriculture is very well developed, that is in central Poland. This could be expanded. So now higher consumption of groundwater is in Vistula area rather than Odra, so that will be compensated. Another thing is to use wastewater, reuse wastewater, so supporting the circular economy water and use of nutrients that are included in wastewater. However, that also requires studies and recognizing how we can use what wastewaters and how. But it's worth mentioning that it's a very abundant source. So if we find a way to reuse then we'll significantly extend the sources for water intake for irrigation. As for the second session, agriculture and water quality, our main topic were organic loads discharged from agriculture into the Baltic Sea. So whatever comes from all our catchments all together, when it comes from agriculture, these substances come from fertilizers, both natural and mineral ones. So this also changes. However, there's this belief that most substances related to phosphorus and it's nitrogen come from agriculture. Here, for the Oder and Vistula, the largest catchment, marked in blue, you can see that Oder and nitrogen, it's over 50%, a lot. For Vistula, it's around 50%. The case is similar for phosphorus compounds. Here we have about 50% when you deduce the background, which still contains phosphorus and nitrogen. So this is also changeable, but the commentary is as follows for our findings, that indeed agriculture greatly contributes to 50% of nitrogen and phosphorus discharge to the Baltic Sea. However, a detailed assessment to the impact of agriculture on water quality is hampered by ineffective monitoring and the methods used for this assessment. So again, data. The second key finding was involves the selection of water protection methods and techniques. And here it is crucial to determine the sources and migration paths of biogens and nutrients. That's crucial, and still we haven't identified these in most cases. This confirms the need to verify methods for assessing the impact of agriculture on water quality and to introduce management measures to limit those impacts. So it's just like with the water footprints, how biogens are transported. Then we will be able to identify the sources. The third finding is about the fact that more than half of the country's area is farmed. So this industry employs nearly 2.5 million people, and agricultural production requires water. That's the base of our life. Balancing this activity with water protection requires cooperation between units of 3 ministries. There are no other solutions here, because both sources, water is necessary for life and food is necessary for life, so here we need some kind of understanding. So the key recommendations were as follows: transforming the current monitoring system with a focus on management and extension of the remote monitoring component. So you can say that monitoring, that would be data processing, not only controlling, but also because we monitor, we look at the results, but we don't really know what stems from that. So we need to develop national standards for models and modeling and methods for balancing biogens and obtaining consensus for their implementation also in water protection management. That's the base for us to make any progress in water protection. Then we need to optimize activities protecting water quality in conjunction with search of synergies of impacts. For example, we can allow approximately 4% of land along water courses, creating a pro-ecological buffer strip to transport nutrients towards water ecosystems. That's the base in most countries. So this consent to give up the 4% of agricultural grounds along rivers. We also need to create conditions for systemic dialogues between the ministers of agriculture, climate and environment, and infrastructure and development in water management. So this is what we can do to protect waters from threats resulting from agriculture. As for the third session, that is strengths and challenges, that revolved around the following topics: drought risk reduction, irrigation and equipment for agriculture, land remediation and soil, as well as biodiversity and landscape and European politics and for climate and environment. As you can see, 60% of respondents believe that Polish agriculture should focus more on improving the condition of soil, biodiversity and nature, and it's only 11% of respondents that have the opposite opinion. That's the theory, but when it comes to practice of applying and implementing things, the results would be worse. In this session, the key findings were as follows. The agricultural sector is very much affected by climate change. The average air temperature is rising and the spatial distribution of available water resources is very diverse. We all know that, right? So we could say that we are talking about access to agricultural purposes that must be somehow leveraged between exceptional threats. The surplus of water and shortage of water. So trends of change in the agricultural sectors related to specialization, concentration and intensification of agricultural production entails negative changes in the aquatic environment. That's quite obvious too, but we need to balance these elements. The most serious challenge for agricultural sector in Poland is to reduce the risk of agricultural droughts. Everyone agrees on that. We have three categories of agricultural of drought. We have meteorological, hydrological, and agricultural droughts, which results. This agricultural droughts results from the two previous ones. This requires actions to strengthen the possibility to manage this based on intersectoral cooperation. Quite obvious, right? EU policies, agriculture, environment and climate policies require national implementation support. That's a very responsible thing and a difficult task to formulate and to implement. But without that, we won't progress. So the key recommendations in these sessions were, again, as follows. The threat of water deficit is growing. In order to limit the negative effects of droughts, you should combine precision irrigation with increased water retention in the soil profile. So this is agrotechnical treatment. There were experts in soil that were able to give us some precise information. We need to adapt land improvement facilities to retention and irrigation functions. So we need to change our approach to melioration as such. The potential of local resources should be used. The potential of local communities in management of local resources should be used to support their participation in developing local strategies for sustainable water management for agriculture. Reducing farmers' opposition to European policies, and to do that we need first of all fair distribution of their costs. We all agree with that, and it's very difficult, but we need to incur these costs. That also refers to including environmental services in agricultural revenues. There is no other way, because farmers are going to incur these costs, so we need to compensate for that and limit the protests from farmers when it comes to implementing EU policies. So general conclusions that we developed from all three sessions, they referred to three aspects. It's worth verifying the current approach to staff training, as well as cooperation between the scientific community and the administration, first of all, based on research and study work. Because complex problematic issues and conflicts in the area of water management in agriculture that you can read in our programming document, they require a comprehensive approach. There is no better method than the studies that are continuous studies, long-term studies. So study works verify our approach. They are run in big catchment areas, in big regions. This is why they give us an overview of conditions that is much broader than individual local solutions. The second aspect refers to changing climate and changes in agriculture, which should definitely raise the importance of interministerial arrangements. So we are coming back to institutional cooperation, which in the field of water management should be treated as a priority, a very urgent one. The results should be environmental programs supporting the effectiveness of actions in statutory water management programs, the so-called PGW programs of water management. Until now, they have been rather declarative. They give certain recommendations about activities, but their implementation has to be supported with specific implementation programs. Such an environmental program needs to prioritize different methods, indicate certain methods and areas where interventions are most urgent. So these must be executive programs. Cooperation between professional communities and ministries is necessary in the area and to maintain the continuity of information resources. Again, data. We all know it's not very good. It's about verifying databases, their accessibility and scope of data. That is the base for taking any actions, but first of all, for management actions that were mentioned before, that were identified as the most urgent ones. Thus, this aspect is of a key. As for the final conclusion, which is very important here, it combines agricultural areas with urban areas through both environmental, also through environmental conditions. So in the summary of the fourth session, Professor Jerzy Hausner made the expected and the practical outcome of the discussion and the recommendations formulated based on from institutional on its basis from institutional agency. These form a new cognitive perspective on the effects of the deliberations. So we have the food policy, and these two elements are combined by environment. So if we look at this perspective from how these areas overlap, agricultural areas and areas that are traditionally treated totally different, agriculture, rural and urban areas, they start to overlap. Soon we are going to have a discussion with representatives from cities. We'll find out about cities' perspective, and more often we have a situation that cities try to shorten the supply chain for the cities and use their own areas to produce food, for example, through city allotments, but not only. So to combine it within the framework of food environment territorial development to raise this food efficiency as such that is used within the cities. We combine it through environment. We just mentioned water footprint, and we have a situation that when we develop urban agriculture to a certain extent, because it's limited. We also support evaporation from plants and use of rainwater, so we affect very positively the green water footprint. So there is this relationship, there is this link with environmental policy. But the whole process, when you look at the process of overlapping these areas, it also affects our imagination and raising social awareness that environmental elements and natural elements are very important. Society tends to notice that, but these processes strengthen this element even more.
To be able to run such actions from this perspective, it is quite important of an element conditioning the development in this direction. It's the level of responsibility at the level of the Ministry of Agriculture as well as the environmental protection and agriculture, as well as territorial self-government. So they have the fourth aspect responsible for the regional and local development. Professor would like to see an evolution here, because even if the current institutional system does not fully fulfill our expectations, we need to search for repair of this institutional arrangement to have effective solutions. So this is a great challenge to all communities, and this is a call for cooperation that is going to strengthen this potential and solve a series of problems, regardless of searching for another solution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Tomaszu Kruszko, ja serdecznie zapraszam laureatów
I would like to ask the laureates to take their seats, the main laureates, if I may.
Bardzo proszę. Śmiało, los laureata jest trudny czasami, bo potem pytania są inne rzeczy, ale będzie dobrze.
Destiny of the laureate is quite difficult.
Ja może tytułem wstępu, kiedy
as a introduction, I'd like to mention three things. First is that the document that we've created here was created thanks to the friendliness of the Warsaw University, and we know that what we've delivered and what is presented here now brings a lot of input from Professor Nachlik, so you have a personalized touch, and it makes this document worth reading. Second thing, we've mentioned the
Ja nie wiem, czy Państwo zadawaliście sobie pytanie,
other part of this water balance that we're learning about in the primary school. On average, we have
50 kilometrów sześciennych. Odpływa rzekami.
50 cubic kilometers of water. 50 flows down the river, about 50 goes to groundwaters and renews them, and about 140 cubic kilometers evaporate. So if we're talking about the middle climate ranges, where the green area is, as we see, we're talking about the upper part of water that is supplying it. It's about 140 cubic kilometers that evaporates. So we're talking about the main part, and the smaller part is being completed by what is going on now. And now going over to questions and comments, we had a very strongly underlined axis of water and agriculture. It's about quantity and quality, and it's about two time horizons for today and the future. Now, as for today, we still struggle with drought and the losses in agriculture related to drought, and we don't do much about it except for intense agriculture like vegetable and garden agriculture, and then we have the broader time horizon once we know that the agriculture will want to get more access to water. This will change the rules of play, because the agriculture will take a lot of water, won't bring anything back to the network, because this is its nature. On the other hand, the intensification of agriculture can influence the quality of water in terms of threats. Now, I have a question to the laureates. This could be a nice reflection concerning two areas, the qualitative and quantitative. When looking at the city and urban and suburban areas, we can see that the agriculture consumes more water, also those and the allotments, whether they use the tap water or their own gathered water. Then we have the qualitative context, is their influence visible when we're talking about the waters that you have at your disposal. So please speak freely to answer this question. Well, these are very much interrelated topics. We know that water circulates and it's not dropping from nowhere. We had a chance as a partner to participate in many researches concerning the catchment area, covering many stakeholders, and it was run by SGGW University in Warsaw. We have created a water balance of the whole migration of the biogens in the catchment area, and we cannot hide that the agriculture is the biggest supplier of biogens to the reservoirs. And so you can see that especially on the area where I live and work, and this is the central Pomerania, we are dealing with hydrological drought, and there are many areas that are threatened by that. They rescue themselves in different ways. Also, sometimes groundwater is used for watering, and this actually makes us worried because they use the same water reservoirs as we, so the balance of water is extremely important. So we participate in this program as a promoter of solutions, because both the biogenic substances and huge water resources that are not purified and not far from the agricultural land are elements that can be used to significantly improve the balance, and such simulation was conducted, and it influences the load of water added to the Słupia River significantly. Now, looking at the approach to the regenerative theory of cities and agriculture or other aspects related to water regaining process and the sewage water directive, we should be perceived as a very interesting industry to use the potential for water production. Now, thank you very much. As far as I know, the Słupski Waterworks is an absolute leader of water recovery in agriculture, self-recovery, and this is a very difficult path that does not allow such activities, but great respect for you for a very well created system of recovery of the carbon and other nutrients back to the soil, and this is happening in Słupsk. I represent Augustów. So, two sentences as a background. Augustów in its administrative borders has 26% of lakes. We have 7 lakes, 2 rivers, 2 channels, so they are easy to mention, and 35% of forests, and so the lakes play a very important role in the functioning of the city, and the city of Augustów is one of the 139 cities that prepares to apply for the Swiss funds. The projects should be of general nature, and they should improve the life standard of inhabitants, but it is not possible to judge the level of quality of life without the Augustowskie lakes. We observe the drop in oxidation of water in those lakes. So I started being more interested in the assessment of the state, and I thought of started thinking whether it is a result of hidden wells or agricultural areas, and we don't have that many in the vicinity. When applying for Norwegian funds, we started to analyze the state. We started taking samples from our lakes, especially from Necka, Białe and Rozpuda, and we have achieved very high results. I don't remember the name of the scientist who helped us here, and the level of phosphorus and nitrogen was very high. We started thinking whether it's not the influence of the agriculture that is washing off the fertilizers from our fields. I don't mention those Swiss funds by accident, because one of the elements that we want to propose is the system of monitoring of the water quality in our lakes.
So, quite near Augustów in Suwałki, there was a very interesting startup that was created. It's called Waterly, and they are producers of a very interesting solution. They make measurement buoys that monitor water. When I discussed with the president of the startup, so I found out that it's a very interesting solution because it remotely transfers the results to the computer, the readings from these measurement buoys. You can have several of them. I discussed 5 to have them installed in Augustów in 5 key points. So the startup keeps on working on expanding the amount of factors, of indicators the measurement buoy is going to measure. So this solution is very interesting and innovatory. It's very well thought over. Also when it comes to technology. In Augustów, in northern and east northern Poland, we have very low temperatures. We have ice on lakes, and the buoys are very resistant. They can be even squeezed with ice. So we have these buoys installed. We want to have these buoys installed in several places in Augustów to find out if you can see the effect of artificial fertilizers from, I don't know if it is from the fields or maybe coming from humans. And the second thing is that in Augustów water is very important. We do our best to clean surfaces from concrete. We also encourage our inhabitants to change their old coal stoves to more ecological, environmentally friendly. Better sources of heating. It was called Augustów. Now we wanted to Aqua Augustów to encourage inhabitants to collect water, to store it. We want to educate people that it's worth to reuse it, store it, use it for watering plants rather than discharging it to our channels, lakes or rivers. Just get rid of it. So we've got a place that is important for Augustów, which is often flooded. So we want to have big retention reservoirs built there. And first of all, we want our inhabitants to know where and how rainwater works. This is why we want to use Norwegian funds to simulate with precipitation places that are prone to flooding. We have already diagnosed those places, but without an exact digital model we won't be able to do that. We finished this project for 2 For 2 estates, we want to make it for the entire city, town. From we want it's worthwhile to look at biebrzańskie marshlands, so dry marshlands are also a rich source of nitrogen and phosphorus, so maybe we could install buoys out there to check how it works. So not everything comes from agriculture. When different areas such as Augustów have so many different roles, we have leisure, lakes, tourism, and lakes are very important for local economy. Again, it was related and compared to biebrzańskie marshes.
Tak jest. Mam zaszczyt reprezentować Bydgoszcz i może od tej tematyki...
So it's worth to mention it. So I represent Bydgoszcz. Tourists love lakes, but I also love rivers. So we've been involved in a project in cooperation with associations, inhabitants, NGOs to revitalize parts of boulevards along rivers, and we built one of the most beautiful fountains in Old Forno, so-called, and recreational areas got a new face. Inhabitants come there willingly, and there are several urban events organized there. This rehabilitation is continued. We want to encourage inhabitants to return to riverbanks, and we see it works. When I observe policy related to rainwater management, Bydgoszcz had a very important project that was closed last year. Unfortunately, it's congested our city a bit because we built 100 different objects, including reservoirs, both in the streets. We also had canals built and run along streets and different squares. So it was a very successful project. Now we have another agreement that we signed from money we received from our region, from Phoenix program, 260 million Polish zloty to extend the program related to acquiring storm waters. And we're about to start feeding parks with the water, with storm water we are going to recover. So we are pioneering here. We have 4 schools where we'll use the rain and storm water to water school gardens cultivated by students. We'll also feed fountains, car washes, and even for cleaning streets. There are many ideas how to reuse rainwater that we are going to collect. So we are going to get the largest subsidy in the country for these projects, and next year we are starting to implement it. We all have all projects, we all have all building permissions. Again, we'll congest the city, but the results are really amazing. And when there was the most recent rain, there was no flooding in the city, so inhabitants were happy. Let me just add that in the neighborhood of Bydgoszcz we have some reservoirs and some water management near Noteć, which is a new place for watering and innovative solutions as for controlling drainage systems. So, an excellent example. Water is precious, time is precious, and we give organizers 5 minutes in bonus. So thank you very much for taking part in our session. Thank you.
szanowni państwo, bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this discussion.
Teraz
Now,
kolejny element sesji.
we have another element in our plenary session because we're still doing that.
Akord drugiego dnia naszego
A
kongresu.
very strong element of our second day of the Congress. Now we are going to listen to the following speech, EU funds versus water and sewage industry. So I'd like to welcome on stage Robert Garda, Deputy Chairman of the Board for the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. Now we are going to find out how we can use EU funds to support water and sewage industry. So the stage is yours, Mr. Robert Garda.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Dziękuję za udzielenie mi głosu.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm happy to be here. I wanted to confirm that, yes, indeed, I signed the agreement for Bydgoszcz itself for 160 million zlotys. I'm happy that the city is growing. That's
Uznawać
real
to miasto, więc bardzo się cieszę, że
pearl in the crown of our Polish cities.
chciałbym się zwrócić do Augustowa.
So I'd like to address Augustów. I'll also mention some programs addressed to you, and I hope you'll be able to use these because there are quite a lot of EU funds allocated to such activities. As for general information and the newest Phoenix perspective, we've got a bit more funding than in the previous perspective.
Typową gospodarkę.
Unfortunately for typical water and sewage management, it's less, but it's because
warunki unijne, co spowodowało,
of the new perspective. So EU
potrzeba aż tak dużo tych środków, no i niestety ta jest dużo mniejsza.
EU officials stated that the situation improved so significantly that they allocated less.
Alokacji, ale co bardzo
But what makes us very happy, there is a huge increase in adapting for climate changing for all activities related to droughts, floods, so much more money for that purposes.
tak jak wspominałem, wsparcie do
As I mentioned, support for adaptation to climate changes, we have several perspectives: water and sewage management 1.03, 1.02 adaptation of urban areas to climate change action, 2.5 water for consumption, 2.04 adaptation for climate change prevention of disasters and catastrophes, and 2.02 adaptation to climate change. When it comes for water and sewage management, now we have 1,050 million euro. Beneficiaries are local government units and water and sewage companies, municipal companies. The first call for proposals has already been opened, and we had 1,300 billion zloty. And we had lots of applications. That was the first call, and we have next calls upcoming. In this case, for the types of projects, we have comprehensive project management located in agglomerations included in the KPOK, the scope of which includes construction, expansion and modernization of municipal sewage treatment plants and building sewage and sewage infrastructure. Then we have adaptation of urban areas to climate changes and 560 million euro. So we fit it exactly. We are now signing agreements for this, and Bydgoszcz received from this allocation 160 million. And here we have middle-sized cities. And here you can read what kind of activities are included: construction of storm sewer networks. These should be very complex projects, because it's not only for rainwater, but when this is combined with the blue and green infrastructure contributing to the drainage and retention and reuse of rainwater, you get a higher score. And apart from that, apart from rainwater storage, you can green water reservoirs, renaturalize them, and do whatever Bydgoszcz is doing now. As for middle cities from 20 to 100 inhabitants, or here allocation is 1,400 million euro. We have different institutions that are included in this program: Ministry of Infrastructure, Water, Polish Waters, Polish Forests, and several others. So there is a big support from these institutions. We mentioned about Biebrza marshlands, so lots of money allocated there to renaturalize this area. What is important, a lot of support, nearly 80% subsidy of eligible expenses. Types of projects that are included, as you can see, support for sustainable rainwater management systems with the use of greenery, green-blue infrastructure solutions based on nature. We have also adaptation plan development, because there are cities that would like to do that, but they have no money to present documents. And also in this case, we can support them in preparing them, supporting small retention. So this is what we mentioned: renaturalization of transformed water courses and areas dependent on water, construction, reconstruction, and renovation of water facilities. And now situations that has become after floods. On the 30th of September, we made this call for tenders and maritime Institute to run several different projects for sluices, dams, and others, building new reservoirs. So there are also funds and projects for developing environmental forecasting and warning systems when we are dealing illegal sewage connections. We have the same problems along our rivers. Odra, unfortunately, the golden algae. So we prepared monitoring systems using these funds as well. So increased environment monitoring. We have 3 institutions cooperating there in this respect. And this is something that worries me most when I move to the fund. So potable water, drinkable water, we only have 180 million euros. That results from the reports we presented. We had allocation for 30 million. We had calls and applications for 300 million euros. So the demand is huge. And here, the all allocation we want to dedicate for the fiscal. We are also discussing with the EU to shift some of the funds to drinkable water, because we realize that the need for consumption is the highest here. So in this one call, we want to take over the whole allocation from Phoenix to the nearest years up to 2029. So something needs to be done to support our companies. Types of projects, I'm not going to list it, because I realize these are modernization of supply networks, water treatment plants. This perspective has been already closed.
And this is a very important part, the activities of European Union for the Eastern Poland. We support this region because we are aware that there are huge problems they are struggling with, and the subsidy is much bigger. It's 85% of qualified expenses as a subsidy, and the other part can be used as a loan granted by the national Environmental Protection Fund, and the beneficiaries are small and medium-sized cities losing their economic function, and with the marginalized counties between about 20 to 100,000 inhabitants, as well as half from the eastern Poland region. These are types of projects. The first one has already been announced, the second will be announced soon. Unfortunately, less applications were submitted than the allocation has included, so after the last tough season for our countries, the interest in those activities has increased enormously, and we can see that the preparation of the applications there will be many more applications for the next period. What is the level of usage of competitive plans in the future? This is how it has been used. This is 1,300,000,000. Almost all agreements have been signed. The revitalization of urbanized area also almost 500 million. That's also maximum. Then management of rainwater for in smaller cities, the interest was less, but now it's growing. Now the actions towards preparation of plans, we have 10 million used, and the usage level is 25%, but the counties municipalities are more interested in that, and the drinkable water is almost 300 million, and this is quite a big problem. The Eastern Poland also less usage, but definitely the interest will grow. These are planned competitive applications. As I mentioned, the first intake was supposed to be started for the water and sewage water treatment in December, but the requirements we've set, I'm talking about the density coefficient 120, which is not possible to be implemented now because most of the agglomerations has already exceeded this, so we should go down. We are now negotiating with Polish Waters to get down with the indicator to about 80, and this means that more cities could join the program. And so we decided to shift this draft from December to January and to prolong it from January to the mid of February, and I hope that will convince the Polish Waters that the economic issues should not be prevalent, and we know that we need to fulfill the directive's requirements, and without the support of the smaller cities with less density, it's going to be more problematic. As for the adaptation for urbanized areas, on the 30th of October we start with the next 500 million, and for the city of Warsaw, this draft will start in March, and we start working on the projects from the 29th of March, and we'd like to make it easy. There will be a next reception period for the applications, and we'll definitely be supporting you quite frequently. Now, as for Eastern Poland, we've started the next application period on the 30th of September. It will last until January, so please join. Now, the non-competitive applications. In the first edition, we had 1.1 billion worth applications, and then for the National Forests we used the whole allocation of 514 million, and in terms of the revitalization of transformed water courses and water-dependent areas. There were no applications granted yet, and then we start the next one for the construction, reconstruction, and renovation of water facilities. No applications were submitted yet here. Now the summary of non-competitive summary of non-competitive calls. Jointly, the applications received amount to 175 million. And in the second part, the development and updating of strategic and planning documents, and then the rescue systems. The one fire department unit has submitted one application for 93 million, so the allocation has not been used. In the action 2.9, 76 million, so the main inspectorate of environmental protection and National Geological Institute applied. And in case of the monitoring of nature, air and noise, no application was received. One should be received in the next period. So jointly, the financing was 9.6 billion. What's also very important, but less competitive, the financing from the national resources. We have the priority program, water and wastewater management in agglomerations, and the priority adaptation to climate change, as well as priority program My Water. In here we only have loans available, and we have prepared the same activities as in Phoenix. For these programs we have 3.8 million zloty, and the interest rates are very favorable. However, we can not give too much, but we can have divide this investment into stages. Each time granting 3 million, the program will run until 2029. And I also tell you why loans. Previously, the national funds have been giving more grants for national programs, but since 2018 we have the special law of the Prime Minister Morawiecki that is actually looting the national fund. We do not agree with that. It goes for road construction, and we ask ourselves a question: what does street construction have to do with environmental protection? So we directed a question to the Minister of Infrastructure, to the Prime Minister, and to the Minister of National Funds, not to use these resources from that fund, because this would grant us more resources, but the flood has caused so growth of needs for road reconstruction that this year we probably won't make it, but we'll be able to regain about 50% of this amount. That will increase the grants for cities and big enterprises. The adaptation to climate change. Previous sections I've indicated in Phoenix. This is that program now, because we have a huge allocation there, and we'll be definitely using those resources. So I wouldn't even like to encourage the beneficiaries to use national resources. And then the last program, My Water, that was a program that was directed strictly to the inhabitants. In here there were small water ponds and water reservoirs built. About 95,000 applications were submitted, 97 agreements were signed, and currently we have settled about 40,000 agreements, and we'll try to reopen this program to support what the mayor of Augustów has mentioned, so that inhabitants could create their own ponds. In here we have the full information. If anybody is interested in the full program, all can be found here under this email. You can also ask questions, submit questions. If you have any questions now, I'm with you at 2 p.m. Afterwards, I'll have to go back to Warsaw. So thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za
Thank you very much.
Teraz przed nami
Now
kolejny
we have the next voice to be heard. It is on the project of Rakutowskie swamps. We'll be talking about the cooperation with the bank and the NGO for the swamps, wet areas and biodiversity. And Barbara Binczak, the principal expert ESG investor in ING Bank Śląski, and Magdalena Zadrąg, who's the head of the WWF Poland Foundation. The floor is yours, ladies and gentlemen.
Halo, halo, o, działa świetnie.
Good, I see it works. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As announced, my name is Dagmara Binczak and I represent ING Bank Śląski, and together with my colleague from WWF will tell you about this project. My name is Magdalena Zadrąg and I represent the foundation WWF Poland. As you can read, we'll be talking about the project initiated by NGO and co-financed by a private company. So, in reality, we'll be able to talk about other sources of financing. Our project
nie dzieje się w mieście, tak
is not located in the city
dotyczy
or in cities this conference is about, but as mentioned today, all the ecosystems are interconnected, so
nasz projekt może mieć
also our project can influence the protection of the cities.
Tutaj wrzuciłyśmy takie pytanie w prezentację.
Why wetlands? I don't know whether we need to explain why wetlands are important. They have a really bad PR. We are mostly dealing with turf wetlands, and they are very often called swamps and other negative names or marshes. And the biodiversity that appeared is also a buzzword, a bit more too often in different strategies and missions. And last week, WWF Poland has issued, together with WWF Living Planet report for the next time. This is a report that is being published every second year, and the next time we see a drop in the Living Planet Index. This is the index of the living planet that is calculated as an average drop of known and researched populations of vertebrate since the 90s. I don't know what would be shown if we consider also other animals, but this data would probably be more critical. We also know what this report indicates. The main reason for the loss of those species and the biodiversity in general is climate change. And this drop in biodiversity is directly interrelated with each other. The turf lands, because this is the wetland we're dealing with in our project, are very important for the biodiversity and for the climate. And this is very important if the turfland is well hydrated, the plants take the carbon from the atmosphere and store it in their tissues, and they are then accumulated in turf. This carbon is then retained there, and if this water flows away from the peatland through drying, those marshes and turf and peatlands in the 19th and 20th century, because we have dried about 90% of our wetlands. Then it releases the carbon dioxide, and the wetlands are not our ally, and they can even emit this carbon dioxide. Now, the economical aspects and the ecosystem services and value, as well as what do they have, thus biodiversity have to do with our well-being. In here you can see something that is not seen very often, the goals of the sustainable development, and they are not made equal. What does it mean? It means that our functioning of people, both in economic and social aspect, is conditioned by a healthy and well-functioning biosphere. Professor Nachlik has mentioned agriculture and how much the agriculture is dependent on water. We talked about water purification and about the buffer zones, because this is what we are talking about today. And Professor Okruszko has also mentioned how important it is to use the wetlands. So the wetlands are responsible for those four important DGs that are conditioning further support of the sustainable development. What does it mean in numbers? Magda has quoted two difficult numbers. This is 73% the loss of biodiversity, and 90% is about how many wetlands were dried in Poland. What does it mean in numbers? If nothing will be done about this, if we won't be active in both those areas, this is going to cost us a lot. According to Deloitte, we can lose as a national economy about $10 billion. If nothing is going to be done about the loss of biodiversity until 2050. Similarly, when talking about the value of ecosystem services provided by wetlands, these amounts are even higher. Each and every year, the wetlands generate $47 billion in ecosystemic services. This is all accountable. This is also determining the efficiency of the economy and agriculture, and through that our quality of life. When talking about our project, this is a project that is implemented in Błota Rakutowska. This is in central Poland. The goal of the project is to protect and recreate the four species of waters. These are the four species shown on the right side, and these are the four species mentioned by the speaker. These are the four endangered species. The main goal is the improvement of their protection and the protection of the nesting grounds, and this project would also contribute to the protection of other bird species and of one of the amphibian. This is going to be implemented according to the ESG taxonomy rules, and this project will also protect the climate, because long term we plan to water this area, but as a part of the first phase we'll be recreating the habitats by removal of trees and bushes, because the auto respiration is one of the big and important elements of the water balance of a particular area. The emissions caused by the agricultural areas in peatlands drained before are about 10% of all emissions of the energy and industry sector. So this is quite a huge input. The conference is also about quality of life, so I'll mention what are the local profits of the local communities from our project. So directly the farmers can take advantage of the sales of the unused land. They have it because they have inherited from their grandparents or from somebody else, but these are wetlands hard to farm and very often useless. And at the same time, these are ecosystem services that such a habitat can offer. This will improve the quality of water. This can also prevent water poisoning, reduction of flood risk and heat waves, improvement and maintenance of good soil quality, as well as education and recreation. But because you can, for example, watch birds there that we protect.
We mentioned taxonomy before, which is a key from this perspective how this project is structured. Taxonomy, let's start from asking you, who has heard about taxonomy or knows European taxonomy? Okay, some hands went up. So I'll tell you very briefly, that's a common dictionary of sustainable vocabulary telling what activities supporting one of the 6 sustainable activities can be classified as taxonomic. To be taxonomic, something needs to significantly, that's very important, significantly support one of the objectives. Objective implementation is defined by one of the types of activity, including protection and recreation of habitats. And this is what our project bases on. The second criterion is do not significant harm. So if one of the 6 objectives, the project supports one of the 6 projects cannot harm other ones. The last comply with minimum safeguards. So within the whole value chain of the projects, human rights needs to be observed very briefly. And moving on. So what is the structure of our project? So the project is carried out by WWF Poland and the Alauda Environmental Association. That's a local association operating in the area since 2013. Ourselves, as the ING Bank, we transferred to WWF Poland substantial donation amounting to 1.5 million Poland to support. So we don't have in our bank employees with environmental education, so we needed some support here for taxonomical purposes. There are no hard data how much specific birds need to start nesting in a given area. Fortunately, the EU, the lawmaker, is aware that birds and other species are not good KPIs, so there is this expert criteria that was implemented. In other words, in the structure of such projects, there needs to be a role for an independent certifying entity. So even though we fully believe in the competences of our WWF colleagues according to this taxonomy criteria, we wanted and needed to employ the third partner apart from Alauda, that is Grid Warszawa, which developed principles to carry out this problem together with other partners to make it fully taxonomic. And on our behalf, this partner will be responsible for monitoring project results. Okay, I don't want it to be so serious, so see how it looks, what it looks like in practice. We've visited the project several times, so we've cooperated actively, not only based on taxonomic documents, but we've also saw what is happening there. I really encourage you to take up similar projects as companies employ NGOs, scientists to take part in projects that protect water and habitat. I'll tell you about the tasks that we have in this project. Objectives. So far, these are all planned actions that have already been initiated, but we still don't have results because we have just launched our project quite recently. The first group is rebuying lands. We are buying lands from people who want to sell them, mostly from farmers or people who inherited lands from farmers. The second group of inhabitants is recreating an open landscape. We cut out trees or bushes. We also cut the grass and breed Polish horses there. The third is required in all programs. We monitor our activities. Here, in this case, we monitor migrating birds, nesting birds and amphibians, and activities related directly to protecting nesting. So we want to make fences against all predators because foxes are very dangerous and some rodents are very dangerous for these birds. So these are the birds. Alanda has been monitoring the population of these birds for over 10 years, and we can see that for Varnellus in 2013 we had 5 couples, and we have 20 couples in 2023, similar for other species. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a very brief summary. First of all, I really encourage you to get involved in activities to protect the environment and be active also in the cities based on taxonomy. This criteria of significant input is very well done, and this was done in this very project. Moving on, it's been a pioneering partnership of 3 NGOs and a commercial bank for a common objective. We see in this project a certain innovation, and we are paving the path here, so I encourage you to discuss that further during the break. And our second mission, apart from birds and improving water conditions, is also education related to both environments, so the role of marshes, wetlands, ecosystem services, and information about biodiversity laws, and first and foremost how to do valuable projects. So I really encourage you to talk, to cooperate. Let's do things together to protect wetlands and marshes.
O, właśnie. Super. Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy za uwagę.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, ladies. Now let me remind you that we are encouraging you to have a look at the 2 exhibitions we have here on site in Wrocław Technical University. Art for Rivers, River for Arts, organized by the Sisters of River Collective, and the exhibition at the beginning there was the rain. So this exhibition is organized by Sztuka Centrala and the National Center of Culture. So visit our Open Eyes economy stall, where you can see several books. So we have a break in a moment, so it's a good chance to have a look at the stalls and exhibition. So I'm seeing you again at 11:30.
Czy Europa może nadal wierzyć, że sprosta konkurencji Chin? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych. 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit. Czy Europa to nadal bezpieczna przystań w świecie targanym kryzysami? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, so we are coming back after the break to the 6th International Congress City Water Quality of Life. Let me remind me that the Congress is organized by the City of Wrocław and Open Eyes Economy Summit.
Politechnika.
And there are several
Convention Bureau we Wrocławiu.
partners,
Partnerem wydarzenia jest ING.
and including ING Poland. Now, I'd like to invite you to urban and suburban agriculture, a new stakeholder in water management in the city. So we are going to have a speech by Beata Gawryszewska from the School of Agriculture, Warsaw University of Life Sciences from Warsaw. Welcome everyone.
Slajdy tutaj. Proszę Państwa, kiedy profesor Tomasz...
Where Professor Tomasz Okruszko, my pro-rector, asked me and invited me to participate in this wonderful event.
Nie odmówiłam.
I just couldn't refuse. But then I sat silently in the corner, and I started to wonder what I'm going to tell to all those people if we know so little. I'm a landscape architect, so we cooperate with local local organizations. I'm responsible for thousands of students, and the phenomenon of urban gardening is still surprising me and puts new challenges. So I decided to show you a very brief typology and draw your attention to what we should and what we shouldn't do, what challenges we have because of the very special nature of this phenomenon of city activism that urban gardening and agriculture is. And we've been dealing with that at least from the mid of the 19th century. But I'm not going to talk about that distance past. The need to grow food, the need of culture, cultivating, comes from crises very often. Here you can see an iconic image. This is a photo took in Berlin in 1948, presenting a vegetable garden along the street and the tramway. On the other side, also a very dramatic photo, one of the gardens, which was set up by a non-governmental organization called Amera in the Gaza zone, within the project to improve the quality of life of people living there. NGO were proud that particular attention in these difficult conditions. These were rooftop gardens. So the biggest problem was where to take water from, how to show inhabitants good practices from storing and reusing water for cultivating plants. As you may guess, this ambitious project is no longer existent. Another slide. I wanted to delete it, but there it is. That's yes, another way of doing vegetable gardens. Virloin at Loire, a strictly decorative vegetable garden. You may imagine how much water is required to cultivate a garden like this. We would get a real headache if we found out how much. A totally different approach you can see here. Again, the crisis times. So these are agricultural gardens in Havana, in Cuba, which are watered. When there is this huge water crisis we've been dealing with in the world, it is very difficult to assess what are the benefits and drawbacks of this particular solution and water management. But there is one basic advantage. I've recently read a study about British allotments.
Tutaj jeden, dwa slajdy będą. Autor tego opracowania powiedział,
and the author of this study
jest raczej kwestią
said that it's rather a matter of independence, digging in soil in your own garden. That's more this pursuit of this independence than a need to produce a specific amount of food.
Detroit.
So this is Detroit. A lot has been said about this phenomenon of Detroit. I also consulted this even this morning by the breakfast with one of our next speakers.
Potwierdziło się to, co od XIX
and it confirms what has been the base of urban gardening.
Zabieg oddawania z powrotem miasta pod
so this idea of giving back lands in the city to gardening and food cultivation is more social gardening than agriculture, farming itself. When we have a social crisis, we try to improve the quality of life of the people who live in a given area. How we can do that? How does this kind of project contribute to this life improvement? There have been very extensive scientific studies and articles written over the last 20-25 years on the fact that the first benefit from having a garden and being involved in this kind of activity, in this kind of initiative, gardeners, especially new gardeners, be it young or old, everyone mentions the same thing: being together, having the sense of community, having the sense of being needed, a certain empowerment. It's not about having a carrot or herbs or a pumpkin for Halloween. What is more, this activity that you are looking at, this is a city farm in Detroit. Detroit is an abandoned city where only people with very limited financial and general resources stayed.
W zasadzie w całości nadające się do rewitalizacji.
This city could be entirely regenerated, and this place was created top down, meaning that the city authorities decided to allocate funds to create such gardens. In most cases,
czynienia z rewitalizacją obszarami dysfunkcyjnymi.
This is the case mostly when we have some degeneration of a city. So this is a photo of allotments from Hamburg, a very luxurious, you could say, allotment gardens, mostly recreational. Have a look how much water is required to cultivate it. A huge amount. But we also have this type of allotments. These are allotments in Lisbon. And this initiative was also an action that aimed at social gardening,
towarzyszył
rehabilitation, reurbanization, and it included some trainings to make the gardeners aware where they can take water from if it's not there. If you have a look here, there are no wells here. No water is transported there. Like in Warsaw or in Poznań, you have tankers transporting water to city allotments. No, you have to manage in a different way. And you need knowledge to know how to do that. And it's us to provide this knowledge. In a moment, I'm going to tell you a bit more about that, but I'd like to debunk this myth that allotments were made in France, then in the UK, then in Warsaw, just to improve living conditions of poor families. Reverend Woroniecki, one of main activists from the interwar period of 20 years, he said,
nie zapisywaliby lekarze niczego innego przeciw alkoholizmowi.
The doctors shouldn't prescribe anything else for tuberculosis or alcoholism if they could prescribe an allotment. So it doesn't really matter how much we produce and what we produce. It's not the production that matters in these gardens, and I think that it's good news for those who are worried how to supply water to this new city trend. Well, as you can see, it's not that new at all. Because city gardens have been with us for quite a long time. That's a very nice example, one of the last from me. That's the center of Warsaw, several hundred meters from Prime Minister's headquarters, several hundred meters away from the Parliament building, and we have the NGO's Republic of People's Republic, so to say. That's a place that we could defend. The activists were able to defend it because it was to be sold. The city decided to sell it to develop some new estate. And this place miraculously was preserved in the center of Warsaw and survived. And look, these people ask me, a scientist, what kind of plants they need to plant and in what sequence to use the lowest possible amount of water, to use the scarce resource that sometimes is there. There is too much water in spring, but they want to keep the garden alive when there is not enough water later on. So these are challenges that we will need to face in the future. So just two more words about the new aesthetics of a garden. When people ask me, or my students ask me, what is that you plant now in gardening?
We wear what's good, what's necessary. We use what's good for the landscape according to the Peter's concept. So this is something that is useful, that is proper in a particular moment. So gathering water, rainwater, is definitely what is well received. And the aesthetics of the garden, of its design, it's also the thing that is very popular now in landscape architecture. Thank you very much.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy pani profesor za to.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this voice. And now we go over to the conclusions drawn from the 30 years of water management for climate resilience in the Netherlands in 2050.
Już za chwilę przy mównicy pan
We'll welcome Mr. Floris Bogart, who represents Deltarest. It is going to be a 15-minute long lecture. Mr. Bogart, the floor is yours.
So thank you for having me here, all the way from the Netherlands, as you heard. So I do have to catch a plane, so I will go fast through this, actually in 2 hours. So let me see if this all works. Yes. So, very brief introduction. I'm a professor at Groningen, which is in the northeast of the Netherlands. I'm also a researcher at Deltarest, you might know, doing a lot of projects around the world. And one thing all these positions have in common, I come from the Netherlands, and we have a large part of the Netherlands below sea level. So water is quite important in our job, of course, and everywhere around the world. There were great examples already from the Netherlands by Frank from Arcades yesterday. Really loved that. So I will focus on a bit of a different topic, which is more the blue-green infrastructure in the Netherlands. And to give you the conclusion, I've been here already on Monday, and I walked around in your beautiful city, and I mapped over 40 interesting points that have to do with the city, making it into a sponge, making it into a heat stress-less city with a lot of fountains and green facades and green walls, but also letting water infiltrate in the ground. And it's quite easy to do. I did this in 1 day, as you can see. And these are some pictures, of course, that you all know, but I will take them home and show them to a lot of people that here in this beautiful city, there's a lot to see. Most of my work is in Gdansk when I work in Poland, but really I will take this as an invitation to work more with you, and I will run off, as I already said, to the airport, but please contact me if you want to know more. Well, just to give you a bit of a history where I'm asked for in the Netherlands, how did we do that with blue-green in our cities, which is evenly important to get those sponge in the cities because we don't overload our rivers. So I just give you some of the answers. When did it start? Where is it? What kind of measures did we implement? How much did it cost? So I just brush through it like a book, so you can see a lot of pictures that speak for themselves. This is the city of Amsterdam, our capital. On the left, major floodings, and on the right, the implementation of green infrastructure. Losing parking spaces, as you can see, it's the same street on the same picture, and of course that's not a popular measure. But if we can do it in Amsterdam, you can do it everywhere, so to say. So just a bit of the history. It started about 25 years ago. We implemented bioswales, wadis as we call them in the Netherlands. Of course, there was a lot of discussion about will we get more mosquitoes? Will our children drown? All of these aspects were tackled by research in the years after by organizations like RioNet and STOA, which came across the Netherlands. And now every municipality in the Netherlands have several swales, bioswales, so to say. We even have a street, we call it Wadi. We have a Wadi street, for example. And it's translated in a lot of languages. So how do I know where all these swales or rain gardens or green facades or rain gardens are? Well, there are a lot of tools that you can use. There are a lot of platforms for climate adaptation. One thing that I was part of is ClimateScan, because it ticks a lot of boxes. Basically, the box that might be the most interest is the one that you can participate yourself. You can put projects on that map, as I did for this beautiful city. So there are problem areas on climatescan.org. There are a lot of solutions, more than 100 types, that you can use in all the cities around the world, of course, and we're doing to upscale that. And just a brief overview what the Climate Scan actually is. It's a database with over 17,000 projects. About 8,000 are Dutch, because that's where it originated, so we can make calculations and make beautiful analyses of what researchers do, and I will show you some of that. There are more than 2,500 registered users that actually upload these projects, so there's a lot of participation and climate action, which is really important on this topic. It's open source, it's citizen science, it's what you want it to be, and it's really about different challenges that we have in the urban spaces. So what you can see if you go to Climate Scan, you can see that Europe has a lot of projects, also Poland, of course, and after Monday even more. This is not updated, and you can see that there are a lot of bioinfiltration facilities being implemented around the world, challenges as water or heat. So you can choose in the legend and push that to get your projects that you will find very interesting. And of course, around the world, we have different definitions, we have different measures, and that makes it interesting. Because we can exchange that knowledge. As you can see here, there are floatlands in the canals of Amsterdam. There are water squares that are lower and can store over 1,000 cubic meters of water when it rains. Permeable pavement, as you know, here as well. I saw a lot of implementations, and also bioswales, as the videos indicate here. So there are over 100 types of different green infrastructure and gray or hybrid infrastructure that you can implement, as you can see on these pictures. And there are a lot of pictures. These are rain gardens as being used in Poland a lot, and we did some research in Gdansk and other cities to see if it's effective, because there's a lot of doubts on high groundwater tables or maybe soil that is low permeable, so you have to prove if it actually works. And if you have a database with more than 17,000 projects, you can all see what is popular. Is there a shift? Is there a shift that maybe a couple of years ago water squares were very popular, and now it's more about the bioswales? So it's data to trends that you can see. You can see which sites, what kind of projects are very popular, as the rain gardens in Amsterdam on the right, for example, and also streets without any urban drainage, which are gully-free streets, as we call them. And they're quite simple. It's lowering green, so the water goes from gray into green, so it's quite effective. And especially these videos where the water streams during rain events are quite popular and get the message across that we want to tell people. And if you see the categories of 17,000, most of it is bioinfiltration. So it's visible that people actually can see how the water goes into these projects, but there's also a lot underground. The permeable pavement have storage on the roads, and there's perforated pipes, so there's a lot that you also cannot see, but you can make that visible for some cities if you have those projects. So this is Rotterdam, another big city, famous for the water squares. You already saw some of those, but you can make a DNA of the city if you have all these projects. So we can do already this for this city as well, make a DNA, and you can see what kind of measures are actually implemented. And we do that for a lot of cities. Also for cities in South Africa, for example, because we can learn a lot about drought from these cities. There was day zero, no water from the tap, for example, in the Netherlands, but also other regions in Europe. We have drought, so we can learn a lot what kind of simple, cost-effective measures did they implement, and to upscale them to these countries. And also, this is Amsterdam. You can see that maybe as a municipality, maintenance is key. It's very important. You don't want to have maybe 100 different measures, but you want to specialize in some that actually work, where you can do the maintenance. Because what I will tell you or show you later, a lot of things are going wrong as well. Because are they actually efficient? It's nice to implement everywhere these measures, but of course the long-term efficiency of these measures is very important. If you do nothing, no maintenance, you probably have a problem in the future. And there are a lot of pictures that can show that. that there's not an understanding that how water actually flows from high to lower ground and actually will help these sponge cities. And these are pictures from all around the world, and you of course have seen a lot of great pictures and a lot of great measures, but these pictures are equally important or even more important because we can learn a lot from mistakes around the world. And of course there's a lot of publications about it, but we should actually have those lessons learned and keep these measures that we actually implement, keep them efficient. So also on climate scan there's a bad management adaptation category, so you can look for some of these measures that could have been improved, to use an euphemism. So, and also tables what you can do about it to make them function again. So this is one of the books. This is released this year, so that's why I show this with a lot of authors from all around Europe that contributed to sea failures or sea asset management, which is so important to keep these measures that we found all around us, to keep them really efficient. So what is very important as well is that we do the monitoring, that we show how these things work. And one of my hobbies is flooding bioswales or permeable pavement, just to show people how the water actually gets through the pavement or how it gets into these bioswales. So, and in these pictures you see a lot of people. These are municipalities, these are water authorities, these are provinces that actually come and look. And of course the young generations as well. What I like about this Congress, that there are a lot of young people here as well that should know how these measures work, because otherwise they will not advise it, of course. So a lot of research locations that you also can find on Climate Scan. It has a medal, so if we have data and we share data, it gets a medal because that's what it actually is about. And there are a lot of numbers that I can show you. Dutch hydraulics, we live below sea level, as I showed you, so it's really a worst case scenario. But know that a lot of these measures or monitoring is taking place around the world in a climate cafe setting with the quadruple helix, as we call it. So these are some of these floodings that we occur, and you see the second one is in Poland, in Gdansk, and we do a lot of publications about it that not many people read, but the videos of the time lapses that the water actually gets into the ground are being most watched. And for a researcher, that is probably the most important thing. Know that there's a lot of data, also not what we can measure, but also what the people actually think about these measures. Because it's their front garden, it's their yard, so to say. So a lot of talks are with people, and they have great photos of how these bioswales work. This was a lady, she had a scrapbook with a lot of photos where flooding occurred, and that gives me, as a researcher, a lot of interesting information. And we also collect questions, like mosquitoes is a very hard question to answer, because all these implementations of green and blue in the city, will we get more malaria or dengue with a higher temperature as well? Well, if they function, and most of these are empty within 2 days, a mosquito needs 7 days. So that's a very straight answer to the question that, for example, bioswales will not contribute. And of course, now we're talking about water, we could do the same with heat stress, which is great to see what kind of people are implementing all these measures around. So you could say, the Netherlands, more than 8,000 measures, is that enough for 2050 to be resilient on heat stress or drought or maybe the floodings? And of course, some regions are. But these are more fairy tales, very short regions. But you can find in some big cities like Nijmegen a lot of bioswales, as you can see here. Every point is a bioswale. And in Climate Scan, it's a polygon. So we know actually how big that bioswale is. And then you can calculate what actually the contribution is of all these polygons, of all these measures that you have. And of course we did that as well with some guidelines that we have for green infrastructure in cities. So we know how deep they are, how they are formed, and it's of course an average, but you can start calculations on what the efficiency is or how many cubic meters of water the Netherlands actually has in these facilities. And this is a bit more about calculations. You will get the slides and then push the more details of these calculations. We found that more than 25 million cubic meters are being already made to store water in cities. And that's quite a lot. but it's probably only 10% of something that we have to achieve before 2050. So it's also alarming to see that the page, the speed we're now in, is not enough. So we have to move those curves up and get even more implementations of green infrastructure. So what I'm just saying, and this is my last slide before I give all the answers to the questions, I would love to work with you on this, share knowledge on what we found in different cities, like this city as being indicated on the map. But there's a lot more, of course, that we want to brush onto. And it would be great to start some calculations to get a feeling on, are we on track? Do we have to do things differently? Are they efficient? And this is basically the basic questions we have been experienced with more than 25 years. It's all over the Netherlands, all these implementations, you can find them on ClimateScan. More than 5,000 GI, and of course also a lot of grey infrastructure. Most of them are very efficient, but we have to focus on the ones that are not efficient. We have not enough yet, only 10% we achieved what we want to achieve in 2050. And of course we would love to work together with you on these new research. And you can find more information on ClimateScan and everything. And this is my email address because I'm going to run off to the airport, and I hope to be interacting with you guys all later. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a safe journey. Dziękujemy bardzo serdecznie panu Florisowi Bogartowi. Teraz nie pozostaje mi nic innego.
Thank you to Ms. Professor Bogart, and now what's left is to invite you to our panel, the new stakeholders in the urban water management in the cities. The moderator of this panel is going to be Professor Tomasz Okruszko, who's the Deputy Chairman of the Congress Program Council. He also a Pro-Dean on Science in the main school for agriculture in Warsaw. Then Michael Kotov, the co-founder of Urbanica Farms, and Renata Leksdina, the curator and director of the Urban Community Garden. Sporta Pilstarzi from Riga in Latvia. Monika Onyszkiewicz from the Eco Development Foundation. Katarzyna Przyjemska-Grzesik from the Municipal Greenery Management Board of Krakow. And Mariusz Sibila, Głos, Short Supply Chains, and Katarzyna Szymczak-Pomianowska, Director of Strategy and Sustainable Development of the Department of City of Council of Wrocław. And Katarzyna Szymczak-Pomianowska is also a coordinator on the municipality farm in Wrocław. You are very welcome. Ahead of you, about 90 minutes of great discussions and very interesting, inspiring reflections. All of this will be supervised by the moderator, Professor Tomasz Okruszko, who I hand over the floor with pleasure.
Dziękuję bardzo. I would like just to be sure that everybody who is not Polish speaker has the translation to Polish. Okay, or understand. Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, we've seen several pictures, photos from Professor Bogart, and I thought that we could make some kind of an experiment. I've been presented as an administrative person, but I'm a hydrologist, and hydrology is an experimental science. So let's make a thinking experiment. It should have happened in June. Let's pick the most sunny place in the park and the most beautiful sunny bench in the park. Let's sit there without wearing too much. Probably our measuring device won't stand it too much, and then let's move to the greenest bunch of grass. And the feeling we're going to have now is what we'll be talking about drought. So, city, transpiration, is evaporating. Without parks, it's difficult to talk about green areas in the cities. And we're also going to discuss about the water that we don't see. It disappears from underground and surface waters and then returns to Earth in this hydrological cycle. So that's one aspect of our meeting. Then the second thing is how greenery operates as gardens, as allotments, as parks in our cities. And when we are talking about different demands for water, it's a new stakeholder. We don't know enough of numbers. We need data also how much water is consumed by plants. So we have a very big varied team to think about different aspects of this phenomenon. This panel is quite spontaneous, although it has a certain direction here. So let's start with two questions. The first, I'll take this opportunity of having such a varied group of experts here. I'd like to ask about your experience with urban agriculture, urban gardening, just as you've seen before, or different other green aspects. So 5 minutes, if each of you could share your experience in urban gardening. Maybe we'll just start from the other side of the stage and just make a brief introduction of yourself as well.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm the only, I guess, English speaker, but I hope it's okay. My name is Renate. I'm from Riga, Latvia. I'm running, for the last 4 years, I've been running an urban garden project, Sporta pils dārzi, which I think could be called the social gardening, as it was called previously, because it's less focused on gardening and the harvest and more focused on building community and empowering local community in taking charge of their immediate environment and showing example how we can it's kind of like, I see it always as a platform where we practice and promote kind of like the sustainable living, but also living together not only among humans, but also with nature, plants, animals, insects, everyone, like this kind of like pan-togetherness. The other important aspect of our project is, so take charge of your immediate environment, is that it's located in a vacant lot. It stands on a lot of 2 hectares in the city center, where a sports hall used to be till 2007. It used to be a hockey hall. It was demolished in 2007 and basically left undeveloped and just like embraced with the old fence. And then in 2020, in the middle of a COVID pandemic, I had this crazy idea that I wanted to garden myself, and I was living across from this lot, so I came up with this idea that it could be the urban garden. And it's not a garden like an allotment garden directly in the soil. It's we garden in the raised box gardens that are made out of these colors of pallets. So altogether we have 150 gardeners, and altogether we have around 700 boxes. So yeah, it's very much also about how we can about the temporary use of vacant lots, and yeah, and we are, I guess. I was really confused at the beginning about why I was invited to this panel, because the way we use water is like unthinkable. It's just like basically you just pour it on the ground. But I think we have had a lot of questions. Are there like more sustainable ways how we can get water and use water? Because basically the water we use for our gardening practice is the same that you drink at home, which feels like just incredibly terrible, so to say. But yeah, so if you have any more questions, please meet me.
We'll come with the next questions in a moment. Bardzo proszę.
Hello. I will also be speaking English, but I understand some Polish. Basically, I'm based in Kraków, and in 2016, we came to Poland and we started a project together with Uniwersytet Rolniczy in Kraków to develop a sort of innovative technology to be able to grow vegetables and leafy greens in the cities, basically right next to the consumers, because we realize that the average food miles, for the food that is on our table is around 2,000 kilometers. So that means that the majority of the year the food is not local, and we wanted to change that. And also, food production is the second biggest contributor to climate change, according to UN. And also, imported food from greenhouses in Holland, for example, tastes like nothing, people. I mean, we all know that. So with Urbanica Farms, we wanted to change all that. And the first 2 years, we developed our technology for controlled environment agriculture using EU funds. So NCBR helped us to co-finance the project. And after 2 years, we built our first large-scale indoor vertical farm in the city center in Kraków. And we did our deliveries all over Poland, and particularly Malopolska, because we wanted to keep the nature of our food production and food deliveries local to impact the environment as less as possible. And so the basic assumption for this technology was that it's very resource efficient, and particularly when it comes down to water management. And the system used about 95% less water than traditional agricultural producers. So I just want to show you that we're a living example that it is possible to design and implement innovative high-tech solutions in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you, Michał. And maybe move to następnego.
Katarzyna Krzyszta-Pamianowska, Department of Sustainable Growth for 6 years. It's been my pleasure to head this department, which is responsible for greenery and water in the city and other environmental matters since July. Our competences also contain sustainable local growth and local growth and entrepreneurship. Correction, I'm not the coordinator of the city farm in Wrocław. That's my colleague, who has been excellent in her role. Our experience in urban agriculture is as follows. As our department, we deal with implementing EU policies from fork to table, from fields to fork, and it's the project that we've made in cooperation with Ekorozwój Foundation and the University of Life Sciences. So we opened ecological herb gardens around schools to promote growing herbs so that they get straight to tables to shape our youngest consumers as early possible. However, our ambitions grew, and in 2022, Wrocław became a signatory of Milan Treaty. As part of categories of this treaty is distribution of healthy local food and synergy between local urban and rural agriculture. So we also visited Belgian region of Liège, which inspired us to start this urban farm. So we wanted it to be, first of all, a farm where which will be a professional place to grow vegetables that will be sent to specific consumers. So we can avoid a situation that this place won't have a host at a certain point, that at some certain point we won't be able to have people doing that. So for 2 years we are trying to develop the right formula to do that. And we've been very successful because we gathered several stakeholders stakeholders around this around this project. And the University of Life Sciences in Wrocław is our strong partner. So in Swojczyce in Wrocław, we have a field. First, it was dedicated to cultivate vegetables. It has 6 hectares. Then we cut out 2.5 hectares of it, and then we received 6 tons of vegetables, varied vegetables from this field. We want to get 30 hectares at our disposal soon, so we have a huge potential. And we sent our vegetables for creches and possibly also elderly persons' houses. And people who work there are people excluded professionally. So there is this professional reintegration of people who get back competences to return to workplace, because these are people professionally excluded. We have a partner from the third sector, Foundation Mniej Więcej. On the one hand, they use electric cars to deliver vegetables once a week to creches and old people's houses, if there's any surplus. They also manage the surplus of vegetables. This foundation also runs open kitchen. They cook for those who need food. They also make preserves, put it into jars, so nothing is wasted. So to sum up, we have at one table the local self-government, a partner who is a scientific partner, we have an NGO and a social partner, everyone included in the same project. On the one hand, it's a great challenge. On the other, however, it's a great added value. We all had to step out of the boxes we've been acting in. We had to find new ways to organize things, legal frameworks, organizational frameworks for these projects to work, and we succeeded. Competences came from those who know that. Our experts from University of Life Sciences, they care of good crops. Vegetables are healthy without any pesticides. We pay a lot of attention to sustainable agriculture when it comes to the amount of water that is used. In the future, we are thinking to have renewable energy sources to supply farms in energy. So we want to develop what we have achieved over the last year, exceeded our most bold idea. So we are planning ahead now. So fairy tales become reality. Yes, really, it exceeded our expectations. And Katarzyna Sokolska, my colleague, is a great coordinator here because she keeps everyone together and she does it in an excellent way.
Dzień dobry, Monika Onyszkiewicz, Fundacja Ekologiczna.
Hello, Monika Onyszkiewicz from the Eco Development Foundation. Before I tell you about my relations with urban agriculture, it will be important to tell a bit about my childhood. That is very much related to what I do professionally now. I had a pleasure to grow up in a neighborhood designed in the beginning of the 20th century. These are houses divided by allotments, farmed by inhabitants who got there after the war, and until today they still have the function of gardens. So from the very beginning I've been surrounded by gardens from both sides, and I had access to food throughout my whole childhood. And as a grown-up I moved out, and I've seen that there are different plants to sold, and I was amazed that something like rhubarb or the chives are sold and not grown in your own back garden. And this is my childhood, where I've seen what the cities should look like and what we have on a plate should look like on an everyday basis. What I'm dealing with now is mainly the topic of food. This aspect changes. In the beginning it was more directed towards ecological agriculture outside of the cities, but since a couple of years we work intensely on urban agriculture and on the availability to food in urban areas. And as Szymon-Kominowska has mentioned, a very strong empowering element are the elements of Wrocław, and as a area that is used for farming and education in a very broad range. There was a project called Food Shift, and we've achieved a lot of progress through that project. We've changed also a lot in the social area. Now, for a year, we are running an intense research with various entities, mostly universities and research units, and we are researching their influence and risks related to urban agriculture in urban areas. What's important here is the research of urban agriculture of an interdisciplinary nature. We don't just look at what the harvest possibilities are, but I don't know what you know, but such social gardens can generate double the amount of products mostly received in rural areas, but there are also economic and social aspects that are not just part of the product that is picked from the tree or grown from the garden. Such works are conducted, and now we are in contact with people who are engaged in different activities for gardens and allotments as a part of a city farm, and I hope that these researches will also cover those examples, and the results of those research will continuously be implemented so that the food policy would become a coherent heart of our city. And something that seemed to be obvious for me by then, it should be a huge privilege now, living with the access to the garden. I hope it's going to happen soon, and thank you very much. Short supply chains. We've talked about it yesterday and today, and I'm glad that we have Mariusz Subida with us today. Welcome. 2 years ago, I've become a management of a small market in Gajowice in Wrocław. And I'm not a professional manager, but I've been taking care of a group of eco-farmers for 15 years now, and we've been strolling from one place to another within the city limitations, using our own resources, and this pandemic has caused a crisis. We had a huge problem with finding a real estate. We found one real estate that was too expensive for such a small initiative, but afterwards the city actually approached me and told me that this is a square and the current manager is withdrawing from there and we need somebody new. I answered that we have design here with my eco-farmers, which is called the short supply chain. We want to place a small market hall here, and I have become a manager of a market hall. And after 2 years of struggling, I managed to make those two powers of nature meet, the regular traders in a modern sense, so those who take the fruits and vegetables from the wholesaler with the small farmers eco farmers from Lower Silesia. In the beginning, it was quite tough to make them cooperate, but currently there is a lot of sort of an ecosystem of mutual dependencies being created, and there is something really friendly and loyal in it. What I wanted to mention is that what struck me most is that 4 or 5 years ago we've renovated this square. It is 1,500 square meters of concrete cobblestones, and my first meeting with the city authorities was in April, and there was a great heat, unbearable. That was sort of an intuition of self-implementing plan. First, it was not just about the managing of this place. We had to bring it back to the state that resembles a forest, a place where where the air is breathable, and is a place where you want to be. And after 2 years of this self-implementing plan, after many grassroots initiatives, after many elements, after organizing few picnics with the Eco Development Foundation, and after our own ideas, Bazaar, for example, we are organizing a sort of an art festival on the market concerning very important ecological aspects. Now we are implementing a project. We got financing from the Institute of Restructurization and Development of Agriculture. Thanks to the support, we can implement 4 editions of this festival. It will be about water, light, soil ecosystem, and then one of the elements is going to be a feast, which is also one of the important agricultural elements. As a part of each edition, and we're going to organize it once in half a year, we're not going to just deal with the substantial part with experts from particular industries, but the goal is also to have a real impact on this place. So we need to take something away and add some things to make it a place to live out of a very unpleasant concrete place. Until now, we've managed to so to say, unseal 30 square meters of this area and plant different plants. I won't mention which plants these are, but the water retention is also very advanced. We've installed 3,000 liters, 3 reservoirs, gathering 3,000 cubic meters of rainwater from the roofs. We've built also compost bin, which is very interesting thing in itself, because the market generates a lot of bio-waste, and sometimes we have grass from mowing. We try to harness that, and this experiment is ongoing. This we almost have regular soil in this compost bin already, and we can use it in our boxes where we plant different plants and herbs and mostly edible plants. And local inhabitants come there. There is one local lady who needs this a lot, and she always asks, what are you watering with this, and do you have a watering can or anything else? And these vegetables, after drought period, are flourishing today. In the first edition of Bazar Bizarre on soil, sorry, not on soil, on fertilization, it was mostly about the soil, but also the goal of fertilization was to fertilize this place with different activities that are going to draw the attention of people from different parts of life, both locals and people from farther away. And the effect of that was the cooperation with BWA. We've managed to BWA has been cooperating with the headquarters, and they've installed a so-called box where the soil from the compost bin has been mixed with the ground from under one of the houses being constructed not far away, and this has been mixed with the clay, and the local inhabitants can get the soil for their own gardens from there. And we've also have installed there a pergola where local plants can grow on, and we want to create a guild, a vegetable guild. And the thinking about water retention gets here very close to self-sustaining ecosystem, where the composition of the main tree and the surrounding plants support each other and increases in density and has a chance to keep the water. Here I'd like to relate to the guild, because the idea of the guild has a different origin, and this is need for the local markets in Wrocław to cooperate. We had a meeting of the managers of the market managers. It was a grassroots initiative. We have about 5 such markets, local markets, and 4 managers. We decided that we want to create an entity speaking with one voice, and we'll be able to answer the new challenges originating from the surrounding reality and dictated by the city council. And we wanted to emphasize that we want to go towards the blue and green infrastructure, and we want to be eco, and the managers cannot really manage this topic well enough, and out of those talks we know that they, for example, say that they have added sort of a one utility, and so we add 1 too, but there is no joint plan for action. So the idea is that as a joint entity, we'll be able to search for chances to gain knowledge and to have a common policy. And, for example, talk jointly with the city council about the future of such markets within the city. And last sentence, because yesterday we are just about to vote about the name of this association of market managers. We already have 3 votes. The 4th person did not receive the information yet, so it's almost voted over. And it's going to be called the Guild of the Managers of the Wrocław markets. We need to redefine the city markets. As you said, these have to be a multifunctional surfaces where we do not only come for shopping, but also to spend time to start relations and share our experiences. So this is a bit of a broader spectrum of what we do there. So we are at your disposal. We also have planned some actions that we want to use to support you. Now, Krakow. And now, welcome. I came from Krakow and I represent the management of the city greenery. As a part of it, we are supporting the inhabitants in creating civic gardens. And I see how they are being changed, what they face, and I had the pleasure to visit many civic or social gardens in Europe.
Well, mainly in Italy, Rome, Bologna, but also in Berlin and Vienna, in those places which are famous for community urban gardening. And we translate this experience into activities such as, well, there was an Interreg program co-formed for cities. We are opening a parcel community garden. So that's a good practice from Southern Europe. It seems to be a game changer because that's a hybrid of allotments that many people dream of with community gardens. So we'll be cultivating a little plot of our own space, but within this framework of community thinking. And I think this is going to be game-changing both for the user and NGOs, because we hope that based on that, NGOs they will be able to build a stable business model, among others, adding an educational component to that, because cities really need that when it comes to both production and distribution of local food. For example, mini farms, which is also a partner in our community local gardening and farming. All our activities can be observed as a project called Edible Krakow. We started it last year, and this project relates to several areas related to food, not only to community gardens and city gardening, but also short supply chains, not wasting food, the fact that cities can be edible not only for people but also for animals. So a bio-balance we are striving to. We keep our fingers crossed for Wrocław, and we are going to visit the farm just after this panel together with my team and my director. So we are learning, we are sharing experience, we are observing also across cities. Within green tenders as well. We cooperate with Krakow, Wrocław, Gdańsk, because that's a tool to support farmers, especially organic farmers who are very close to cities. That's one of the criterions of being local, is a very short distance from the field to fork, and the variety that we still have, fortunately. So I'm happy that it was heard here from Monica. It's not entirely true that in urban or farming or gardening is only about community. Of course, community probably matters most, at least it's very important. However, this possibility to grow organic, healthy food cannot be underestimated, because whatever I grow myself, I know what I eat. That's a slogan which changes the way we think about food in general. That's why the Garden with Class project, we have now its third edition. We have gardens set up near schools, and we educate children in them. What is more precious for a human is the one tree he or she plants themselves than an entire forest someone seeds. And it works exactly the same. Children who plant one seed observe the plant till the very end, until they can pick a tomato out of the bush. So, thank you for this link with my next question. Well, I could see some from your responses that you were a bit afraid of this question about how to use water. So let me rephrase it. Does your experience show that you need to water gardens, or if it can survive itself? If you do need to water it, is it from water system, city water system, or can this use some other types of water? So what does your experience show? Is it enough rainwater to have rainwater in our climate, or do we need some extra watering?
In our case, because we have so many gardens and so many gardeners, and the water is so unpredictable, it's not enough for us with the rainwater. Also because we have no buildings on the lot, so it's quite difficult to collect the rainwater. We've gone through numerous discussions on how to do that and how to use a different type of water, because the water we use, as I said, is a city water, basically the same that goes to our apartments and that we can actually drink from the tap. And the water was a really important and difficult issue for us at the beginning, because, as I said, the building that used to be there was demolished, and together with the building, all of the connections were demolished as well, all the infrastructure, so electricity, water, etc. And we will be eternally grateful always for the Riga, I don't know how you call it, the company of the water that actually found a solution how we can connect to the city's water system to actually get any water at all. We've gone through a lot of discussions also about, of course, how you can about the drip irrigation systems and different kind of ways how you can actually water the plant, how you can the less you water it, in a way, the less it sometimes needs the water, so you can't really make the plant adapt to being watered a lot. But I think one of the main issues that I see in our project, and that some of the colleagues mentioned as well, is about the platform for education, and that you actually see where the water comes from, where it goes, how much you need it, what happens if you leave the water running and it overflows for 5 or 6 hours, and then we see the water running from the street from our territory because someone forgot to close it, etc. So it kind of raises this awareness of the presence of the water in the city. So I think that's just as important as using just simply less water. But yeah, I feel like if our project took some kind of a next step, that would be definitely towards aquaponics or hydroponics, where you can recircular use of the water instead of just this non-return consumption of the water, so to say.
Thank you very much. Michał, your perspective as a producer in water.
Yes, I think we should ask ourselves a question of what is the impact. If we're talking about the hobby farmers during the season, which is 3-4 months, even if you put so much water running, non-stop, you will not change anything. You can might as well just open the tap and let it run, because city small farms, it's very negligible. We have to look at the people who really make an impact, which is, the food producers. The food producers is almost 100% of water usage, small gardeners. Like I said, you might as well just open the tap and let it run for 4 months, and nothing will change. So basically what we've done, we did it on an industrial scale, and we did a closed loop system where once a week we would fill our tanks, which is, let's say, 100 liters or 200 liter tanks, and obviously every day it evaporates, right? So we have to add maybe 10, 20 liters a day, whatever it evaporates, but it's not like we have to just put it in the ground all the time, like hundreds and thousands of liters, It recirculates. We have a set of filters, a dirty tank and a clean tank, and then once a week we have to disinfect and clean it. And not many people think that, okay, you just put your seeds and everything will take care of itself. But actually the biggest problem is the disinfection, because if you have diseases, especially soil-borne diseases, that's a big thing. Your whole crops will be dead. Okay, so that's also a big thing. And in industrial scale agriculture, they're putting in a lot of agrochemicals, which all run into the underground water systems. We avoided that because we don't use any pesticides, because we don't have any pests, because we grow inside of buildings where all the air is filtered, so there's very little bacteria there. And I think this is something that this is the message which we have to put forward to our policymakers, to support the new innovative ways of agriculture and to maybe put some subsidies towards it, because at the moment the only source of capital for innovative agricultural practices is private capital, which right now there is no private capital, right? And public capital is not available. Public capital, they say in Brussels, is only for traditional agriculture, which is soil-based. But what is the future? We have to ask ourselves that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So you see, water and money comes close together. Możemy Państwa wrocławską perspektywę.
Okay, what's the perspective from Wrocław to water? Do you need extra water? Not as a management, just as a user. When we use water, well, we deserve it. Is that the truth?
Oczywistą kwestią jest, że w pierwszym...
That's pretty obvious that as a first thing we reach for rainwater and we try to use this potential of retention. We can increase it by adding minerals to water, to soil, which will keep water in it. We have biodegradable foil that prevents evaporation. At a certain point, our crops are watered too, and our farm is located where surface waters are quite high. We even had problems with spring crops where we wanted to start sowing things and the level of surface waters was very high. And there was melting water as well. And in fact, our field looked like a rice field, not a field that we wanted to plant with sow with other plants. But at a certain point, we do need to use the city water. But it's not a flaw. I agree with what I heard before. We need to have a broad view of that. Our urban gardening can be more efficient than traditional large-scale farming, which means that you can get more healthy food, which will sooner get to our tables. So that's the main benefit. So we need to expand this balance sheet. We have an overview on a broader scale. We don't spend money to transport. We don't generate carbon footprint. Even more, our city farm food is a food that is of very good quality, and they are very fresh when they get to the table. We have professional cooks working with these vegetables. They confirm they are great. Ladies who cook for crèche, they wanted to buy them themselves because these vegetables are of such an excellent quality. So the crop maybe doesn't always look so beautifully as you might get from a supermarket. But these beautiful, shiny vegetables has no taste, no smell, and quality is different.
Ja myślę, że jeszcze tutaj to co nie wybrzmiało, co bym chciała podbić, to ten olbrzymi potencjał.
Hasn't resonated here is the huge potential of allotments. In Wrocław, allotments are treated as an adaptation greenery.
Przeżywają rozkwit po pandemii.
They are blooming now. Post-pandemics, during pandemics, everyone wanted to have allotments and gardens near themselves, and that's a very good phenomenon because the economic dimension is important. What Monica said, when we want to buy a small bunch of persil or chives or basil, we spend several zloty for that. It's enough for 1 or 2 meals, plus we have lots of plastic to deal with in packaging. When we have it in our plant pot behind the window, you have everything fresh. So we sow it and we have it, and we have a relationship with that. That's an additional value of that.
Bardzo proszę. Jakie są doświadczenia z wodą?
So what's the experience with water? What's your experience? I really like this approach of planning or designing suggested by permaculture. We look what already exists in a given place, what are the needs of each place. There are several forms of urban gardening, at least 6 we can list here and now. And it's very important where the city gardening takes place, which form we're going to apply of city gardening and where. So if we are somewhere where we have very high water resources, and it's going to be this form of gardening that requires some extra external watering, we can supply this water. But if we have a specific urban space in Poland, I think that Krakow and Wrocław is not very different when it comes to water resources or sunny days and days with precipitation. So my approach is rather to have a look at the urban gardening, how it helps us, so what it gives us, what mitigates. If we plant things in cities, what does it supply us with? As Professor Groningen said before this panel, there are different forms that are biologically active. They can also include urban farming, be it community gardens or parks or city farms. Apart from food that is produced, it's just one of many added values. It also delivers us, supplies us water retention and absorption. And that's a huge problem in Polish cities. And I was happy to hear what Director Szymczak-Pamianowska said, that it would be really wrong to look at the amount of water we need for urban farming in a given place, because the food is still something that we need. If we look at the conventional farming, that is the largest supplier of our food now, the amount of water this sector needs, and what amount of water is polluted by different substances they use as fertilizers or pesticides. This water stays in the circulation, it's contaminated, so even if the city farm needs to have water supplied from city resources of drinkable water, still it's going to be very favorable and with a huge benefit to city dwellers, both when it comes to our health, the environment and standard of life. This life comfort. So I really advocate to have a broader perspective on that, not only at the liters of water we use. Thank you very much for that. Same question. So water and how farmers in your marketplaces find themselves in the current climatic situation and intensive gardening. I don't have this deep insight for each farm. But I've been supporting this organic trend in farming. I've been supporting it all my life, and I see that it goes to the circular economy farming model. So they tend to be self-sufficient. Of course, if you farm animals, if it's husbandry, you would need more water, but most farmers produce vegetables or fruit or make preserves. So in most farms, the very idea of farming assumes a higher water retention. But when we move to the marketplace itself, I can't say I'm an expert. But what's the challenge for us in the marketplaces? and we want to have as much greenery as possible out there. So in this aspect, this area becomes an experiment. So my experience and experience of many other people who are involved is to have this, that the water from city waterworks is not going to be needed at all. So we have 3 tanks that altogether collect 3,000 cubic meters of water, and that's sufficient for us. So if we have more shade around us, we won't need to use more water. So that's our experiment. So the green aspect of marketplaces is something we'll be observing, but we strive to self-sufficiency. As a member of academia, we need to observe and note down our findings. Yes, especially that it's not just about me inventing different things, that I want to have a tank or I'll plant trees around. There are more and more different entities that get involved. There is Eco-Development Foundation, University of Life Sciences. There are several people who want to sample our soil for quality, to be able to publish results of these tests, for example. So if we start discussing water, and we are going to focus on that more in 1 year, because we are starting a new project, I think this topic is going to be more and more professional experiment. So my observations are very interesting. We have over 20 community gardens in Krakow. 4 of them have access.
They are located in the parks, and I also see them in the perspective of changing climate. All those gardens are model examples in sense of closed circuit economy, starting from eco-waste ending up with water, because it's rainwater that is used for watering. They are absolute masters in retaining water and in agriculture, relying on minimum amount of water, so they need to use such methods as the permaculture, roost, birches, and what we add is water reservoirs. And as previously we had less gardens, we had to transport water to the gardens. They didn't have it this year. It only happened once. I think that the fire department has supported 1 garden. But they usually retain this water and handle it themselves. What the professor has raised during this discussion is not accidental. The research on how urban agriculture affects the water amount in the city is very sparse. Water is not mentioned too often, and the quality of water is not mentioned at all, and it's also very relevant. We have very interesting research comparing Italy and Brazil. The conclusion is the following. Water,
tap water, czyli woda ze źródeł miejskich, jest dominującym sposobem nawadniania.
in watering. Recommendation is to use and retain as much rainwater as possible, to rely mostly on rainfall. But the biggest crisis related to water in São Paulo was not because of intermittent drought, but the use of huge water for production of soy beans.
uprawiana głównie na
and
eksport.
this is not what they use
Więc to rolnictwo
for
przemysłowe jest
feeding
tutaj, myślę,
people,
głównym
but
obszarem, nad którym należy
as
popracować,
an animal
a
fodder
rolnictwo miejskie
that is
radzi sobie
exported.
dość dobrze i samowystarczalnie.
So the city urban agriculture is doing quite well. Everybody has their own soybeans, and we have corn, and a lot will be happening there. I wanted to ask the third question. I wanted to underline that we're part of the trend. We see that city greenery and gardening is getting more important. The fact that it's partially fed by the water from the water supply system is not bad, but I'd like to add one more thing. If we mention water if we meant gardens in Krakow, not very often, and we don't have the information about that. In this case, we have a manager who will be managing that garden and will be able to calculate the amount of water used based on bills for the water pipes connected there. And if we use different irrigation systems like droplet systems, we'll be able to save more water. Also, if we additionally use electronic systems managing that. Thank you very much. One more thing that we've heard very often during the introductory lecture and during the talks: how much are we social and how far are we economic? This social part is sustainable. It allows us to keep this greenery and keep these activities, so we can see how much is it an important social activity in different situation and how far can you earn on that? You've recalled the big production farms in terms of productivity, and the tap water is definitely a quality that fulfills all the watering standards.
To niekoniecznie, woda deszczowa
does the rainwater fulfill all the requirements, or the water after washing? Will it always be a great quality? So the question is whether what's the social role, what's the economic role, and what are the aspects of the economical part. We have 22 minutes, so 3 minutes per each. What is the role of gardens? Which aspect is more important in your experience?
In our experience, of course, is the social aspect, if I understood the question correctly.
Yes, social or the production. What is the clue, or how they do balance in the activity?
Well, our whole project is built on building communities, and I can imagine only also in Poland the whole term of communal and having to share a space and doing something together bears also kind of like a tragic past and connotation. For example, we also run into that in the beginning of the project because our project is also very much concerned with the aesthetics of the public space. For example, all our garden beds look the same, the furniture looks the same, and so we run into a lot of discussions where gardeners, for example, would say that it kind of reminds them of a communism. And so there's like this new term of community, and we have to talk a lot about what it means to work together, to discuss things, and how to like practice basically democracy. So for me, garden is also only as a magnet to actually get people together and talk about other issues, including the sustainability, the water management, etc. So, but I see it more for me. It's as this mental well-being, sense of belonging, togetherness, democracy, owning the public space, and kind of practicing different ways of actually also maintaining public space and greenery. So it's as I mentioned before, it's a joy to see your carrot grow and have this huge pumpkin and share it together with other gardeners, but it's more about being together, and the harvest also only is like a great plus.
Thank you very much. Michal, in the urban garden is also the case, this social issue?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the water management from an industrial standpoint, because we are growers. We produce vegetables and leafy greens all year round, not only during a very short season, which we have in this part of the world, but year round, right? So Obviously, we try to limit our impact on the environment and tell basically the policymakers, look, this is the footprint on the environment of the traditional agriculture, and this is what we have achieved using our technology, but not only our technology, but everybody who is doing indoor technology-based agriculture. But there are certain things. For example, we have to use the tap water because we have to change the pH of this water, to lower it because the plants, they cannot grow just using the tap water. We have to modify it a little bit, but at the same time, we're not using any agrochemicals in a big amounts like the traditional or the greenhouse producers do. So I think what we have achieved, have had a positive impact, and I think if more producers sort of adopt innovative technologies and apply them to agriculture, this will not only benefit the world, it will bring the local produce to the cities. You will be able to basically limit the food transportation, but also the university students, because our first 2 years of our R&D farm was based on the Agricultural University of Krakow. And the majority of the kids, of the students, their parents were farmers, but they didn't want to be farmers because it's a hard work. They would rather be, planning the działki and doing landscaping and things like this. So I think the innovative, high-tech agriculture will bring those students back into agriculture in another aspect and keep them, and basically it will benefit, agriculture in general.
Yeah, looking on the drop of students on horticulture and agriculture on our universities, so it's one of the very big issue on seeing the future in farming. Very big topic. Jak w baśni.
Odpowiedź nie jest jednakowa
answer is not unique for all forms of agriculture, and I am a proponent to make those farms diverse depending on our approach, whether we want to plant plants on gardens, or are we talking about urban agriculture? The cost of the production of such food will be different, and the profits will also be different. So we mostly concentrate, if we concentrate on food production, then definitely yes, it is important to farm food close to us so it's tasty and so that the supply chain is short from the field to the table. And it's not the most important, and it shouldn't be, and we talked about it. I'll go back to the visit in the Liège region. I really liked the store supported by the city, where local farmers were able to deliver their harvest, and as we've seen the cost of production of a carrot, for example, and we've seen how much such a carrot costs, how much is what's the cost of selling of this carrot. So there were almost no immediate intermediaries because the farmer was delivering the food directly to the store. This is what I dream of. These farmers should deliver this all directly to the market, and it is important for the people to have these markets available close to the places where they live. This is how I see that. So this is how they can take advantage of that. I really like the conversions to the elephant. It depends on which part of the elephant you're going to touch, whether it's going to be a thin tail or his snout or his big rough leg. And each type of city agriculture can be perceived as profitable both from the social and economic point of view. Concentrating on the market Jemiołowo managed by Mariusz Sybilla, and that has been adapted to the needs of the food society that is concentrated around the bazaar short way. Krótka droga. We want to broaden the area of the garden, and we want to take over control of another area. I tell you what the profits of that can be. I think it requires no discussion. These profits are obvious. During the first edition of Bazar Bizarre, we've been implementing this as a part of the research project on the influence of the urban agriculture on the urban tissue, and we've seen how it motivates employees, how people can use this space after this bazaar is closed. It is very important for this place to be aesthetic, so it's very important that people feel that they are not just using this place passively from 8 to 1 p.m. But from the economic point of view, it also has many dimensions. When the market got more vivid through the society of the bazaar, short way, krótka droga, the previously selling traders felt that this place got alive, so it drew new consumers, so creating a place with the garden that is not going to be very effective quantitatively from the point of harvest, but it's going to be very effective from the point of the sellers, and all the research conducted by the Institute of the Zoning and show that the efficiency of the social gardens and all types of greenery in urban space influences the value of real estate positively and raises the well-being of the city inhabitants. And now it's being researched. There are not very many research about that, but this research is conducted. For example, I participated in one of such projects, and additional there are the costs the city does not have to bear if in case this place would be covered with concrete and inactive, and this is also a lot of eco services for the city by gathering, retaining water, lowering the heat, and it's also very good for many people who struggle with moving around cities when the cities are very hot, so it's for the elderly and for children. It also influences the psychological and physical well-being of inhabitants, and these are also not spent costs by the city, and these costs would have to be spent if this quality of life would be lower. So community garden or any other type of social activity, whether it's going to be vertical farming or zero acreage in a closed space, is going to be useful economic and socially. Well, the market Jemiołowa is also quite special in another sense that I did not mention, because the city has designed this place a couple of years ago as not just a marketplace but also a public area after trading hours. So this is not fenced. There are no places which are there, stay there for the whole time, but there are also a lot of many ideas that serve the sellers. The idea was great, but in practice, for a very long time, those traders who've been functioning there before the arrival of the ecological team were treating it as a curse that they're not able to put there any stand, any sort of construction, and after the closing hours there were only walkers, dog walkers, or people who were roller skating, because it was a flat concrete square. But now I strongly trust that what's been a curse until recently can become, as Monika mentioned, a driving force for traders. And my intuition tells me that this is of key importance, is going to attract people.
If people are attracted, then we can start having food trucks there. People would like to spend more time there willingly. The growing number of people also means more and more deals that people strike there. So we'll still in the process, but we have trust. I think we are in this lucky situation that our perspective is different than the perspective of people from the global south or even southern Europe or the UK, where community gardens are very important contribution for household budgets. It's not only the social aspect that matters, although in several boroughs it's also an important leisure aspect. But in many countries it's just about producing food, so we need to be aware that our perspective is not entirely true. When it comes to the farm, only the Wrocław farm shows and paves the road in Poland to what city as a city can do in this respect. How a city should map its food suppliers and recipients. I want to say one more very important thing that does not stand out immediately. Based on community gardens, social gardens, and education through gardens, we develop a new society with totally different awareness. And out of these people, from this level of education and empowerment, we have city councils growing up from these children. They have a totally different influence on the city because they grew up planting seeds and understanding certain mechanisms that happen in nature. Let me just give you the very last example that combines both themes here. It's the garden that we opened in prison near Krakow to thank the prisoners there. Boys from my department made a workshop in the prison. They created a garden on very fertile soils, and crop from these gardens support the kitchen of the prison, and they work miracles when it comes to re-socializing prisoners. They give them the well-being and empowerment. Could I add just one thing? Because it hasn't resonated in our discussion, because we have been talking about very pleasant aspects. We mitigate different bad things, inhabitants have access to healthy food, so social aspect, etc. But what in Wrocław has been important for us in our food policy, we've been shaping and developing this way, it's also food safety. That's a punch point that we'll need to think about. We've had several crises, climate crisis, war crisis, the war in Ukraine, the flood, COVID pandemics. It shows how quickly our supply chains can be broken, how easy it is to limit our access to food. We can even have some food terrorism acts. So very soon the food that is supplied to our tables may be contaminated. We need to counteract also phenomena like that. we can counteract them by having gardens close to us. We'll have fresh, healthy vegetables and herbs, but we are not living in stable times, so this is why we should care so much about food safety. Let me just add that the original title of this panel ended in with the title that had a question mark because it's about water. A new stakeholder in water management is there, but it's good that we took up this challenge. Professor Gawryszewska, she gathered us all here. That's a new forum. And gardens are very trendy. And they are the future of how we'll perceive the city in this green aspect. So thank you very much for participation and arriving and sharing your thoughts and experience. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this panel session.
Jeszcze tutaj tylko garść informacji.
A handful of information that we are encouraging you to have a look at our exhibitions that you can see here in this university: art for rivers, art for waters by Sisters of Rivers Collective, and in the beginning there was rain, also an exhibition available here. Visit our stall of Open Eyes Economy, where you can buy different items related to value economy. So come back after break, 2:15. Thank you. See you later.
Czy Europa może nadal wierzyć, że sprosta konkurencji Chin? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit.
Szanowni Państwo, serdecznie witamy po przerwie na
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break at the 6th International Congress City Water Quality of Life. Congress is organized by the City of Wrocław and Open Ice Economy Summit.
To MPWiK we Wrocławiu, Politechnika Wrocławska oraz Convention Bureau we Wrocławiu.
With several co-organizers mentioned us above. The partner of this event is ING Bank Śląski. Now we'd like to invite you to the next block dedicated to city architecture and water. This is going to be an online session, online presentation by Chris Hardy, who is design director at Danish studio Schmidhammer Lanson at global design firm Perkins & Will. The title of the presentation is Culture, Community and Our Relationship with Water. So let us find out Chris's perspective on this topic.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be talking to you today all the way from Shanghai in China. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be talking to you today all the way from Shanghai in China. My name is Chris Hardy and I am a principal and design director for the combined practice of Danish architects Schmidhammer Lassen and also global studio Perkins & Will. And although we work across all sectors from education to science and technology to healthcare, architecture to interiors, all the way to urban design, the basis of our work really has always been our cultural and civic work. And we've always been interested and driven by the power of architecture to bring people together. And in doing this, help elevate and reshape our cities. Now, invariably, our work on cultural projects expands and permeates into every project that we do, and frequently over the years has involved integration and celebration of our relationship with water. So when we think about our Nordic heritage, perhaps the most talked about characteristics of Scandinavia and the Nordic countries is what we refer to as social happiness. And since the United Nations released the World Happiness Index report in 2012, Denmark has, for example, been consistently in the top 3 happiest countries in the world. And a massive part of this has to do with how architecture shapes where we live, where we work, and importantly, where we play, and how it raises our awareness for the amenities that we should celebrate and enhance as we change and redevelop our cities. So the first project I wanted to show is in many ways one of our studio's most well-known projects. And one of our first projects is the Royal Library in Copenhagen in Denmark. And this project celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. And it became very important in the development of Copenhagen's industrial waterfront and was the first major public building to be placed immediately along the water's edge. And the project known as the Black Diamond, it was actually an extension to the existing historic library. And instead of connecting to the sort of new extension to the old building and allowing the existing road to run along the waterfront, we actually diverted the road through the building, pushing the new library right against the waterfront. And you may think, why is this sort of seemingly obvious move so important? Well, it combined and connected the architecture with the water becoming a symbolizing feature of the new library and the city it represented, a city on the water. And, you know, these pictures are members of our Copenhagen studio, and they're taking a swim after work here in the Copenhagen harbour. And the water is essentially, you know, runs through the city, connecting the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. And in many ways, this is quite a familiar image of Danes and Denmark, where the water, you know, being so clean that you swim in it. And this is what people think of Copenhagen. They think of it as a clean city. The water is so clean, you can swim in it. However, you have to remember that this was not always the case. The water was heavily polluted from all the activities as a harbour and the cargo ships that passed from the North Sea to the Baltic. And it was actually the presence of an important public building that made the government launch a strategy to clean the water. So here, you have this is the annual Copenhagen Triathlon. And these events become symbolic for a city and a representation of their relationship with water, be it a harbour or a river. And of course, we all saw the challenging messaging that Paris had to navigate in this Summer Olympics, with both the Paris mayor and the French sports minister forced to partake in publicity stunts to secure society's belief in the importance of water to their city. And hopefully this will kickstart a plan for them to raise the water quality there. A second project that is worth mentioning is our Dock 1 project in Aarhus, northern Denmark. Now, Aarhus as a city has been going through an ambitious plan to revitalise the former industrial cargo docks on the harbour front. And as a city, Aarhus has a very strong dividing line between the city on one side and the industrial harbour on the other. And what Dock 1 does is it becomes this pivot point in the city that pulls people along the riverfront within the city towards the harbour and then slingshots them around a newly developed waterfront area. And in order to make this work, the project is trying to create a new typology where cultural, commercial and infrastructure all come together. So the project's a combination of office space, there's a library, and it also has public government functions, and then a transport interchange. And these sort of functions, they're stacked on top of one another. So you have the office space on the top, the library at the centre, and the transport interchange with parking and a tram stop on this new dock space that opens out onto the water on basically a newly formed area of reclaimed land. So this new piece of architecture or even social infrastructure has become the focus of the city's relationship with water. So its historic identity, its heart. And when we have these opportunities, the connection between our cities and water naturally becomes linked to our quality of life. So this idea of using architecture to shape and regenerate our old waterways is similar in this project in Malmö, Sweden. So here we took our knowledge of public and cultural projects and combined it with the commercial requirements of a hotel and a congress centre that acts as a catalyst for the complete redevelopment of the city's industrial harbour. So Malmö was one of the first Scandinavian cities to industrialise back in the 13th century, and its growth lasted until the mid-1980s, I think, when the shipyard industry began to collapse. And the docks and waterways were then sort of left as these vast waste grounds. They were utilised for parking lots and dumping grounds. And like in Aarhus, Malmö had these two contrasting sides. It had the city scale of streets and alleyways against a wasteland of large-scale industrial sheds along the abandoned docks. So in creating the Congress Centre, the concert hall and the hotel, we wanted to break away from this idea of a singular shed-like structure, which is typical of a convention centre, and express the individual elements in a sort of more urban grain-like cluster. And then movement is sort of through the building is encouraged, like walking through a public square. And these spaces would expand out into and over the water, forming this sort of deeper link to the importance of the waterways. So like we've shown on some of the earlier projects, the water becomes this iconic element of how you recognize and place the project in your memory. So like the profile of a building against the sky, it's present.
Tutaj widzimy profil budynku, który oznacza się na tle nieba i jego obecność jest wzmocniona obecnością kanału. W tym momencie te przestrzenie stają się częścią doświadczenia przestrzeni i miejsca. Nie ma tutaj żadnych ograniczeń.
Public spaces are stepping out and spilling out over the canal. And then you have this duality of public space and water becoming the very thing that activates the spaces around the project. And then if you're really brave, you can take buildings like this, you can take a building's relationship with the water even further. So this is the Halmstad Library, a project we completed in 2006, which is about 1.5 hours drive north of Malmö. And here the architecture, in this case the city's new library, it sort of becomes the connector of water and earth, stitching the city park and the city river together and heightening your awareness of these natural elements and what they contribute to our experience of basically where we live. So then to move from a European context to a Chinese one now. Our studio recently completed a new performing arts center in Beijing, and the site's relationship with the waterway on which it's located became the defining factor for not only the conception of the architecture, but for the symbolism and historic memory of how it helped develop China. So this is the new Beijing Performing Arts Center, and it sits on the banks of the UNESCO heritage listed Grand Canal, which runs from South China to Beijing over a total length of about 1,800 kilometers. And the Grand Canal, as we all know, has more than 2,000 years of history, and it sort of was used to transport goods from South China to the heart of Beijing. And the Grand Canal itself, especially in the area for this project, which is Tongzhou, on the outskirts of Beijing, it was known for having these large granary storehouse structures that lined the canal. And these sort of stored the goods and materials until they were needed in the city. So if you take this historic memory of a typical granary storehouse, then add the iconic boats that once transported goods along the canal, and then this insinuation of a curtain raising and falling at the beginning or end of a performance, you get this sort of new modern interpretation of a storehouse. Once containers for goods, they're now containers for culture sitting along the Grand Canal. So the project itself becomes this backdrop and a catalyst for the regeneration of the canal side and all the parklands that surround it. So I've talked a bit about, this is about our aspirations for building near waterways, how architecture can shed a light on their importance, not only in the historic development of our cities, but how we can utilize them to enhance our quality of life. So just like the first project I showed, the Royal Library in Copenhagen encouraged a cleanup and redevelopment 25 years ago in Copenhagen. Today in China, the importance of connecting architecture with the water is still the same and still very strong. So one question would be, what about technically? How should we design with resilience in mind? And the global crisis or the global climate crisis is very real. We're seeing the effects of this right now and all too frequently. So I wanted to end on two projects that our Perkins and Will studios have recently completed in North America, one in New York and one in San Francisco. So the first one is a brand new tennis center for Columbia University, and it's built on a very special and quite significant site in Manhattan. So this is the northern tip of Manhattan, and you can just see Central Park at the bottom of the picture. And Columbia University has 4 campuses, and number 4 being their athletic campus, and this is our site. And this sort of northern tip of Manhattan is really one of the most untouched pieces of property in New York City. It's kind of reminiscent of the 1600s when European settlers arrived. And this sort of wooded area is immediately adjacent to our site. And if you look closely at this plan, you'll see, or you'll notice a line that's marked Hurricane Sandy floodline. And of course, this is referring to the drastic flooding caused by Hurricane Sandy in 2012. And the location for the new tennis center sits right on this edge. So the question is, how do we deal with this future risk? So the key decision is really how you decide to deal with the threat of flooding. And you have 2 simple options: keep the water out, which is perhaps the most obvious direction, or to let the water in. And if you consider the purpose of this particular project, this building, as a tennis center, essentially one large sports hall, the answer is sort of quite clear. You're able to significantly save costs and, importantly, save massively on the embodied carbon in the project by designing what we would call wet floodproofing. So you let the water in. And in doing this, we save about 1.5 million kilograms of CO2. So, we need to think about the issues now, but we also need to do it without the project contributing to making these issues worse in the future. So you can see on the right here the current flood level marked A, the future 100-year flood level marked B, and an extreme 500-year flood level marked C. And then you can kind of see the placement of the building within these levels. So the design really becomes about how you deal with flooding the building. So the materials must be resilient, from the walls to the flooring. The exterior and interior flood vents need to be integrated into the walls to release under the water pressure, down to even gaps between glass screens that would allow water to pass without damage. So you end up with a building designed to let the water in without damage and then recede, leaving the building safe and usable. So this is one approach, the Columbia University Tennis Center in New York. And then in San Francisco, we approached the challenge of resilience in, I guess, a more radical way. So this is a renovation of a former industrial factory building into this sort of new, vibrant centerpiece for the whole Dock 70 area in San Francisco. And it's located right adjacent to San Francisco Bay. And the project, known as Building 12, was an important piece of the city's industrial history, dating back to the 1940s. So during World War II, it housed one of the most productive shipyards in the country and the largest remaining industrial building in the area, with these amazingly dramatic spaces that would, both hold the strong historic memory of the city on the water, but also allow a new life of creative space and studios. So it was going to be heavy manufacturing and shipbuilding will be making way for creative, light industrial maker spaces, offices and commerce. So to adopt to the projected 100-year sea level rise and to ensure the future viability of this project as a piece of historical preservation and renovation, the decision was made to actually lift the entire structure 10 feet above its existing level. So here you can see the structural timber packing during this lifting process. And then here the entire building structure being lifted. So in contrast to the solution of letting the water in, this is very much the opposite strategy of avoiding the flood line. So the project was completed in 2022, and it's the first of a number of projects that will be developed to regenerate this whole area. It's the final grand space of the renovated and resilient makers space. So to conclude, for us, water is something that deserves both aspirational considerations, but also deeply focused technical resolution and thought. So I thank you very much for your time and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Dziękujemy bardzo serdecznie za
Thank you very much for this very important voice. Let me remind you the culture of community in our relationship with water, and now ahead of us the role of architecture in water resource management. Welcome Monika Budniak-Wiszman, representing
AIA
Associate from Detroit, accompanying us online with Blake Jason, who's responsible for sustainable development and ORR. They are going to share their remarks and reflections on the role of architecture in managing water resources.
Hello. I will just add on my end about Blake that he is such an amazing conversationalist and has such a positive and empowering attitude. So good afternoon, Blake.
Good afternoon. Words.
1 second, I made a mess here.
No worries.
Okay. Do you remember, Blake, when we initially talked about meaning of water in architecture and the development of the cities? And then you started with a historical overview of water management across history of architecture. And then I brought up an image of environmental awareness that current culture is raising. And after that, we somehow turn our conversation into more grounded subject, United Nations Sustainability Goals, especially goal number 6, that it's clean water and sanitary. And during this first conversation, we had this very important question in front of us. Are we truly aware of the value of water?
All right, well, I think there is no. If we look at water from historical perspective, it's almost that we take, but if we look back, it took us from hunter-gatherers. Water is a finite, particularly the that we drink and we use for sanitary purposes. And we have been tackling this water accessibility, moving it about centuries and for millennium. We've gotten so, in fact, we've almost solved where it's invisible. Most parts of it, at least, water is so artificially cheap that we, without really thought, because it feels like an infinite resource, ubiquitous with just our, modern everyday chores and coffee and all the things that we do. And it's unfortunate that we waste it at this level because it isn't a finite resource. And if you think about the era of climate change, which was introduced by the speaker before, if we continue to waste it at this level, it won't be able to meet the needs of the future. And the needs of the future are outpacing the ability of planning and our ability as engineers to keep up with this need. And so we have to find some sort of balance so that we can provide healthy services for all at the time of climate. And even in the areas where it's developed, it's all antiquated infrastructure. So even in the developed world, we have issues with sanitation issues, problems of buildings, and obvious climate change, the overrise, riverine is going to bring a slew of problems that we can solve. And as an architect, I would like to build our way out of them as opposed to retreat away from them. So I think this provides a lot of opportunity to seize appropriately.
Let's focus now on individual buildings. And you share with me that Boston implement ordinance called BERADO, which means Boston's Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance. And one of the purposes of this document is to promote responsible water and energy usage. And what does it mean in reality is that commercial and large residential buildings, they do have to provide their annual usage to the city, right?
Correct. And similar legislation in place across all of North America. So we have this versions of present in Toronto, Chicago, Cisco, New York, and it's starting to become ubiquitous everywhere. I think bigger picture, what we're starting to see is cities are realizing the failure of large-scale infrastructure in a time when we're growing in cities. And so we need buildings to do more of the heavy lifting. So rather than relying on heavy, expensive, cumbersome, difficult to maintain centralized infrastructure, buildings actually can centralized utility in their own right for energy. And if they're designed to align with the natural water cycle, then they can achieve net zero water energy on site and in their operation. So it begins with responsible management of site-based resources and how we design buildings to embrace water, specifying water filters, also collecting the water that falls upon the site and reuse for gray water purposes. We don't have to use water for every possible use, particularly toilet flushing, irrigation, etc. And then lastly, we're starting to see campuses think about decentralized approaches through tertiary or black water treatment facilities on site. This is an example of the Omega Center in upstate New York does such water treatment on site. And it's not difficult to with potentially being a biophilic design feature within a lobby of a high building downtown or even a low-rise building, for example. So there are examples of black water treatment in individual buildings and on campuses whereby the water that has come through the cycle of use on site enter back into the environment as clean or cleaner than the rain which fell upon the rooftop. Now, with that caveat, is that we have to maintain these buildings properly, otherwise the ability of net zero water will fall short. So this is a schematic sketch of built Living Building Challenge project, which was actually net zero water for a time period. However, after operations, they had to remove the composting tool. There was a lack of understanding how to properly maintain and use them. And this was a client that was focused on achieving net zero water objectives. So it shows you that we're there almost, but we still have to engage in education in order to be successful.
I actually really like this picture that we stop on because when we talk about sustainability, we always, very often, besides the design, we have those technical solutions or some complicated calculations for building systems in our mind, but there is one a beautiful aspect also that focuses on aesthetics. And I have my personal story I would like to share. That couple years ago I had great opportunity. I went for the Green Roof conference in Hainan, where I met Patrick Blanc, who is a genius behind Jean Nouvel's green facades, and the conversation with him was just mind-blowing. Green facades and green roofs, they are very common and popular in Asia. But we know that that's not only, if we talk about biophilia, right? That's not only this. And from what we spoke before, I know that you have some interesting points that you would like to share with our audience on biophilic design.
Absolutely. So I too am a big fan of Patrick's work. He's a character. I mean, anyone who
yes,
is a winner, a great designer in my book. Also like the architect Rogers, who also dressed like his projects as well. Certainly green roofs and green walls and green infrastructure are somewhat of some silver bullets of sustainability because they do multiple things. Provide biohabitat for plants and animals, provide rainwater, storage capacity in cities and within buildings, and also and they prolong the life of the roofing membrane and additional energy savings as well, depending on the climate. So there's a lot of benefits. Where my new or recent interest in terms of green infrastructure comes into place is in terms of biophilia. It was around 2016 when they published the Well Building Standard, first time that I had heard biophilia requirement within the standard. And the more I've become introduced to this concept, the more interested I am as that for a blossoming of based approaches to positively influence the health outcomes of the environment. When I say evidence-based is what I mean there are academic research that says that by implementing certain strategies such as biophilia, which is our natural for nature, it actually has a positive impact on the people that are occupying. So what I like about biophilia, it celebrates our natural inclination towards nature. It's very place-based, so you get away from sort of generic buildings, more towards buildings that are rooted in their place and what can thrive from a natural standpoint there. It's also beginning to become a trend and a requirement that there are lots of other ones. So it's not just architecture, interior design, and it's again a rich tapestry of experiences and potentially can improve health. So biophilic design has been blood pressure, heart rate, stress levels, and increase their sense of comfort and safety, and even increase productivity and attention span. So this is really, from a business case, it's actually a very good strategy, one that unlocks a lot of creativity, unlike many of the other technical aspects of sustainability that sometimes bog it down a bit. Now, this is just a list from resource Terrapin Bright Green in the city of New York. This put out a lot of research on it, which is free to download, so I encourage others to look into it. A series of examples of supporting documentation for biophilic experiences specific to water. So while we're talking about safety and quality of life, many opportunities for low, medium, and high cost and medium and high impact outcomes for positive and health improving strategies that incorporate water, which are ripe for exploration.
Blake, as you know from news and here yesterday especially, we talk about this a lot during this conference, central part of Europe as well as, of course, northwest part of Poland is currently battling with the aftermath of flooding that happened recently. So let's just focus a little bit on resilience. You show me that city of Boston operates right now as a hub of innovation for resilience planning, right? They have the documentation, the regulations and requirements. For example, this Article 47 called Green Building and Climate Resilience. And there is a national document, CRC, which means Climate Resilience Checklist. Both of these serve as a catalyst for future-focused design, guidelines for water management, as well as a coastline and stormwater improvement.
Absolutely. So I'm happy to talk about my home city. I'm not from Boston, but I've lived here for 15 years. And this is a look at the city of Boston, which is a very water-centric city. So we have the Charles River in the background, we have the Boston Harbor in the foreground, and it's a city that is surrounded by and defined by its relationship to water. More real estate in Boston is at risk of sea level rise than any other part of North America. And it's one of the few places where you're not going to see this politicized, because we see the realities of, because we have to live with it on a daily basis. That said, water is where the development is happening. And what we see here is we have 70 kilometers of contiguous urban waterfront that is ripe for development. Much of this is new construction for housing and facilities, but it's also urban realm and public opportunities as well. So we are transforming our water from and industrial use into a more people-based use. And that opportunity allows us, again, to build our way out of this challenge. Now, with that comes too much water when you don't need it, and also the issues of it gets very, very cold in Boston as well. So we get inundated with snow, we get inundated with flooding issues of 20, 30 levels and 17. So these numbers are a bit arbitrary that find this. And if you'll note on the left-hand side, when the original European settlers arrived in 1630, dark green, what the original urban morphology looked, 40% of Boston is built on reclaimed low-lying land. And if we do nothing in 2010 scenario, or sorry, a 2050 scenario, where you get 6 feet of sea level rise and then 3 feet by the end of the century, the urban morphology will go back to whence it came from. So we absolutely sit around and do nothing about this. The other challenge that we lack of employ large-scale infrastructure projects to solve this problem. One could argue that of seawalls, we could protect the entirety of the city. However, we through the world's largest project just 20 years ago. The Big Dig basically took a urban superhighway and underground. The project went over budget and also under a lot of its performance. And so the city and the state have sort of, lost their appetite, so to speak, for these large-scale infrastructure. So Article 37 is trying to solve this issue parcel by parcel. This is a screenshot of a free tool, and I encourage you to get online and use the Map Explorer for the city of Boston, and every single parcel going development has to utilize this to its current, near-term, and long-term implications for heat island, social vulnerabilities, storm surge, and sea level rise. And by using these, we're helping the developers who are going through the city's permitting process to work together to create solutions to where we can individually, parcel by parcel, provide this level of protection needed for the 70 kilometers coastline before it's too late.
Exactly. Yes.
One of many plans for each one of the neighborhoods where that is taking effect. Each neighborhood within the city of Boston has its own master plan specifying certain goals for different development parcels.
Yes, exactly. Let's zoom out a little bit and talk about the neighborhood project. And I know that you have one case study to share with our audience today.
Absolutely. Take a look at the South Boston. You'll see in the middle, it's a historic neighborhood. So historic for us means 100 years old, which is pretty ancient for us, not particularly for this audience. To the left is the Seaport, which is the area of highest concentration of wealth and development undergoing the city right now. And on the right-hand side is the historic Dorchester neighborhood, which we're going to focus in on. So I was part of a team in my previous office, Stantec, where we were developing an urban master plan for the site, which was a former convention center which had fallen into disuse. And it represented a huge opportunity for resiliency and also to create a new urban 24/7 live play environment on this transit-served site, which was the largest piece of undeveloped site along the Boston Harbor. And this is what we transformed it into, which was 17 buildings, which made up civic buildings, parks, living, office lab, and office lab particularly, that's what really drives the economy there due to the research cluster that they have. And by filling in this project and using the Article 37 process, what we realized that this piece was a linchpin to resiliency for the neighborhood beyond and provided an opportunity to protect it relative to projects that were going various different phases of construction and design at the same time. So we had storm surge coming up from the water to the south, left-hand side of the slide, had upgrades to the seawalls for the adjacent neighborhood to our left. Then there were resiliency measures being built into Moakley Park to the right, which was our largest urban park within the city of Boston. So by finishing the site with different developers, but similar consultants on the design and engineering, particularly the civil engineering side, we were able to create a solution that linked the seawall in this particular part, while also creating accessibility and visibility between the neighborhood as well as the subway station directly through development onto the water, as well as protecting it from the water near term and long term. So these are just some examples of what the master plan looked like, a little bit elevated from maybe a drone footage view of where the subway line was towards the water looking. And you can see that we built in lots of green space within the site that basically connects you to, and we also were thinking of accessibility as well. So we didn't want to wall off from this new development. Rather, we wanted to connect people directly to the water and all the buildings adjacent to the water therein as well. And this is just a look at how the overall development unfolded. And again, this is more of a celebration of place, not a reactionary or a fear-based response to potential of rising sea level and climate change. So it's how multiple parcels and different developers can work together through the permitting process in order to build unified seawall that protects the city of Boston and beyond.
Blake, as we close our conversation, because our time is over now, would you like to give to our wonderful audience some uplifting, positive thoughts as a close, as an end of this discussion?
Absolutely. So this is a work in progress, and I think it represents a lot of opportunity if you're creative about it. We shouldn't be afraid of this. I think that this is the challenge of our life. There's more work to do than there is projects. Other cities have learned from this and thrived. Currently, Singapore is introducing the Sponge City concept. Certainly, Venice is a victim of its own success relative to its tourism potential and how it turned its challenge into an opportunity. People want to be near the water. The last presentation, Scandinavian ideas about water. It's no accident that I for the Oslo Opera House here. And there's a lot of opportunity for creative solutions that really haven't even been fully tapped yet. So I implore people to think about this from both the creativity standpoint as well as an engineering standpoint. And remember that people and water are just a good combination. It's a happy thing. It's what brought us to cities and places where they were built first in the first place. And I think we could learn something from our partners can do to have a little bit more reverence for water as opposed to wasting it. I'll also offer to give a presentation to people if you want to keep with us, and I'll close with just these final thoughts here, dwell on them since I know that time is of the essence. And I'll encourage people to touch, and I thank you for welcoming me here to give us your time. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this insightful conversation. Thanks.
You're very welcome.
Serdecznie dziękujemy za ten podwójny głos.
Thank you very much for this double voice on the role of architecture in managing water resources. And we are staying with architecture because we are in the session dedicated to architecture. So we are going to have a panel discussion about water-friendly architecture. The panel is going to be moderated by Professor Anna Januk-Taszostak from the Poznań Technical University. She is also Vice Chairman of the Congress Program Council. The introductory voice will be by Robert Konieczny from KWK Promise. Additionally, other panelists include Anita Baść from Faculty of Architecture from Wrocław, Monika Budniak-Wyśman, Michał Duda, Director of the Museum of Architecture in Wrocław, Izabela Gajny, architect from the Lower Silesia Chamber of Architects. Warm welcome to Bartosz Jarosz, Chairman of Wielkopolska Regional Chamber of Architects, partner at No Studio Architects. Welcome to Małgorzata Kuciewicz and Simona Dele-Jakubis from headquarters. So several dozens of minutes we'll be discussing water-friendly architecture. So I'm leaving you in very good hands.
Przedstawienie naszych panelistów.
Thank you for introducing our speakers, and I'd like to thank speakers for accepting this invitation and taking up this discussion on architecture that is friendly to water. So please join me on stage.
Pierwsze dwa głosy wprowadzające.
So the first two introductory speeches
naszych gości z zagranicy, Chrisa Hardiego.
Belong to Chris Hardy and Blake Jackson, our foreign guests online. And in both these speeches we could hear that water is a priceless resource, but it can also be a threat.
I tak jak to było powiedziane
so as it was mentioned yesterday, rivers do not have, in Poland at least, yes, they still don't have a legal personality, they have no voice, but they can still claim their rights and space for water. And we keep narrowing this space and taking it away from rivers, this space. So today we'll also discuss about whether we should design, how to design by the water, how to design in catchments, because it depends on catchments what problems we'll be encountering in valleys down the river.
Przełączę slajd.
Okay, I'll switch the slide. I'm not going to welcome everyone individually from the speakers. I'll just address direct questions to individual guests. But these are the questions that I asked to my guests. In what direction should architecture friendly to water? In what direction should architecture go? Architecture that will be friendly to people, water and environment, that will be durable and beautiful.
Przyjazna też nie ludziom.
So architecture needs to be friendly not only to people but also to other species, not human species that share the space. So what kind of architecture we can create, having in mind climate changes. And the fact that precipitation, like we had recently in Kłodzko Valley, can happen more and more often. What also matters is how to build social awareness and responsibility for water, climate, environment. We can treat this topic in a very broad terms, and how to enforce these solutions in our legislative conditions. And last but not least, how to reduce flood risk. Because the risk of flood manifests in places where water flows down, but we should manage this risk much higher. So how to build, how to shape space and management of both areas that are in close vicinity of rivers and those that are already built up with embankments. First of all, within the area of catchments, not only within the cities, but also out of cities. So to start with, I'd like to ask Robert Konieczny. Thank you very much for accepting my invitation to this panel session. I'll be absolutely true, I'll be speaking true that you shape global trends in architecture. Because your projects such as the Ark, your own house, was awarded as the best house in the world. It's not the only award you received. Another example is the building of the Dialogue Center house, Breakthroughs, also awarded in 2016 as the best building in the world and the best public space as well. On the other hand, there are comments that it's just a concrete frying pan. So anyway, where can you find a recipe for architecture that creates a place, creates space for people, and simultaneously is a fabric for environment in the city? So I give you the floor and the flipper. Please inspire us.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dzień dobry Państwu. Dziękuję za taką miłą zapowiedź. Ja sobie teraz tak spojrzę na to urządzenie, jak ono działa. Dobra, działa, okej. Moi drodzy, a propos tej Arki, nie wiem, ona tak nawet sobie pomyślałem w kontekście tego, o czym Pani powiedziała, tak trochę symbolicznie tutaj wybrzmiewa. Na okładce tej książki, którą dosłownie dzisiaj oddaliśmy do druku, bo ta wersja naszej globalnej monografii wychodzi też w Polsce. I ostatnie poprawki gdzieś tam wysyłaliśmy do wydawnictwa.
Last remarks sent to the publishing house, and I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about the book and done research of different projects that we've accomplished throughout years, and they are somehow related with the topic. And the problem of the architecture. I wanted to relate to an old project that I've been working on in the 1990s or 96 or 7. We've been young students or architects.
Verona.
Verona. The competition topic was to reinvigorate the coast of the river Wadega. It was a huge tragedy. Many people died. Our solution relates to that. This is a spot that we've seen on old photos, and this is a still naive solution, but I can see those ideas being reflected in subsequent implementations where people, for example, put the 3D glasses on and watch the space in before ages, and the idea was to reinvigorate the riverbanks. The recent projects, recent designs we have gathered here on our computers, the project of the Aura or the project of greening the area around the Silesian Museum. This is something I'm showing here for the first time. These are projects that are related to water, to abundance. Are we going to go against that or the other way around? These projects seems to be sort of an answer to those problems. Now, the museum breakthroughs, przełomy, that's 2016, the best building of the year, not the white one, or the best building of Europe. And underneath there is our museum, the square you see here is an underground museum. I'll tell you a few words about that, and I'll give you a few breakthroughs, and I show you a plateau gallery in a context, so that when you see the change in the awareness of the architect, when he finds out something that are changing his view on the nature, the fabric of things, he can react with the subsequent project, or when doing something, or when he finalizes something, it can still affect him. This was a quarter of living houses. There was after the bombardment, this place got empty, and we won the competition. Next to us was the Urbe Philharmony. We decided we're not going to compete with such a strong structure and go aside, and we wanted to connect the quarter before the war and this after war square. This was a very strong connection of a urban hybrid that on one hand is a square and on another and a living quarter where you're able to underline the old quarter. You can see that the square is being raised, but very gently. So a building was created with an added value. Its roof is a square. When you look at it, it can really serve people, and the people from Szczecin found out that this is the place they really needed. Manifestations, concerts, public fora, gathering thousands of people. This is what the square is used for. It's also used for other purposes. I'm not telling about what's happening on the ground, I'm rather telling about what's happening on the ground. This is a very appreciated building by the inhabitants, or this is what we've left with. This is not the end of story about the building. I'll go back to that in a second. But what's important is the story is the Plateau Gallery. This is a remake of an old butcher house from the 19th century. Gathering other facilities around. They will be mostly demolished. This is the building that we have seen. Its facade was damaged with great holes, and the idea was to keep those holes as a sort of a shortcut connecting the building with the city, and to turn it with turning walls. And well, now the surrounding. In the beginning, in the competition, we assumed that the whole floor will be concrete floor. It's going to be a public place, and on the other hand, it's also going to be a place for artists. But when it all started, we started to finding out more about that. These were the outskirts of the city, not the city center, so we've created something additional for people. Another important thing is the pandemic, the climate report about what architecture does to the planet. Our awareness changes completely, and then we decided what can be seen in the third pictogram. We decided to change the space around the building into a multi-purpose park to fight for this space. You know what public tendering looks like, but we decided to start acting and not to wait. This is based on the buildings before the World War. We took some space from the artists, although this is still a space for expositions, but currently the gallery is opened to a green biodiverse park that is completely permeable for water, including the flooring, and there are retention ponds under the ground, and also edible plants are planted, and there are trees, and where inhabitants are very well connected to the space, where we have animals and surface reservoirs, and there of course is also art that attracts people. Once we managed to achieve that all, once we managed to create a building that also worked in the outer space, and this was 2001, we started thinking about Szczecin and about the building that seems to work nice, but I still couldn't live with the idea about what to do with a building that is already complete. So I went to the marshal's office and I told the marshal to add small interventions into that space. But how small? First, we needed to add a design. In 2001, we found out that Szczecin has been flooded. We knew about it in the media, from the media. And at the same time, in Eastern Germany, during one night, 200 people died in one place. That was a big surprise and a huge tragedy. At the same time, Szczecin and our museum was flooded, although everything was properly designed and predicted. It appeared the urban sewage water system was flooded, and the pumps that were basically pumping the water out of the building were not able to pump it out because they were clogged. What were the ideas to do about it? The museum was closed. The first idea was maybe let's add some greenery. Let's take some part of the public space away. This is the open air festival, the Voice of Reason. 2 days of rainfall, and imagine what it would look like if you even add a inclination. We would kill the public space. When you look at this picture, and I use the pointers of technicians for help to restart it.
Moi drodzy, czekając jakby na ten slajd. Dobra. Wracam do tego slajdu, który chciałem wam pokazać. Okay. Mamy potężną przestrzeń zieloną.
We have a huge green space. What we've been missing was the small public space. So the voice of reason was to keep the useful flooring that is useful to people, and we add a lot of trees, adding shadow and making this space nice to live. This project was directed into this idea. We have a green infrastructure, some greenery, huge retention reservoirs underwater that can take over the flood wave or store it when there is not enough water. What we see here through the small change, this starts looking like that. Those skaters who love this place and the children and bikers will still be playing there, but more in the shadow of the trees, and they'll be able to experience this shadow. And this is not the end of my presentation. Go back to the Aura and to the Silesian Museum, since the experiences with Plateau from this green space design, storing, capturing water, resulted in those two projects. And I probably will be able to tell more about them during the discussion. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. I hope that in the meantime we'll hear some comments. Time is rushing and we have a very rich panel. We have Małgorzata Kuciewicz and Simon de la Cobła from the Central, and the director of the Architectural Museum in Wrocław, Dr. Michał Duda. Your exhibition is visible in the hall. In the beginning there was rain, and I wanted to ask you not only to comment this exhibition, what in your opinion is this unseen legacy of the relations between architecture and water, and how should the awareness be shaped? How should we raise the social awareness and the awareness of the designers and decision makers? As architects, we can influence the space we live in, and we can also influence the environment and the circulation, the hydrological and ecological processes taking place in the cities and outside of them. So I give you the floor, and I know that you also have a short presentation prepared. I do not need a presentation because it's not about that. Thanks for being here in the first place. Thanks for inviting me institutionally to join the conference program and join the meeting through this exhibition, because this is what the museum architecture can do. So thank you for receiving this invitation. We are the guardians of a sort of a memory about architectures, about past events. We try to connected with the future challenges, and so this realization was ingenious, because this is how we were able to show how we managed the water in the past and how we can draw conclusion on that for the future. I give you the floor because this was your role. We are always a catalyst, but this coincidence here will hopefully be followed by something, because these exhibitions are not about preaching to the converted. All of you definitely share problems of our existence in these ecosystems and water, but we wanted to take you to the Museum of Architecture, where the context is not that obvious. And the Museum of Architecture tries to work with nature, with plants, with water. It's still being perceived as exotic. I know we're going to continue, and I know that this meeting is about that. We also invite students to work on that, to vaccinate them with this need, with what we can encounter in the future. And I put myself in a comfortable position from an architect point of view, because I'm an art historian by education, so I can pick this position of an participant of events who does not always share the optimism, whose own experiences are based on building up sandbags during 3 big floods and potentially rescue the archives of our institutions that this time appear to be unnecessary. Let's hope we can search for hope in sort of an revolution. That revolution won't bring any changes if we won't change the approach, systematic approach. We'll be making the same mistakes again. It is great that you are able to find elements from the past in order to, so to say, kickstart your imagination. Ania asked us about how to build the imagination and how to search for new forms of building of cities of future with its inhabitants. We answer with an exhibition, but we also like to share a few reflections we came up with during the conference and after the flood. Because when we search for ancient things, we are at looking at solutions that we can still marvel today, but once our reality hits such a phenomena like in the south of Poland, we look closer to the practical aspects of our actions. And since we're not dealing with research activities, in our opinion, we are at a stage where the approach to architecture changes. We look at the water circulation and thermal cycle, because the state of water in a airborne form is responsible for the dynamics around us. What we try to do in cooperation with those participating in our events and with our students is to spread this awareness that we are flooded in an aerial ocean. We teach others how to use the old tools like the diameter meter, where we can recognize the water amount in air, and we can research atmospheric events and follow the precipitation if it doesn't rain, and we try to participate in the urban space with all our senses. So we organize climatic walks, not to restrict thinking about water only as a liquid fluid, but to understand that when shaping buildings and cities, we actually create craftsman microclimates. We are responsible for the thermal response of the cities and for shaping the flows and not just objects.
In English, I hope it's fine with you guys. Another thing that we like to do with participants in our activities is to draw clouds together, and we do this for 2 main reasons. The first reason is because cloud changed so much that after 30 years in 2017 the World Cloud Atlas felt compelled to introduce brand new clouds into their catalog of clouds, and that's because we changed the atmosphere so much that new types of clouds appear. So observing the clouds is an interesting exercise. And the second is to kind of renew the language of architecture through try to find forms of notations of fleetings and seemingly ungraspable phenomena such as clouds. So when we asking our participants to kind of focus on the form of them, on their speed, on the dynamic kind of components of clouds. So this exercises for us has been kind of a tool to reimagining the way we can kind of represent the world. And another thing we do sometimes is we engage people in LARPs, live active role playing, and in this case you can actually go and play with this game we designed with Małgosia here at the Beauvoir SIG Gallery in Wrocław, where kind of you can embody yourself a meteorological phenomena through kind of understanding the meteorological symbols and their significance. And sometimes we focused also on meteorological phenomena which are disappearing. So in a sense, you could try to, with a group of people, to establish relationships between these meteorological phenomena and to kind of craft together a sort of a synoptic map, like a meteorological map.
No i przede wszystkim staramy się świadomie doświadczać tych.
We try to experience these phenomena in a conscious way. We are sharing our experience from September when we were invited by Flow Collective. We'll see them later. And we had a chance to live with Vistula River for 10 days and learn, experience river flows. River doesn't flow just in one pace. When you swim on it, or in it, you learn the structure of water structures. You've learned how you can read from how water moves, what's the current. We're trying to translate these experience into designing tools. Here an example that you can see in our exhibition. There is a draft. We are now working on a flowing water swimming pool so that people could immerse in it and experience 10 types of Vistula currents. When you erect from this experience, you'll be more aware of air currents that flow across the city.
Here is like a catch-up moment, as Gosia presented this project in the panel last year here with you all, and we'd like to present to you that like after 2 years of engagement with trying to renaturalize and bring back water plants to the large pool of the Barcelona pavilion by Mies van der Rohe. The plants are finally kind of like settling in, and new species are appearing, and even tall plants. And this is was like a really challenging process. And personally, we like to share the fact that we love to observe how the love for kind of hydrobotany and aquatic botany grew also in the members of the Mies van der Rohe Foundation, that like were skeptical that this intervention was even possible at the very beginning, and now they're kind of like monitoring themselves the biodiverse, rich fauna that inhabits the pool. And in doing so, we like to remind that every single fresh body of water in our city is a potential site for a rich biodiverse ecosystem. So this is what the Barcelona Pavilion stands for, and this process like started like in the slide before, like presented by Gosia on our like long-lasting 6 years reconstruction of these concrete pots that were designed in the 70s in Warsaw by Alina Scholz and Alina Skipnieska.
Czyli jakby podsumowując, chcieliśmy się podzielić taką refleksją, że po pierwsze
So we wanted to share our thought that our local experience, now we feel much more rooted in Mazowsze, which is a land that dries out, and for us the main building block is water. And physics works the same everywhere, but it doesn't mean that we can implement same projects everywhere, because if we have humidity in the air, some elements in architecture don't help us cooling the atmosphere around down. That's one thought. We would like to create this dynamic eye together. We are prepared to work with students on this. We are now launching on the 24th of July. We are launching workbooks with dynamic mock-ups, models, which tell us how to design in partnership with nature. We don't need to tame nature, but how we create architectural spaces to keep this partnership to be ready for unknown in the future. Okay. I've always been fascinated by your sensitivity, as if you had a magnifying glass in your eyes and saw the invisible, those very volatile, delicate things such as fog or water drops. And that's an important part of our awareness. Okay, we are running out of time, so I would like to address now next panel speakers. With us we also have Bartosz Jarosz, the chairman of Great Poland Chamber of Architects and a partner in New Studio Architects. We were to be joined by Joanna Rice, but unfortunately she failed to join us. But we have Anna Bacz, Professor Anna Bacz from University of Technology from Wrocław, from Department of Architecture, and Izabela Gajny from Lower Silesian Regional Chamber of Architects. You also represent RIBA, Royal Institute of British Architects, and INBAU. And I hope this experience will expand our view on architecture as well. Because I'd like to move from idea to reality. That is, most of us is aware of both climate and environmental challenges, all the crises that we live in. Even if you would like to implement some innovatory solutions in architecture, however, we need to face several challenges in terms of organization, law in Poland. So I'd like you to share your experience, how to build buildings or build different objects that intersect with waterfront. Also in reference to after flood damages that happened in Kłodzko, for example. Please try to tell us what needs to be changed, where we have the details that change everything, and which prevent us to implement architectural solutions, resilient and flexible architecture and symbiotic architecture. So the floor is yours, Bartek. Hello everyone. I'll try to be brief, and I'll present to you in 6 slides what architects, us as a milieu and our studio, we do on everyday basis. We try to tame water, flame and air. So here we are dealing with water, and when I observed the previous presentations and previous projects, it keeps changing all the time, and we need to keep adapting to this as architects, take into account several aspects. As Robert mentioned about pandemics, it sped up everything and changed the way people design. We face that too. We also deal with educating, like Małgosia Simonem said, because it's all grounded on education. Sometimes it's just direct education, and at other times it's educating, but by what we actually do. Out of the things that was mentioned, when we design, in our designs we need to tame rainwater and groundwater and rainwater on the plot, and if we design at the waterfront, we need to deal with that too. So because of that, there are several elements, several components that we need to refer to and combine many things, different regulations, norms, guidelines. We are chained by all that, and we want to force we want to persuade people to our vision. Someone needs to approve that. And society needs to have their say, because everything is created based on certain programs. Sometimes it's easier with a private investor, at other times public investors can be difficult. So I'll just show you 3 designs. This is Vienna, northern Wieleń, sorry, northern west part of our region. This was fought by the commune, a big revitalization project for the city. We came there when nearly everything was already accepted, so that's the functional and usable project, and we only had to design the marketplace. We had to adapt to what was already done. We couldn't do anything. We could only affect it with some small elements to improve what has already been done and ready and closed. So the topic can evolve, of course, but not a lot. We had to make some small interventions. We need to show the investor some good practices. Here there was an intersection of 2 roads. The main road with the bridge which totally split the city center, and we had no influence on that, plus water road E60 used by 60 meters long barges. They swim there. It's a fully navigable road also for different commodities. The strand is returning if there is water. So Nottage is still somehow managing. I'm not a specialist specifically from rivers. What's wrong with rivers? I know that there is the system of sluices that helped us a lot too. But the main problem in this revitalization project of this part of the city was that we were dealing with a totally degraded area. Very often people blame us, why did you do it this way and not, so you didn't make it more natural? Well, what you had and was natural before was degraded by inhabitants over the 50 years, to the extent that if we had some bigger floods, all tires and waste that are collected in other places, all plastic scattered around, all debris would be just carried on. But we encountered at the co-finance project, subsidized by the city, with a beach that was protected by the city. Everyone was involved, all city authorities, including regional management of roads. This area had to be changed, but in a way that would make it the most profitable for citizens, for inhabitants. So we did our best to clean up this area, to build some banks, boulevards. We did some infrastructure for the water roads. The rest of it we wanted to leave in a natural state. So we persuaded the investor not to change it. So when we were doing this project, we realized that it was a channeled river, so we want to include here communication roads and sewage systems, etc. So it gave us a very interesting result of these waterfront infrastructure, recreational infrastructure, and a wild bank on the other side. So revitalization is also a social element and a lesson for the future. It also is related to education. So we showed, we educated society what kind of greenery we want, so why we want to have meadows by rivers. Every now and then someone tries to cut the grass because people are used to having very nice, smooth lawns, and we keep teaching them with new practices. I'm trying to speed up here. When we talk about water that needs to be timed, it's not only the waterfront, it's also what can be used to revitalize other areas such as post-industrial, post-production buildings. We adopt them for transgenerational integration centers. We need to manage water there in a different way. We can't just pump it in to the general water and sewage system. We slow down it with green roofs. We make water gardens to eliminate some blockages in general water and sewage system. We run different activities in cities when it comes to revitalization. And through architecture, we bring in some social changes. We change the perception of different places. And this is the point we need to discuss. The famous paragraph 28. First, we release water into the city sewage and water system. So that's the first condition for buildings. So that's the same approach of Polish waters. After what has happened, everyone is in panic. What has happened in Odra? So when we design, everyone is scared to carry out their investments. So there are different extremes now and different problems. Some people would like to implement some solutions very quickly, while others want to implement solutions successively. I think that's the best way. You can't do things immediately because that's too costly. And also some social problems. So by educating society, we teach people that people from small towns, they find this kind of architecture cosmic anyway. So I think that what we talked about before the room, that public utility buildings should meet certain standards of keeping water in one place, and they should be green, at least for the fact that private investors later on had this training field. They could get used to certain solutions before they themselves decide to implement similar solutions in their case. We are scared of things that are new. So implementing certain standards in cities has to be related to a lot of discussion and combining different tools. You can't just build one building that is green in all aspects. It's not a perfect fix if it doesn't take into account several aspects. For example, cooperation of or decision-taking bodies, municipal companies. Everything has to be taken into account because we have geodesic systems of zoning systems. These zoning systems need to include water. It shouldn't end up in finishing the investment.
I'd like to add that I teach students on a Scatter Life platform. This is a platform allowing to have a look where water flows, surface water flows, and what consequences there are if you manage that and if you buy a new neighborhood, because the problems appear not where the causes are. And the architects and urban planners should be aware of their decisions concerning the zoning affect the hydrographic system, and they should know where not to build. The colleague from Boston has shown very nicely that you can create a building through which the water flow, and by giving simple indications on the parking spots, we create underground garages, and they block the flow of water. The flow starts flowing somewhere, and we can flood the parking, underground parking spots. Welcome. I wanted to go down to the ground and relate to the post-flood situation in Kłodzka Valley, in Lądek-Zdrój, in Stronie Śląskie, and all the areas where they're mostly affected by the flood. I had a chance to participate in such a meeting freshly organized after the flood organized in the voivodeship of, organized in the city council in the south, and we wanted to talk about the reconstruction because of this unmeasurable unmeasurable misery, disaster that has occurred there. I use the soft protection measures that I know from the UK, and I start to implement them in Poland slowly. One of the examples I'd like to recall is the benchmark for Podkowa Leśna. This is an inspiration for people who renovate their own houses, and because of that are aware of local traditions, and thanks to that you can keep those places very homogenic. The municipalities should also be equipped in tools to be able to talk to the developers who irreversibly destroy the local landscapes. There should be resources to rebuild local villages with the elements of traditional infrastructure. They do not have to copy the historical detail one-to-one, but they should use the basis that has been an inspiration also for other areas. What has affected those areas may also be a chance to coordinate such events on a bigger scale. We can do that using central management. We can shorten some procedures. We can set new areas for such construction. This character of local provinces is being lost from year to year even more, and those mountainous areas are the anchors of such architecture. They are the strongholds of this architecture. We don't have the awareness of those types of roofs, of the roof elements, eaves, canopies, and the architectural principles. All the elements of the structure are the answer to the climatic circumstances, and in a natural way the context was created with the use of the knowledge of local craftsmen being transferred from one generation to another. The problem with reconstruction in Poland is sort of a doctrine problem worth discussing, because we have the Venetian cards that prohibit the reconstruction of traditional buildings, but in some justified cases, because of the context of this locality and its touristic potential, as well as because of the local identity of local communities, these topics are worth mentioning. Thank you very much. Two things that are worth underlining here. This catalog of characteristic local architectural specifics adapted to climatic conditions and weather conditions, built from local materials with some elements of the craftsman warehouse that was deemed to be typical. That's one thing. The other thing is how to rebuild smart, not to commit the same mistakes or not to endanger the freshly built architecture by endangering it with the next flood, because we need to be aware that this is not the last flood. The mountain areas it is typical for the mountain areas. The floods will happen more and more. The research indicates that clearly, so we need to set new protection zones. Also, to build appropriate reservoirs, and we'll also have to face the problem of resettlement, so we need to negotiate that with local communities. This is what we've been missing during the implementation of those programs. The local communities absolutely were not convinced that something adequate to their needs is going to be proposed to them. Except of traditional architecture, I specialize in the protection of monuments and in the social participation with the use of broad negotiation tools. And these are not just talks, these are joint projects. With using the charrette method. This is a well-proven method in the US and France. So it's not just talks with the local community, but it's joint decision-making based on real possibilities. Thank you very much. We have two more panel participants I'd like to let to speak. Professor Anna Bać. Since we have the same profession of academic teacher, I wanted to ask you what has to be changed in the education of architects and urban designers. First of all, thank you for the invitation and thanks for being here with you. Thanks for the great audience looking and listening to us. This is a very broad topic we're talking about, and I've been wondering what to start with and what to complain about. So I tell you an anecdote. Showing the problem of water architecture and design and urban planning, I wanted to show you how vast area this is. We have super modern design tools, we get the GIS tools, so we can know how much water will flow, when and how, but we're not using it. On the other hand, water in architecture, when we think what that is, what are your first associations except for it, the fact that it's supposed to be beautiful and that water reflects waves? My association with water is the following: you need to clean the outflows and pipes. In case of the private house, it's funny, but in case of the architectural assumptions where we have whole drainage systems and system of gutters, we need that so that it's not always going to be beautiful. The rain garden will sometimes will be ugly, and I don't know where I'm going to make enemies here in Wrocław, but I start seeing those garden rains. The anti-example is that I send the students to see those rain gardens. They cannot recognize them. The question is, why are we not using the educational tools? Each such solution that is important should also be labeled so that the bypasser will be able to see that this is not a regular pond or a simply, but it's a water garden, and that's the anecdote. I specialize in the sustainable or resilient architecture. I've been doing this for about 20 years, so before all of this started to be very fashionable and trendy. And I've been searching for such sustainable solution for a long time, and it is good to find such an example where we have a green architecture, and I found the beautiful green architecture with green walls, green roof, rainwater usage to flood toilets, and slow down and the retention garden, local water treatment plant. And I asked my colleague, who has designed this? And I told him, Jacek, this is fantastic. What has happened? Where did it come from? And he tells me, well, we didn't get the connection decision from the water works. That was not Polish Waters, but that was the local waterworks by then. So a strong tool is to deny designers a possibility to drain the rainwater to the rainwater sewage. I think this is the only tool that is used by the waterworks to encourage investors to use the water on the spot. What's the other bottom, the double bottom? Regardless whether it's a bigger developer and an individual investor, following this topic, you cannot build anything in Wrocław currently returning water to the sewage water system. We also have a joint outflow drainage system, but let's keep silent about that. And the client gets two possibilities. You can get rid of the water on your plot using underground reservoirs. What should I do? You need to get a legal water estimate, and that takes 3 months. Then you have to pay for the device and then continue paying. And what's my alternative? The alternative is that we are going to create a closed reservoir, and you have two. One will be for rainwater and the other one for wastewater. And this is the reality. The client who can pick 3 months in delay of the investment or half a year in real life, and he could be acting nicely and eco-friendly, but because of the reality, he ends up with two reservoirs. So the bureaucracy and money are cutting our wings off. My perspective is the following. I won a competition in 2007 where water was one element of the area management, but we wanted to add water solutions. We have designed water drainages and green roofs. Could this be included in 2009 in the design? No. Why? The water sewers were problematic because a problem with water reception. There was a problem with me to deal with that. What, not sewers? I'm thinking about an open drainage canal, not deep, 15 centimeters, so that children wouldn't hurt themselves. And the comment was, we cannot do that because children may soak with water. Or we cannot do a green roof because it's going to definitely be leaking. It's very problematic. We used the double layer of roofing felt, and the argument remains that it's going to leak. What we need, we need that so that people know what simply is necessary, so that they look at the architecture with their hearts. We've seen all the great example of the activists. We can see that you love it all, but on the other hand, we need tools. We need those procedures to be much faster. So it's not just me and my students would be the people who understand that, but also the legislation creators, those who design the procedures, and we want the people be more pro. So you be pro, who you know that future is in your hands, so you need to be more supportive. Thank you very much. I think I can ask you here to tell me what would you like to change in the Polish law, in the Polish legislation to make it easier and pro, so that the definition of the blue and green infrastructure would have legal basis and not be an out-of-the-blue concept. I also like to ask Monika Podniak-Kuszman, who we started the conversation with Blake with before this panel, to give us a summary, because you know the experiences, you have the experiences from Asia, America and Europe. What is worth to introduce in our reality. Thank you for the invitation. I have a very short presentation here. When, after being invited to this panel, I started thinking how to approach the topic, and I decided then that I should recall the photographies from my phone and from my inspirational folder. That is something that then sticks in my head and makes me to stop and think. As architects, we want to create beautiful things, and this is our goal. So I start to China, my lovely China, I love to go back to. What I really love about this is the poetics and this approach as dialogue between nature and architecture. It's not like the architecture lives with its own life and nature with a separate. In here I wanted to show you the sponge city that was mentioned on multiple occasions, and this is the visual representation of how it could be accomplished and what the role of the architect should be. This simply is a playground, and this is a construction of an amazing small architecture of amphitheaters, paths for runners and bikers, as well as small pagodas and benches. This is bringing people from the city. This has been mentioned here because we mentioned that we want to be close to nature, but we also want to live in a city with restaurants close by, with our offices and schools close by, equipped with public transportation, but we want the nature to be very close to us. And we know that this area is going to be flooded, and it's fine, but let's do something fantastic there. And I think that this is a great example of the sponge city, and let's raise the bridges above and create small pagodas can be flooded. Another example from my beloved Shanghai. is the example of Jean Nouvel of the French concession. French concession is a very nice neighborhood of the city. This is a residential area, although there are luxury commercial buildings there. But this traditional architecture there, and somebody has mentioned that the dialogue with the past is important here, and the respect as well as the analysis of the dynamics of place. And as architects, we should not be arrogant. We should come and listen to what people who lived there for centuries have to say, how they deal with the drainage of rainwater or getting rid of snow or decoration of their houses, and how they do it. And you can see the translation of Jean Nouvel.
He situated their plant pots. We see that it's still the green wall, but in a totally different, made in a totally different way. That's phenomenal.
Office building.
And what is fascinating that it's an office building, it's not even a residential building. Just very quickly, my photos from Mexico City. A different way of building streets. Today, someone mentioned about concrete flooded streets. Mexico City has a fantastic solution for that, especially Polanco or Rome, where you have high-level residential buildings. We don't want to disturb people in accessing their own houses, and because of safety there is no point in moving green areas too close to their house. Just the street is divided in half and there is green area and people just in the middle of the street. That's a fantastic solution. There is a lady walking there. There is a path for cyclers, for runners. So some small architectural objects. So I love biophilia in Mexico because that's a dialogue between architecture and nature. We built houses or villas the coast of ocean. Architecture wasn't as important as the nature itself, so we stress the nature. It's like art. Architecture is just a frame. Now I'd like to end up by talking by Detroit. I'm happy that Detroit is not that totally foreign in here. I think Professor already mentioned that. Detroit as contrasted to Shanghai. Huangpu River, Chris has already mentioned that before. In Detroit we also have a river that is fantastic because on the one hand we have Canada, on the other side there is the United States, but there is no dialogue there, and that's a big problem, political problem, etc. There is something going on in theory. As you can see, there is new bridge that was built thanks to Canadian government, not thanks to the American government, but I wanted to show you the photo at the top. Here we are discussing the contact of architecture and the river, between architecture and river. So the reservoir, that is the water from the river is flew through HVAC system, so it's a refrigerator, cooling down hot air. So that's great because sustainability is also included here. It's a form of contact with all systems in the building. Thank you. Thank you very much. Would you like to add something? Just 2 words, just to close the presentation. I said that I'm still not thanking for your attention. So, relating to what Professor mentioned about law, perhaps I'm not the best example or an expert to shape the law. But I wanted to add something more, because we live now in times that require strong changes in architecture. They require new ideas to how to build, to make our buildings a good response to problems we encounter. And by inspiring the local architecture, I could show you small examples, if I may just show the arc. Because I'd like to point out to some things, if you can hear me in the operator's room to start my presentation. 3-4 photos that will show you that one small architectural note can make a plot that is 1,500 square meters big. Whatever you put into the ground, it's only 6 meters. So next slide, okay. Look at that. Important thing that we didn't mention. Water in the mountains, it's not only flooding, it's also about earth slumps. By making my design, I'm guessing things and I'm finding new solutions. The house that is in fact a bridge, it stands on 3 walls, water goes underneath. It dries from all this local knowledge that we've had. It's all been perfected, and I added something from me. I stood the house on 3 walls to make smaller this contact space, and I also have very tight reservoirs. I have closed cesspit. I didn't want to make it open as suggested. Okay, just to close it. Some small things can change a lot, really. Thank you very much for this example, which shows us that we don't need to tame water because it's going to overcome it if we oppose it. It's rather about understanding water, to cooperate and coexist with water. Your example of Turenscape, for example, shows us the directions of coexistence with water, that we can build to be prepared to the fact that architecture is going to be flooded. So we need to diminish negative costs of flooding. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to all my panelists for excellent speeches and inspirations. Thank you very much also for this panel session. Very interesting findings and thoughts that we'll all have from it. Now, we have about 15 minutes coffee break, only to meet here again at 6:30. See you soon.
Czy Europa może nadal wierzyć, że sprosta konkurencji Chin? Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit.
Drodzy Państwo, kontynuujemy drugi dzień naszego kongresu.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue after the break. Now we have the session related to life quality, art and water. Panel discussion now is titled Art and Water. It's going to be moderated by Cecilia Malik, a painter, performer, educator, ecologist and an urban activist.
Wystąpią pani Anna Chmiel, malarka.
Taking part, we're going to have Anna Chmiel, painter and activist, co-founder of the Sisters of the River Collective. Katarzyna Pitowska, activist from the Sisters of the River Collective and the Rescue Action for Warsaw. Moreover, Grażyna Smalej, artist, also from Sisters of the River Collective, and Zofia Szeraew, an artist, ethnologist and activist.
Sztuka i woda.
Ladies and gentlemen, art and water session.
Siostry rzeki pożyczyły drewniany galar i wyruszyły w podróż. Wisłą z Krakowa do Bałtyku, by zobaczyć i poznać rzekę, której bronią.
Jezus, jak tu jest cudownie! A ty też, chodź! Słuchajcie, nad Wisłę przybyły nowe rzeki z innych krajów, bo rzeki na całym świecie się jednoczą, żeby ratować rzekę Wisłę i polskie rzeki.
Dopływamy do Włocławka. Śluza dla żeglugi nie działa. Zostajemy uwięzieni na 3 dni.
Ja cię. Włocławek.
W tym momencie postanowiono ukończyć anachroniczny projekt z epoki komunizmu i zbudować kolejne zapory. Pierwsza ma powstać w Siarzewie.
A teraz transparent, słuchajcie, transparent do gazety dla pana premiera. Nie dla zapory w Siarzewie! Nie dla zapory w Siarzewie! Wolne rzeki! Zielone rzeki!
Jestem Wisła. Nie zgadzam się na zaporę w Siarzewie.
Jestem Noteć. Nie zgadzam się na niszczenie rzek.
Jestem Białka.
I'm Białka.
Marzę o czystych wodach.
I dream of clean water.
Moje wody.
I want my waters that flow from Tatra River, Tatra Mountains. My fish could flow without any obstacles to the sea. We don't want our waters to be divided by any barges. I'm Vistula. I don't agree to the Siarzewo Dam nor E40 waterway. I'm Sztoła. I've been destroyed. I don't exist anymore. I'd like to come back to my riverbed and accept all animals into my womb that were extinct. I'm Odra River. I want to be healthy, clean and blue. I don't agree to poisoning my water without any punishment and killing life in my water.
Jestem z Felinia.
I'm z Felinia. I want
płynęły rzeki
all rivers that flow to Baltic were clean, healthy and full of life.
Mamy takie szczęście.
We are quite lucky that in this part of Europe, in Poland, we have some unspoiled wild nature and real river. We are just ordinary women. We have children, we are artists, activists, we have different professions, but we all dream to be able to bathe in all rivers. Perhaps we could even drink waters from them. Unfortunately, the case is that freshwater ecosystems, surface waters are very polluted. They are most endangered ecosystem in the world. We know that most plastic sooner or later gets into rivers. Rivers are divided by different dams. In Poland, rivers are simply dirty. It's sewage that gets there, unpurified, untreated sewage. Water treatment plants are inefficient, and ecological condition of surface waters is horrible. We only have 1% of healthy river waters. I have some photos here of rivers that have been devastated over recent years. I got these photos from Professor Roman Żurek in 2013. Professor Roman Żurek is a hydrobiologist from Polish Academy of Sciences. When in 2013 I decided to join in and organize the first protest to defend Białka River together with Bunkier Sztuki Gallery. And Professor joined us as an expert and showed us the photo how rivers have been treated over recent years. Thousands of rivers in Poland were regulated with EU funds. Money for anti-flood, things were spent to totally useless regulation. What was the purpose of these regulations? Companies that were doing that could earn money. That's it. This is what was to happen to Białka. These were small rivers I showed you. The rivers that I showed you before, totally damaged, devastated, came from Małopolska. When Jan Szyszko became the Minister of Nature and Environment, Polish government in 2016 decided that Poland is attempting to build waterways for large size water transport. So we are again digging out from oblivion a very old project. So it was a life sentence for Vistula, Bug, several other big cities. I decided to defend Vistula because what you can see here, a big piece of wild river from Sandomierz to Płock, there's still a wild river that our value and the great legacy, heritage of the whole Europe. So it can't be deprived of life. And we found out that below of Włocławek Dam to rescue Włocławek Dam, there is a plan to build another dam in Siarzewo, and as a consequence some other dams, and building cascades in Lower Vistula. This is Włocławek Dam, built in 1960 and 1970. One single dam, it doesn't play its role. It would be useful if there would be several other dams, but there aren't. So this single dam is totally useless. But most part of Vistula catchment was cut off from river. All migrating fish, wonderful river fish, including trout, died out in Baltic Sea because of this one single dam. And now in 2016, E40 water road is to be built to enable us water transport. And then ecological organizations such as Eco Union, WWF Poland, Greenland, and Gaia, several ecological organizations dealing with protecting environment, felt that it's going to be a doom, devastation of nature, and they decided to join forces.
They started a coalition, Let's Rescue Rivers. I've got to know these people who are organizing the protest on Białka River, and I told them to prepare a nice logo and that the visual element is really important, and I told them that it's very important for our critical water mass, and our task was to come up with a social campaign telling Poland that there is a plan to destroy rivers that we still have left, that we're going to tell that we have a coalition created, Let's Rescue Rivers, and that there is a plan to build a great dam in Sierzewo. In 2017, I have endeavored on a trip to Vistula River. We've been floating around Vistula River preparing a TV program, and in this ethnographic museum I've seen this amazing figure. Women with wet hair and open mouths are floating along the river on a boat. And I took this figurine and I've noticed that names are signed. This is Vistula, and on both sides of the boat there are San Wieprz, and she's mentioning all the names of the tributaries of Vistula. So I took this figure in my hand, and this is a copy that my mom has made for me for birthday. So with Sister Rivers I can travel around and go to different places and tell the story. I took this figurine the first time into my hands. Its name was completely different, and I noticed that the name is the Vistula Entourage. And the protest against such great investment is quite big, and we're simply not managing, so let's simply rescue the Vistula using its tributaries who can make noise with their waters, who can rise high, and this is something that's supposed to be done, but how? That the rivers will come to rescue. We do not understand the language of the rivers that well, so we decided that women should give their voices to the rivers, so I encourage my female friends. Which river do you want to be? Golczarka. Where did you take a bath during childhood? Where did grandma take you? Which river do you want to represent? Which river do you want to give the voice? Shall we paint prepare those nameplates? We have invited a friend with beautiful voice to be the Vistula River and to call the sisters in the name of Vistula River.
Warto, sto brawo, baryczo, ino bzuro, nyso witawo, oławo. I tak dalej.
No i siostry rzeki wtedy.
And the river sisters came. These were our first happenings. The Wisła would enter the water and call its sisters. During the first protest against the dam in Sierzewo in Krakow, 104 women arrived in the names of the rivers, and a poet came as a representation of Eufrat and a representative of Danube, and we've been singing together.
Siostry rzeki przybywajcie,
siostry rzeki przybywajcie,
wsparcie i swą siłę dajcie,
wsparcie i swą siłę dajcie,
bo mi tamę chcą narzucić,
chcą narzucić,
naturalny bieg zawrócić.
Naturalny bieg zawrócić.
Płyńmy więc przy pieśni dźwięka. Miejmy sprawy w naszych rękach. Przybądź tu, siostro, sto brawo. Soło, łódko i rudawo. Przypłyń też tu, hańczo czarna. Bez was przyszłość moja marna. Władze chcą nas atakować. Suszyć, mącić i marnować.
Walce tej się nie poddamy. Nie będzie na Wiśle tam.
Nie będzie na Wiśle tam. Nie będzie na Wiśle tam. Nie będzie na Wiśle tam. Nie będzie na Wiśle tam.
Nie dla zapory w Siarzewie.
Nie dla zapory w Siarzewie.
Nie dla zapory w Siarzewie.
No to the dam in Sewage.
Czysta Odra, żywa Odra.
Czysta Odra, żywa Odra.
Ja byłam na tym pierwszym happeningu pod Wawelem.
I've been participating in the first happening under Wawel Castle. That was a very touching event to me. This is the first time I've entered the river Vistula. And I heard this singing. That was a manifestation. And I joined a choir of 100 women. That was the manifest of real female power, of the sisterhood joined in serious worry about problem and in real joy as well. With this team of friends and with a very serious team, because together with the environmental organization Rescuing Rivers, like the Green Light, who's a substantial partner of Sister Rivers, we went to Ciechocinek. This is a beautiful part of Wisła with islands, and activists from Warsaw, Toruń came, and we painted new nameplates. We have about 600 of those. Many are distributed around the world, because for each happening we order one. Each nameplate was signed with the name of the woman that ordered it and who carried it, to tell that the rivers do not function separately. There are a living organism, there is a group of sisters. This is the whole catchment area. After Ciechocinek we went to Warsaw, because the journalists did not write about that. I've been organizing big happenings for years, and this has become something really beautiful and powerful. The journalists who used to come, and here it was silence. Only the Trwan TV came there, and they treated us as terrorists. We came to Warsaw a day after the Prime Minister Matwienki has announced that we are building this dam in Sierzewo, where we get this eco electricity from, and that was a disaster. And Wyborcza newspaper told us that, what are you talking about? There's navigation happening on the river. But we decided not to give up if regular newspapers do not write about, so maybe we should talk about rivers through women journals and fashion journals.
Normalnie go nie ma. Muszę wyciągnąć koszulkę. Nie ma. Zrobimy performance. W takim razie, skoro nie ma tego
So, since we do not have this amazing slide, we are ready for everything.
Postanowiłyśmy zrobić.
So we decided to create a collection of swimming clothes in the Vistula River design. We had organized a social campaign, and we decided we're going to flow down the river, the whole river, and we started a huge preparation to create a collection and swimming suits are really important. We had a great collection all around Poland, and we started embroidering. Where our bodies have become our transparents. No to E40. Zosia has come to us as well. I have already been probed with deep waters. That topic touched me, and we heard different buzzwords.
Wspólnotowość, poznałyśmy się tam wszystkie, bo to trwało przez parę tygodni.
It was a community. We got to know each other really well. We met, we talked together, and we got to get to know each other much better. And these were very easy, simple claims. Wild river, you won't stop the river, or we've been saying hello, the only beavers built on the rivers, and you cannot change the flow of the river. The river knows best, and God knows where. Do it yourself, whatever. And we've been also playing with Polish equivalents of rhyming Polish words about rivers. Now the collection has grown, and we prepared 140 swimming suits, and we entered billboards, literally, and
przebieranie się, wyszywanie, wzięliśmy kontakt z gazetami modowymi, mieliśmy kilka sesji, jedną sesję do Vogue'a, do Wysokich Obcasów.
And figuratively, and we had session in Forbes, Vogue, and other journals. I've been even invited to the Breakfast TV, and I've been invited to the TV because they told I'm a fashion design, and we could say that we are against national plans to build dams on rivers. Then we have packed it all to a barge, and we flown down the river to Gdańsk, and we've been organizing protests as fashion shows in Warsaw, in Krakow, in Toruń, and on Hell.
To Kraków. I takim bardzo ważnym momentem w
and very important element of this whole campaign
tak się odbył szerokim medialnym echem, był
that met with a great echo was a performance where we went to the Minister of Inland Navigation in our swimming suit with the appeal written by the coalition. It was written by Marta Wiśniewska from the Green Make Coalition, and the Sister Rivers has brought an appeal to protect the rivers and waters during climate change.
No i tu powinien być Marek
And as you see, we're supposed to have Marek Grubaczyk, who has published an information in social media that Guido got accustomed with our motto. He read it, but he didn't understand that. But we became friends with the Green Art Foundation, and we've noticed that it has power. How expert knowledge and action and legal activities can be related with art.
No właśnie, słuchajcie, nie idzie na prezentację. No poprzednie zdjęcie nie poszło. W każdym razie
Jacek Engels from the Green Life Foundation took us to Myscowa village in Low Beskidy, and because the Green Life Foundation started helping the inhabitants of these villages because they decided to build a dam on the Wisłoka River, a dam that they started to design in the 50s. And in the 50s, Jas was supposed to have a lot of industry, and it was supposed to need a lot of water. That is why you need a reservoir.
była przesiedlona ludność.
So they have resettled people from Huta Polańska village. The Poles came to the village and they received fields and houses, and they started their life in the post-war Poland, and 10 years later it was announced to them that they will be resettled because a huge dam is going to be built there. So for many years they'll be living, so to say, with the packed suitcases. They could not build more houses, and so there is a small village, but they forgot about this dam, and the subsequent governments have postponed the plans. So they started having cows, and they started living their regular village life. And in 2019, after 60 years, men in suits came for the 600th anniversary of the village and told them, listen, we are going to resettle you because we are going to build a dam called the Mistova, and there are funds from the World Bank for that, to secure Poland against drought. This is when the Green Light Foundation kicked in, and they deal with river protection, and we knew that without the support, they told us that without the support of the inhabitants, it we won't make it. And so we talked to the local farmers, and the freshly elected head of the village has opened for the meeting, and through simple activities like through joint creation of the great transparent recording here interviews with inhabitants, we found out a lot about the village and about how people live there. And half of them did not want to be resettled. We have also prepared this big banner. This village has no bridges because we still don't know whether this dam is going to be built there or not. They even built a road damaging a part of the national park in order to be secured for the period of the construction and to start a plan. Our actions would not be strongly supported if not for Kasia. My name is Stawarivan, as you know, and at the same time, despite graduating from Roman language studies, I'm a chef. I cook, and I have a small breakfast restaurant in Krakow that's called the Early Bird. From my experience, I know that nothing connects people as much as joint food, because food breaches all possible borders. It knows no borders. And we thought that this Sunday is a great occasion to invite the inhabitants of Mistova to a joint table. And proverbially, this was the moment where we have managed to break the ice, and this is Sofia who's eating all this delicious food, and they gathered around this table and they started talking to us, each asking what it is, and at the same time, slowly, we started to have a crumbling, in the first place, line of connection, and we started explaining that we are normal girls, and except of our lives, we are activists. And then we have a joint bonfire, and we sing, we invite people to eat together and to create these beautiful events with our beautiful sister songs. The microphone doesn't work? Not yet. Well, so we gave the floor to the inhabitants. We have recorded a movie that has been published in Oko Press, where the inhabitants said that they do not agree to build this because we have cows and we produce the biggest amount of cows in the district.
So the cows have different slogans, not for the dam, don't flood us, I love Sycowa, we want a barn, not a dam. That's our first protest. We had pandemic, so we couldn't collect. So I decided that cows should make the protest, so we made this banners for cows. So here an old lady is saying that since 1989 they have a farm in Wyscowa. They sell milk to milk collecting milk collecting cooperative. We feel very well living here and we don't want any dam and be resettled.
To były czasy lockdownu.
So that was a time where we had lockdown. Fortunately, cows didn't have to wear masks. We did.
Więc świetnie tutaj dały głos.
So they spoke up for themselves. What is wonderful in Wyscowa is that they walk loosely. There are lots of them. That's a beautiful place where when you visit it, you want it to stay the way it is now, without any changes.
Prosimy o prezentację. Tak, poprosimy już o prezentację. Ubieramy się.
I'd like to have our presentation on.
Tak. Wybrałyśmy jeszcze raz wiosną, jakby kontynuować.
So we came back there in spring to go on with water in landscape projects. We were explaining that water reservoirs is not going to save us from drought. It would be better to have meadows and marshlands for that. So we wanted to tell you now about biodiversity of Wisłoka Valley. We've had a report published showing how badly this reservoir is going to affect the animals and other things living there. For this purpose, we created a whole collection of these fish huts, and we became ambassadors of Wisłoka Biodiversity. So we met residents and we wrote several songs because we always create songs when we do some activities. So food builds a perfect bond, and music is yet another thing, and singing together that builds bonds very well.
Tak, zapraszamy, możecie z nami zaśpiewać.
You may join us in singing this song.
Jest taki raj na ziemi, który uratujemy, więc bądźcie tu dziś z nami, my z Sowej mieszkańcami. W Beskidzie mieszkamy tu od wieków, pomyśl o nas, człowieku. My tu swe domy mamy, to nie jest miejsce tamy. Człowieku, posłowie, ministrowie, puknijcie się po głowie i weźcie te betony, budować swoje domy na Marsie. Ja tylko dopowiem, że pieśni...
I just add that the song,
uważamy, że pieśni
just like eating together, music combines generations as well, and this song was one of the two that was spontaneously, collectively created, written in Wostowa when we were in the kitchen.
Ale jeszcze opowiemy o jednej rzeczy.
We're going to tell you about one more thing that happened. Well, two more things. In Myscowa, we got friends with a inhabitant, Mikołaj Ciszewski, a sculptor. He lives 6 months in Myscowa, other 6 months in Warsaw. So we made this. He made this performance when people would go out and looked up and thought, what is that? And then we explained, here everything is flooded, everything is underwater, and when you look up, you have the surface. So we started a certain project there. And I thought I wanted to attach people from the map, find their spots on the map. So I asked them during the breakfast we made together that they write their homes on the map and tell us about their relationship with this place and their identity related to it. And this project was very moving. And then I asked Ethnography Workshop Association to cooperate with us. So we made different interviews, we drew a map, and this is how we created a map. You can see it on our exhibition if you'd like to see it. So we are collecting those interviews, and that's the meeting in autumn. We became so popular that several people from beyond Myscowa arrived to it. I also made some postcards. I was just painting them in open air because all of us just do art, some sort of art. Kasia cooks, we are painters, Zosia writes and sings. This is my studio, and with Cecilia, what we do, we both love being outdoors, study water and light. Here it's a bit more exotic at the seaside, but these are my aquarels. And aquarel is water, it's pigment in water. That's Bug, my beloved river. Narewka, small river in the east of Poland. That's an oil painting of Bug again, and that's it. And now let's move to Sztoła banks. That's a river in Silesia. It also flows through Lower Silesia. It used to be turquoise, very blue. It was a recreational river for the area. 2 years ago, mine was closed, and this river was to disappear, and people living there were trying to find some support. It's easier to build a coal mine rather than close it, and we didn't really have any energy, no resources to support them, and this is what the Sztoła looks like now. So we decided to support the local authority to protest against closing down and flooding the mine. This is our friend Paulina, who cooperated with a hydrologist. She went to this river and she saw that big, powerful river where we could swim. It has existed for millions of years, and now it ceases to exist because of man. This is Mariusz, our professor who supported us, hydrologist we cooperate with. We've been cooperating with him for quite a long time. For me, that was a very painful experience that my river ceased to exist, and that's a result of the so-called geological damages caused by mining. In my area, there is sand that is extracted, and zinc and lead, because such extraction causes depressions and the ground collapses. This ground is first deprived of water, it's pumped out. This is why a river disappeared. When Bolesław mine ceased to exist, was closed, well, everyone was happy about that particular thing, but then mine damages have never been compensated. And Sztoła River, which creates one of the largest tributaries to another river, which is a source of potable water for the region was destroyed, including everything that lived there. And there were also protected species living there. So imagine there is a river that flows into the big hole that used to be an open pit mine, and it has to flow up. It means that first it has to fill this huge hole with its waters. It will happen without nearest 30 to 60 years. Before, the whole Sztoła River was called the Green Emerald Link to Przemsza. Link to Przemsza, it was a great touristic attraction of the region. We swam kayaks there. So we organized a protest. We demanded the mine to keep 20% of pump activity to keep river at least a bit alive. I invented a performance so that everyone could be involved. So everyone arriving was asked to bring their own pots, water pots, and symbolically we were pouring water into the river. We all participants got a handful of ribbons, and we went to pour some water into Sztoła. So that was a gesture of our helplessness. We are singing together, of course. So that's a morning song, in fact.
Zaśpiewamy fragmencik, bo
going to sing a little piece of it.
Oje ty rzeko, oje rzeko, czemuś ty nie pełna? Oj luli, 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 czemuś ty nie pełna? O jakże mi pełną być, gdy mi do kopalni iść.
A teraz wybierzmy się do źródeł.
Now let's go to the sources of Wieprzówka River and streams that flow out from very water-bearing Matahora mountain near Andrychów.
Nad rzeką Sztołą professor Mariusz Szczop, tym razem
Mariusz Szczop that we met, this time supported activists from Andrychów, which fight to stop cutting out trees in Bieszczad, Low Bieszczad, and expanding the national park by 108 hectares. So we had the Green Minds Foundation and other institutions. We had this protest, and we manifested how important forest is, what to do not to have drought, stop cutting out forests in mountains, what to do not to have violent floods, stop cutting out forests in mountains. If we have healthy forests, water stays in them. If everything is cut out, water rushes through the landscape and gets within 1 week to the river. In the trees, we painted those signs, how trees are guardians of water. So the exhibition we made, organized, was a walking exhibition, an exhibition that walked to the sources.
Daleko, 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 na drugi koniec Polski, na zachód.
And now we are moving west of Poland to Warta sources now. Warta.
Tak wyglądały kiedyś rzeki.
This is what rivers used to look like when they still had space to flood. What you see is the youngest national Polish park of Warta tributary, a house for many bird species and other animals.
Siostry rzeki przybyły tutaj z odsieczą dla rzeki Warty.
River sisters arrived here to rescue Warta, to rescue river for birds, to allow river to flood.
Przygotowałyśmy te wspaniałe skrzydła z ptasich piór. Popłyniemy starożyczem Warty z twarzą w słońcu.
These beautiful wings with birds' feathers. We'll walk to show everyone that we shouldn't destroy nature so thoughtlessly.
Jesteśmy przy kopalni węgla brunatnego Tomisławice.
We are by Tomisławice, open pit brown coal, the last one still in operation. As you can see, still it's being extracted. The problem is that there is a big hole made in the ground to get to the coal, and the water needs to be pumped out all the time. Because of that, wells near houses and lakes dry out. Everyone knows about the problem. But what happens after the operation of mine is no longer operational? Nobody talks about that. It will need to be flooded. When we have this climatic catastrophe, when there is scarcity of water and they want to take water from Warta, the flooding grounds, we can see there is less and less water. They want the so-called surplus of water to take it out from the river and pump it into this wall. There is no such thing as surplus of water in river, because high water in river is a totally natural phenomenon.
Na środowisko tego projektu nie wiemy, czy da się pogodzić zalewanie odkrywek pod Koninem z tym, żeby te tereny.
So it wasn't even analyzed by environmental impact. These areas should be flooded by now, up to 3 meters, and the wealth of birds, if it disappears, the wealth of birds will disappear, because these birds do not exist in dry places.
Warta wody! Warta! Warta wody! Warta! 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 Kopalnie odkrywkowe! Nie kradnijcie wody Warcie! Kopalnie odkrywkowe! Nie kradnijcie wody Warcie!
Tak, przygotowania, inspiracja.
So that was our inspiration.
I właśnie.
And, well, Grażyna, your turn.
3 lat
For 3 years,
rzeką Swelinią,
I'm Svelinia river sister. Svelina
bliższą mi rzeką.
is the river closest to my heart because this is where I live. That's the river which...
I nad tą rzeką mam swoją pracownię.
Well, I have my studio by this river.
Graniczna pomiędzy
That's a border river between Sopot and Gdynia.
Maluję wodę. Nie wiem, czemu się tak rozjechały te slajdy.
I paint water. I don't know why those slides got.
To są obrazy. Swelinia wpada do oceanu.
Dismantled, but this is Svelina. It flows into the ocean through the beach.
O oceanie, ponieważ
I'm mentioning the ocean because
o oceanie w Sopocie.
the ocean in Sopot because in the Institute of Oceanography during workshop I found out that we're in the decade of oceans. And this is a global project, research project on oceans. And the scientists agreed that they'll be talking about all seas and oceans in a single case. So I will be telling you that I live next to the ocean and I walk along the ocean. This is where I get my inspiration, paint and
I tutaj też razem z
searchlights.
Razem z instytutem.
And together with the institute.
Obrazy. Coś się stało.
Well, something has happened because these pictures are divided. These pictures that we can see only the part of the pictures. With Marcin Węcławski, a sea ecologist, who's a director of this institute. I've organized a meeting of sister rivers in Sopot and workshops with scientists on the beach this summer. Because there will be no healthy, clean Baltic Sea without healthy, clean rivers. Professor wanted to be sister river and join the collective, so he took our whole team to the Tucholskie forest, to the place where the beavers were introduced in the 70s. In the 70s, there were no beavers in Poland at all, so this is one of the places where all these beavers come from, who are now working actively on the natural retention and preventing drought in Poland, in our rivers. And this is how Marcin Węcławski, the sea ecologist, has joined the collective of sea rivers as a brother creek, and he's a great combination of art and science. And he thinks that the actions of scientists have no sense without the voice of art that speaks to the imagination, because as Lawrence Pell told us, the climate crisis is the crisis of imagination. Please show us the movie.
O nie! Prosimy!
To musi mieć dźwięk.
Dobrze. Proszę Państwa, oto siostra rzeka Wanganui.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sister River Wanganui. Clara Lafen from New Zealand. Her mother is shaman. Her father is the head of the tribe, and her family for over 100 years have been trying that Wanganui get received a legal personality, and
która pragnie przyjechać do Polski, przyjechać nad Wisłę i śpiewać razem z nami.
We wanted to invite her to come to Poland to sing with us, to rescue Wisła and Odra, so that the rivers receive the legal personality. So we gathered along the Vanor Laguna, Mar Menor Laguna has received the legal personality as the first in Europe. On the next picture, you'll be able to see our happening in the sea.
Właśnie wszyscy już trzymamy tabliczkę,
where we all keep
ale na drugiej stronie
those
nazwy naszych rzek, naszych
nameplates, and on the other side there were names of our rivers.
A obok Ireny stoi
next to Rina
kobieta, Teresa,
stands an amazing woman, Teresa Vincenzi. She's a lawyer of law in Murcia, and she's responsible for the first act in Europe and for getting an enormous amount of signatures. She was aided by many organizations who fought for Mar Menor, and they were met with the same catastrophe as Odra. All the fishes and all the life died, and so the inhabitants of the Mar Menor lagoon have joined their forces and created this community that can now give their voice and speak for the Mar Menor lagoon.
Ambasada Morza Północnego,
the embassy of the Northern Sea from Amsterdam organized,
ponieważ nadal ci aktywiści
because those activists still need support in order to call other rivers and other water bodies to confluence on the European water body. So this was a sort of a confluence, so a meeting of the European waters, and the sister rivers, us are members of this network of lawyers, activists. 1 week ago we've been to participated in the next meeting, so that EU would treat all water ecosystems and rivers as living beings. So now we ask not which country you're from, but from which riverbank you're from. We're going back to Wisła because we are from here. We want the rivers to be heard through media. We want as many people as possible to see them. The sister river, deputy minister of the environment, has become a sister river, so except of being a collective, we are becoming a club, like Ewa is Czarna Hańcza, and a club of those who want to support us. We work joint with the coalition Let's Rescue Rivers. We've been participating in a court proceedings and waiting for 5 years for the decision to build the dam. We have issued a protest against the decision, and we've been waiting for 5 years for this one. We've organized a strong happening. This is us, Polish Waters. It is time to destroy the dams. And we've organized an international day against dams. Our new government has started a green PR. The Prime Minister Donald Tusk told us how important rivers are in the climate changes. He has mentioned a lot of beautiful words we wanted to believe. And in February we went to the Prime Minister office saying that rivers are not infrastructure. Rivers are part of the infrastructure ministry that have more to say than the Ministry of Environment. And we have handed over our banner to the Prime Minister Tusk. This is the last happening we organized with the Society of All Beings and the Society of Earth, except for the great damage by the Włocławek Dam. It's being destroyed by the huge water power plant in Kozienice and takes all the huge amount of small fishes and then drops hot water into the river, completely damaging the ecological system of the river. And so we've been preparing research for months, and when we had this research results about the negative effect, we have organized a happening to support them. Karol Ciężak, Robek Wawręty from the Society for Earth were traveling to Kozienice researching the water, usually alone. We're always smiling because they knew that they are not alone, and they felt that some people from Poland joined them. Few banners here can be visible outside. Students joined it. The students I teach and many known artists who painted beautiful pictures and manifests on the Vistula sails. Ewa Ciesielewska, an artist and a craftsman, has joined us, and we have Iza has applied to be the director of the Kozienice power plant. A food table joined us. Why are we together so long? We are together since 2018. Well, because we have become friends. We simply support each other like human beings. We wouldn't be able to organize all of this if not our men who take their own cars and transport it all. My husband has been organizing all these events. He supports them, he believes them. Or Grażynka, who comes from Gdańsk, she buys a ticket, she wants to be with us. These are moments of very touching meetings, because we do a lot of arts. This is coffee. This is after the process, after a burial march for Odra. And in the middle of Warsaw, the partner of Kasia has prepared coffee and food, and not a regular coffee. This happens very often when you protest. We've been once at Marek Grubarczyk. When we came with the transporter, they told us if we do anything, we'll get a 20,000 zloty penalty. When we took our banners, we went to the ministry. A cordon of policemen has surrounded us, and I asked them whether you are fishing, and I told them that if they're going to build a dam, there will be any fish. And initially we've been fined with 20 zloty. So we teach and educate. All the things I mentioned to the policemen can be read here. It's been published a week ago. It's about Vistula, and I try to talk about this river. It's meant for children, but even more for parents. So read it together. But we are on the Odra riverbank, so let's go back to Odra. In 2024, one of the biggest ecological disasters happened at Odra River. It was 2022. And we're from Vistula Bank, but we had to help our sister Odra, so we came to Warsaw and we prepared the burial march for Odra. This was a huge happening. Many people were joining, many activists joined us. Not normally being active there, and we met there to tell that we do not agree to that. We do not want this case to be forgotten and ignored. After crying over Odra River, we've decided to join with an art auction to aid a really important project. This was a social plan to rebuild the river after the catastrophe.
W zasadzie natychmiast zaczęli realizować ludzie zrzeszeni
And people associated with in the coalition Let's Rescue Rivers and its time, and the other coalition Time of Odra has joined us. We invited our friends. We offered our own works. This is Rafał Borcz
rzeką Wisłą.
With Vistula River. Agnieszka Brzeżańska has painted Odra.
Tu jest też kompozycja Pawła Augustynka Halnego.
This is the composition of Paweł Augustynek Halny, and we've organized it with the auction house Róża Wrożniszewska in Krakow, and we've organized a auction of this great collection. This is a message from Jana Krakowska, who has also painted the pastel with our river. We've collected 80,000 zł, and this fund still work for us. The social plan of recreation of the ecosystem after the catastrophe is still being implemented. We know that on the 22nd of October we'll have a press conference here on this program. You definitely know this artist if you're from Wrocław. He's also a musician, a sound specialist, and an athlete. This was the person who's taking care of the Odra, and he brought. He asked us to paint a sail. I embarked on this endeavor, and I have painted a sister river sail to support him. Please have a look at Odra. He's there sometimes. You may also sometimes see him using this sail. But we got to know Odra in a completely different situation a year earlier. With Poland and the Foundation Gilmert went to celebrate during the World River Day. We went to Odra, to Nad Odrze, and to mention that something good for rivers has happened during this great flood in '97. The villages next to Lubiąż have been flooded up to the roofs in the Wołów County, and Piotrek Nieznański was very much engaged in the project, and they've been searching for a place in Europe where they could run a pilot project to ecologically prevent floods. The county has agreed, and they have moved the embankment farther away from the river. Okay, the Space River, and the Odra lines have been revived. And rivers to be safe need a lot of space, so the activists have to be far from each other. If the rivers are big, then the dangerous flood changes into life-giving water races. And we celebrate the river, we get to know it. Piotr Nieznański, Tarchalica and Tomaszków. This is a place that has been given back to the river. This is the celebration. And our beloved Foundation Green Mind and Joint Table. And the happening joined by activists, by women from Legnica in Lubiąż. Space for river, safety for men. We have created a very special song about water level increase, but we won't sing it in Wrocław because we just had a great flood and a huge tragedy for people. That was a huge tragedy for people, and with the coalition Let's Rescue Rivers, we've got engaged into money raising. We decided that it's time to help people, and we should not talk about Odra now because this is a too hurtful topic. And we've been following what's happening in this polder, what is happening in Damaszków, whether they be able to retain all the huge masses of water, and they made it. They have rescued these villages, and that's why we can sing the song of Water Rise. And its premiere was in the Gothic Church in Lubiąż, and it was accompanied by a concert of Michał Zygmunt dedicated to the Odrze limes, and the visualization was prepared by Ania Chmiel.
And now we're inviting you to
Można prosić o ścieśnienie slajdu?
sing with us. Please correct the slide because we are going to need to zoom because we would like to sing this song with you.
Tak, bo staram się, żeby pieśni jako
The song itself, they contain
żeby były proste i
important content words and they are simple as well.
Nie musisz stawiać.
Więc ja napisałam pieśń w imieniu
So I wrote the song on behalf
w imieniu rzeki, czy w pierwszej
of
osobie.
the river. So I'm singing in the first person how the river speaks to a man. Man, what are you doing?
I tu często też ja jestem z nurtu tradycyjnej twórczości, muzyki tradycyjnej.
I write folk traditional music,
Mówi mi o tym, że
which tells me that
kreatywny i że
human beings are creative, and what we call art today
wpisywało się niegdyś
used to be everyday life.
Miało wartość, znaczy miało sens użytkowy.
And songs were usable. So songs were educating at time, often inspired by folk melodies. And really very often we sit with texts that people send us, specialists send us, and we translate them into rhymes, melodies, something that is going to be easy to remember. So someone sings, other person is painting something, or elsewhere design. So Piotrek sends us the project, then we are trying to understand the document, and then we write a song out of it. Or I sew and design the inside.
Dzika rzeka
My skirt.
pełna żywej wody. Kierują mną odwieczne prawa przyrody. Kierują mną odwieczne prawa przyrody. Gdy swobodnie płynę, wiję, meandruję. Szukam sobie miejsca, dużo go potrzebuję. Szukam sobie miejsca, dużo go potrzebuję. Nieraz ledwo płynę, raz przelewam wody. Stan mej objętości zależy od pogody. Stan mej objętości zależy od pogody. Wezbranie to dobra woda, zyskuje tym człowiek, jak i przyroda. Odżywia, użyźnia, nawadnia ziemię, tym mądrzej mądrze człowieku, buduj swe mienie. Płynę też z rozmachem i nie okiełznanie. Jeśli wały odsuniesz, będzie miejsce dla mnie. Jeśli wały odsuniesz, będzie miejsce dla mnie. A nie chcę płynąć tam, gdzie stoją wasze domy. Wały jednak nie dadzą nikomu ochrony.
Za wąskie i za blisko. Takie wały.
Wały jednak nie dadzą nikomu ochrony. A kiedy leją deszcze, zbieram więcej jeszcze. Rozlewam się bezpiecznie, gdy mam na to przestrzeń. Rozlewam się bezpiecznie, gdy mam na to przestrzeń. Rozlewaj, o rzeko, swe pyszne wody dla dobra człowieka, dobra przyrody. Odżywiaj, użyźniaj, nawadniaj ziemię, ty mądrze człowieku, buduj swe mienie. A za to zamiast powodzi, niech w łęgach na łąkach życie się rodzi. Wezbranie, daj przestrzeń wodzie, a będziesz bezpieczny w każdej pogodzie. Dzisiaj siostry rzeki kręcą swe spódnice, żeby woda nie wlała się w wasze piwnice. Żeby woda nie wlała.
So the final line says that today river sisters turn around with their skirts blowing for waters not to flood into their cellars and basements.
Odżywia, użyźnia, nawadnia ziemię, ty mądrze człowieku, buduj swe mienie. Wezbranie, to dobra woda, zyskuje tym człowiek, jak i przyroda. Odżywia, użyźnia, nawadnia ziemię, ty mądrze człowieku, buduj swe mienie. Wezbranie,
I jest tak dalej. Jestem rzeką zapłynę przez 3 kraje. No tak, no.
Okay, thank you very much. This is all from us. It's been a great pleasure that it was the first time that we had the chance in this cheerful atmosphere. So no, we don't agree. We could say and celebrate, yes, we do agree to this idea of moving embankments further from the river and that it really worked. Now when we are talking about this flood from September, we can provide this example of a great place to model. Give space to water and you'll be safe with each weather. WWF prepared maps with places where you could give more space to Odra River. So thank you very much.
Bardzo serdecznie.
Thank you very much, ladies, for this session.
Jakość życia, sztuka.
Quality of life,
Szanowni Państwo,
art and water. So this is how we got to the closing session for our International Congress City Water and Quality of Life. I'd like to welcome on stage Professor Zbigniew Kundzewicz, who is the Deputy President, Deputy Chairman of the Programming Council of this Congress, who will give us who will share his thoughts on this Congress from the last 2 days. So this is going to be a very difficult task because of the neighborhoods. That was a wonderful performance. Congratulations. I'm deeply impressed. But my task is to present very dry impressions on this wet topic. So the opening, very much loaded with content. It's rare to have it so content loaded. 3 important speakers spoke about politics, and it was very constructive. A very good beginning, I think. They all related to programs with water. Too much, not enough, too dirty. Then an Italian representative told us about the Blue Deal, and the Canadian delegate told us about International Observatory of Nature Rights, which rhymes perfectly what you have just shown us, ladies. So legal personality to 2 Canadian rivers, Magpie and St. Lawrence. Then we heard about recent flood, and he titled it Lessons Learned and Not Learned, and there were several of those lessons we didn't actually learn, and we need to give them a thought.
Odrobić, bo następna powódź przyjdzie na pewno.
Then a very interesting panel session about necessity of cooperation between among different institutions. This topic is always important, evergreen. Sister Rivers also showed us that they cooperate with Green Minds organization, with Mr. Professor Więcławski. So there are really many examples of where we need to cooperate. Example of Krakow, where the city and industry have their priorities and they all need to be aligned. A very interesting example that was. Dr. Wilk told us about the system for monitoring the quality of water, and he concluded that adding new institution to this will not solve it. So that's an important thing, how optimally expand observation networks. So without creating new institutions, we should rather focus to use what we already have, and new stations should be located in places where they will be useful.
Dr
Ziomek, the president of Water and Sewage company from Wrocław, told us about cooperation between or among different institutions during flood. That was a very positive example. Then we had a session about tariffs, making tariffs, a very important session, where we heard that it's been the first time for 8 years that the speakers could meet at one panel session and have a discussion. So these were representatives of water and sewage industry and local self-governments, 2 representatives of Polish waters, and a representative of science. So it was an excellent opportunity for those experts to meet. Although I don't think that this interesting session brought us closer to some kind of agreement, because there were different ideas that are criticized. I'm not sure if we got any closer to an agreement. If we could see all these ideas through and get to a specific solution. But I agree with what Professor Balcerowicz said, that there is a lot of emotions from all sides, and this needs to be shared. So the quality of life session, multidisciplinary, really international. I invented this. So big water has disappeared, but cities need to face an increasing number of challenges. So when big water is gone, the conditions in big cities dropped to terrible condition. All supply chains are broken, no electricity, no gas, no water. Simultaneously, we have heat waves coming and torrential rains and droughts. We've discussed all that. We also heard about dengue disease. We still don't have it in our country, but it is going to come because the climate is getting hotter and hotter. During my session, I heard an excellent presentation by an American scientist. And before, an employee of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Very few people realizes that once the war in Ukraine means that a huge area will need to be cleaned out of landmines. €2.5, it seems cheap, but if you have to remove 900 of them, then it becomes quite expensive. This morning we heard about Water City, the Water City Index, a traditional trademark of this Congress. The statuettes were handed to cities dealing best in 3 categories of size.
Oprócz tego poruszono nowy temat.
And we took up a new topic of blue, green and grey watermark. We've already knew about watermark, but it has been redefined. It used to mean how much water we need to grow a plant or build a car. Now the concept, the idea has changed. Then we heard about Rakutowskie marshes, wetlands, a wonderful dialogue between an NGO and a bank, an NGO and a bank. They pointed out that the value of wetlands is $470 billion, that it equals to the value of the entire production, human production. Ecosystem produces as much as humankind, we could say. Then urban agriculture, urban gardening, a wonderful session full of very interesting topics. Lots of innovation, lots of new things. I was impressed that a manager of a city marketplace wants to make the marketplace greener. A garden in prison, a very innovative thing. A great session related to water and architecture. And several interesting buzzwords. Buildings are a response to problems, challenges, so we need to adapt. And these buildings need to be adapted to floods. One idea was to allow water to flood under the buildings or raise buildings by 3 meters. Huge projects, but possible. Płocka Valley, rebuilding and protecting historical landscapes. Necessity to make new protection zones. Very relevant in the context of new flood.
Przed chwilą zakończona. Sztuka i woda, kolektyw Siostry Rzeki.
And then the performance of Sister Rivers Collective. Something very fresh that we needed.
Drogi wodne dla wielkiego transportu wodnego w Polsce nie mają sensu.
We know that no waterways are needed in Poland. They make absolutely no sense.
Panie profesorze, bardzo
Professor,
serdecznie dziękuję
thank you
za
very much for sharing your impressions. Time has come to traditionally summarize this Congress. So I'd like to ask Mr. Jerzy Hausner, the head of the program board of the Congress, to give his reflections as a summary.
Refleksje w bardzo interesującej formie. Państwo
The reflection is very interesting.
jest raczej podziękować i zamknąć.
My task is to say thank you and close the Congress. This is the 6th edition with 1 year of break because in 2020 we were not able to meet. We are meeting every year for 3 years in this Congress Center of the Wrocław University of Technology, and for that we'd like to thank the board of the university. I'd like to name Mr. Rakutowskie and the dean of the department of the engineering, Dean Professor Bartosz Kaźmierczak. The program of the Congress is prepared by a team of experts and coordinators I'm going to mention in a minute. At the same time, it is accepted by the program board. This is a team of 20 and something people, but what's important is the coordinators team as well as the program board welcomes to join our action to jointly give it some thought. Many experts, through the form of every year roundtables. This year we've organized this roundtable where dozens of people meeting and talking about a problem that we think is important. We'd like to comment that in Wrocław and to prepare the program document. This document has been presented today as an effect of our work. It is going to be published as usually in an important periodical on water management, and it's going to be directed to people who are responsible for water management in Poland. Also to the Minister of Agriculture. And one of the people coordinating that program, Mr. Tomasz Okruszko, the Pro-Dean of the main school of rural agriculture, is going to deal with. So thanks to all these people, I've also mentioned Anna Haszostak from the Poznań University and Elżbieta Nachlik, who is related to Krakow University, as well as Zbigniew Koncewicz, who've just presented here from the Poznań Society, both from the Natural Sciences University and Polish Academy of Sciences, and Mr. Janusz Zalewski from Wrocław. His importance during this great flood in '97 and now is very important because he's very engaged, and it should be appreciated. I wanted to underline that all coordinators and all experts do not get any remuneration for that. This is our civic activity, and there are no salaries for that, same as the panel members are not profiting from that. I would also like to underline that the next edition of Water City Index, and Bishop Końcewicz has mentioned that, I would also like to underline that this time our cultural program was much enlarged. This was an open art row festival, and if you'd like to continue the Congress, to have it as an integral part. So I remind you that here an exhibition organized by the Academy of art, and we also had the reopening of Angora works from the group Art Foundation, and we also had an exhibition prepared by the Museum of Architecture. We also had a concert dedicated to our Congress International Music Forum and Sister Rivers. That was the part that is both the substantial part and as a cultural part accompanying our event. So this is not just what the sisters have shown here, but it's also the exhibition that you can see. I need to add that for the first time we've managed to gain support from our governmental institution related to art for the first time in 8 years. For 8 years, whatever we've done with our team, it never got accepted, despite all the applications. All the applications were rejected at a formal level. So for the first time in 8 years, we've received the support of the National Cultural Center for this exhibition part. And at the same time, for similar events accompanying another congress that we organize in Łódź, and that is the main topic of the other event. So thanks to Director Piaskowski from the National Culture Center. Professor Kuncewicz has underlined that, and I would also like to underline that. I heard the same from Witold Ziomek, mention Professor in a second, but there is a company without which we wouldn't be able to organize this Congress. So this is the new quality after 8 years. In our case, it wasn't 8 years, but after 6 years of attempts to have anybody from Polish Waters or from the interested ministries. We had a regular Congress. We can disagree, but let's meet and talk. I need to say that I wouldn't be myself for all these years. The employees of Polish Water were banned from participating in our events. So this is the new quality that we have experienced, and I'm sure that it's going to be continued, and this is not an assessment and being qualified politically. I simply state the state of things. Now, acknowledgements. The Congress can be organized because it's accepted and supported by the City Council of Wrocław and by the President Jacek Sutryk, who I'd like to thank. Every day we cooperate with Jakub Mazur, the Deputy President. Currently he has other duties, but the city was represented by the presence of the Deputy President Michał Młynczak, whom I thank. Part of the organizatory work is done by the Convention Bureau, the unit of the city. An important role from the very beginning is played by the waterworks of Wrocław, run by Witold Ziomek. Thank you, Mr. President. Knowing that we still want to organize those congresses, we hope for you and your company. We've received support from the Deputy President of this company, Mr. Przemysław Gałecki, who's there recently. But he continues what we've managed to work out recently. I want to thank to the interpreters. This is an international congress. We make this content available not only here but also online in form of streaming. The work of interpreters is very tough, and I want to thank the company Shock responsible for the technical part, and in the end I want to thank my team. This bigger team has arrived here. One more thing directed to Cecilia Malik. I am sorry that I have placed your performance in the very end. I didn't want to take sides. This was the part of the program that I'm responsible for. Personally, you've been preparing that, and Olivia Stroska has been helping. But since it's formally my duty among the coordinators, so I didn't want to be take sides, and I wanted to have a nice accent in the end, and I'm sorry that many people did not see it, but we're going to show that. That was amazing, and thank you for that. By thanking to my colleagues, I wanted to say that Tomasz Wojtas is the coordinator of this event now. He he's traveling to another congress on another day. Maciej Sroka cooperates with the congress. He sits there and does a lot of organization work throughout the year. So from the operative point of view, he's very much engaged into this congress. Cultural part and organization part is the Olivia Stroska thing. She's a very lively person. And Katarzyna Chuchmacz is also here. And she cares for the program to be well constructed and attractive. Thanks to all the team working on this congress and the voluntaries. As far as I mentioned, these were the voluntaries from the University of Technology. Two things remain. Welcome you to the Open Eyes Economy Summit in Krakow on the 19th and 20th of November. Come and we'll be able to continue. And second thing is the decision of the city and President Sutrek, but if he decides to continue his support, then for sure OS will be organized in Wrocław. So I don't want to go ahead of the facts, but I would like to invite you. Thank you very much, and I hereby close the Congress.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję, panie profesorze. W zasadzie
Thank you, professor. What else can be added?
Bardzo serdecznie państwu dziękuję. To już koniec.
Thank you very much. This is the end of the 6th edition of the International Congress, the city, the water and the quality of life. Thanks to all of the participants who've been with us in the Congress Center of Wrocław Technical University and to all who connected online. The organizers were the City of Wrocław and the Open Eyes Summit and the University of Technology in Wrocław, as well as the Convention Bureau. And the partner of the event was ING Bank Śląski. Thank you for these 2 days. It was a great pleasure to go through those 2 Congress days, and I hope to see you again on another Congress. All the best and see you.
Unia Europejska straciła swój obywatelski charakter. Trzeba jej go przywrócić. Te i wiele innych tematów społeczno-gospodarczych 19 i 20 listopada na jedynym w Polsce kongresie ekonomii wartości Open Eyes Economy Summit.